Grandfather arranged a marriage, and the fiancée turned out to be a wealthy heiress. Lin Tian thought she would break off the engagement. However, when they met, the goddess-like Luo Bingning surprisingly agreed to the marriage. The two quickly registered their marriage, agreeing to live together for 3 years and to part amicably if no feelings developed by then. Upon arriving at Luo Bingning's residence, Lin Tian suddenly awakened a treasure chest system. Black iron chest opened. Congratulations, host. You've acquired master-level Erhu skills. Bronze chest opened. Congratulations, host. You've gained Grandmaster-level driving skills. Silver chest opened. Congratulations, host. You've become a martial arts grandmaster. From his wife Luo Bingning, Lin Tian unlocked one treasure chest after another, gradually ascending to the pinnacle of life. Chapter 1, Let's Get Married. Blue Planet, Hua Nation. Lin Tian gazed at the cafe in the distance. Grandpa, aren't you just making trouble for me? He squeezed the folded piece of paper in his pocket, feeling helpless. The paper was a marriage contract, an agreement between his grandfather and an old comrade. Back in the day, the two had agreed that if one had a son and the other a daughter, their children would marry. If both had sons, their grandchildren would marry instead. As fate would have it, both grandfathers had sons. Now, in Lin Tian's generation, he was the male descendant, and the comrade's granddaughter, Luo Bingning, was the other party. Lin Tian had seen a photo of Luo Bingning before. To say she was beautiful was an understatement. No celebrity could match her looks. Moreover, after some digging online, he discovered that the Luo family's assets exceeded tens of billions at least, according to public records. The true figure was likely even higher. She'll definitely refuse the engagement, Lin Tian thought to himself. Why am I even putting myself through this? Lost in thought, he walked toward the cafe. His grandfather had left him a phone number before passing away. 3 days ago, he had called it and arranged to meet Luo Bingning here. Entering the cafe, Lin Tian followed the gazes of many men and spotted Luo Bingning sitting quietly in a corner. Her presence was so commanding that no one dared to approach her. Lin Tian walked over and sat across from her, drawing surprised looks from those around them. Hello, I'm Lin Tian, he greeted her. I asked you to meet today to discuss the marriage contract. Luo Bingning nodded slightly. Go on. Lin Tian pulled out the contract. Back then, my grandfather and your grandfather had a strong bond, so they made this agreement. But times have changed. Let us just treat this engagement as void. My grandfather only asked that I meet you and explain in person before he passed away. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with surprise. You don't want to marry me? Lin Tian chuckled bitterly. I know my place. Your Luo family is thriving, while mine is just average. We're not from the same world. That's all. The coffee is on me. As he prepared to leave, Luo Bingning spoke up. I told you over the phone to bring your household registration book. Did you? Lin Tian nodded slightly, thinking she wanted to transfer his household registration as compensation. Household registration in S City was hard to come by, and he actually needed it. If Luo Bingning was willing to help him with that, he wouldn't refuse. It would make things much easier for his future children's schooling. Then let us get married. Huh? Lin Tian stared at Luo Bingning in disbelief, wondering if he had misheard her. Did she just say they should register their marriage? What did you say? Luo Bingning replied calmly, since our grandfathers made this agreement, I should honor it. Our Luo family never goes back on our word. Lin Tian studied her expression, puzzled. You don't even know if I have a girlfriend, and you want to register our marriage now. Luo Bingning smiled faintly. Perhaps you don't know much about me, but I know about you. You've never had a girlfriend and have been single for 23 years. Lin Tian. Luo Bingning, why? He asked, frowning after a long silence. With her looks and status, she could marry anyone. He was just average, and she had countless reasons to refuse this marriage. I already told you. Our Luo family doesn't break promises, Luo Bingning said seriously. Seeing Lin Tian hesitate, she added softly, don't worry, I'm healthy, not pregnant with someone else's child, and I'm not asking you to be a shield. We'll live together after marriage, but I want to fulfill the duties of a wife. If we still don't develop feelings after 3 years, we'll dissolve the marriage. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. That's reassuring to hear. So, are you sure you want to marry me? If Luo Bingning insisted, Lin Tian wouldn't object anymore. Even if they didn't end up together, just seeing her beauty every day would be a treat for the eyes. I'm sure, Luo Bingning said firmly. The two left the cafe. After a 30-minute drive in Luo Bingning's Porsche, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Before long, they walked out with freshly issued marriage certificates. Lin Tian stared at the certificate in a daze. He was now married unto someone like Luo Bingning. Lin Tian, you should cancel your lease, Luo Bingning said as they got back into her car. I bought a house for us to live in. You can move in there. I'll also get you a car for commuting. Are you going to live there too? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning nodded slightly. I'll come home every day. To the outside world, we'll be like any other married couple. You can even introduce me to your friends. Turning to look at her, Lin Tian asked, how should I address you? Also, as a married couple, we'll have to act close in public. A faint blush appeared on Luo Bingning's face. You can call me Bingning. As for public displays of affection, like hugs or holding hands, I won't refuse. Lin Tian chuckled, noticing the slight tremor in her voice. Deep down, she wasn't as composed as she appeared. All right, I'll move into the house you bought. But as for the car, I'll pass. I'll just take the subway, Lin Tian replied, closing his eyes to process the surreal events of the day. Half an hour later, they arrived at a high-end residential complex. These 3 parking spaces are ours. You can use them once you get a car, Luo Bingning said after parking. Lin Tian nodded. Getting a car isn't on the horizon for me. My bank account's 6-digit password protects a 4-digit balance. Taking the elevator to the 20th floor, Luo Bingning opened the door. Come in, Lin Tian. This apartment is 360 square meters. It's not as spacious as a villa, but it should be enough for just the two of us. As Lin Tian stepped inside, his eyes widened. Above Luo Bingning's head was a silver treasure chest. Am I seeing things? He muttered, rubbing his eyes. The chest was still there. What's wrong? Luo Bingning asked, looking at him quizzically. Lin Tian coughed lightly. Bingning, since we just got married today, how about a hug? It'll make things less awkward in public later. Her eyes narrowed. Don't get any funny ideas. I've trained in martial arts. Even 2 or 3 men wouldn't stand a chance against me. Don't worry, just a simple hug, Lin Tian reassured her. Fine, Luo Bingning said, taking a deep breath. Lin Tian embraced her. As their heads touched, the silver chest above her head activated. Ding! Treasure chest system activated. Silver chest opening. Congratulations, host. You've acquired Grandmaster-level martial arts. Chapter 2, The Golden Finger appears. The treasure chest opened, and a warm stream of energy surged into Lin Tian's body. He could feel his muscles, bones, and flesh undergoing a dramatic transformation. At the same time, a flood of information rushed into his mind, leaving his head spinning. Where should I sleep, Bingning? My head feels a bit dizzy. I'd like to lie down for a while, Lin Tian asked as he released Luo Bingning from his embrace. The silver treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head had disappeared. You can sleep in the guest room. It has a private bathroom, Luo Bingning said, pointing in a direction. Lin Tian nodded and quickly entered the room, shutting the door behind him. Luo Bingning covered her face with her hands, her cheeks burning with heat. She had just married a man she barely knew, and they had even shared a hug. Calm down, she whispered to herself. It's just marriage, it's not a big deal. 3 years will pass quickly, and it's worth it to keep Grandpa happy. Her grandfather had strongly supported her marrying Lin Tian, but her parents were vehemently against it. The matter had caused many arguments in the family. Eventually, the decision was left to her. Luo Bingning chose to accept. She was only 21 years old, and in 3 years, she would still be just 24. I've really become a martial arts grandmaster. Inside the room, Lin Tian was utterly stunned. Outwardly, he didn't look any different, but massive changes had occurred within his body. Pure internal energy now flowed through his meridians, and he had mastered countless fighting techniques, punches, kicks, swordsmanship, and more. He felt confident he could take on 100 opponents single-handedly. That voice just now mentioned the treasure chest system activating, Lin Tian thought excitedly. Have I obtained the legendary golden finger? System, system. Lin Tian called out mentally. But despite several attempts, there was no response. His system seemed quite aloof, unwilling to engage in conversation. Well, that's fine too. As long as it does its job, I'm good. A talkative system would probably get annoying, he mused. I wonder if I can get more treasure chests, Lin Tian pondered, his eyes glinting with hope. Just one treasure chest had turned him into a martial arts grandmaster. If he could obtain more, wouldn't his life skyrocket to unimaginable heights? In the past 20-odd years, I've never encountered anything like this. But when I met Luo Bingning, the system activated, he analyzed. Maybe she has the key to getting more benefits. Looks like I'll need to win her over. A wife like this is too good to let go. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He had a good impression of Luo Bingning. Despite being a wealthy and beautiful heiress, she didn't come across as condescending. Whoa, this apartment is crazy expensive, Lin Tian exclaimed as he looked up property prices online. The neighborhood had units priced at nearly 200,000 yuan per square meter, making the total cost of this 360 square meter apartment over 60 million yuan. Bingning, do you have a moment? Let us talk, Lin Tian said after stepping out into the living room, only to find it empty. He knocked on the door to the master bedroom. What do you want to talk about? Luo Bingning opened the door, looking puzzled. She thought she had already explained everything clearly. Let us discuss it in the living room, Lin Tian suggested, walking toward the sofa. Luo Bingning followed him. Bingning, I checked the rent for this apartment. It's around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan per month. With utilities, it's about 80,000. I'd like to split the rent with you, Lin Tian said earnestly. Becoming a martial arts grandmaster gave him confidence that he could earn this kind of money. Luo Bingning frowned. Lin Tian, this apartment was purchased outright. There's no need to pay rent, so you don't have to give me anything. Lin Tian shook his head. Even though we're married, I know the reality. You're doing this to honor your grandfather's wishes, right? He must mean a lot to you. Luo Bingning fell silent. Her grandfather indeed meant everything to her, and she couldn't bear to see him upset. Think of it as a shared living arrangement. It's normal for me to contribute to the rent. With effort, I can earn this money, Lin Tian insisted. You didn't have to live in such an expensive place in the first place, Luo Bingning countered. Forget the rent. Just earn enough for your daily expenses. As a man, it's only right for you to provide for your wife, she added. Lin Tian studied her expression. It seemed she wasn't entirely opposed to making their marriage work. Let us not announce our marriage publicly yet, Lin Tian said. Let us just say we're dating for now. Why? Luo Bingning asked. If we announce the marriage, we'll need to have a wedding ceremony. Given our situation, that's unnecessary for now, Lin Tian explained. All right, Luo Bingning agreed. It was indeed not the right time for a wedding. Her parents would likely be furious if they met Lin Tian. Anything else, she asked. I don't know much about you. Since we're married now, could you tell me more about yourself? Lin Tian asked with a smile. Of course, Luo Bingning replied, laughing lightly. I'm 21 years old, born on June 8th. My birthday was just last month, so you've already missed giving me a gift. I skipped 2 grades in elementary school, went to college at 16, and graduated from Peking University last year. I'm currently running a small startup. Lin Tian was amazed. Luo Bingning was not only stunningly beautiful but also a prodigy. Skipping 2 grades and entering Peking University at 16 was incredible. Compared to her, Lin Tian felt woefully inadequate. What kind of company did you start? I'm not trying to pry, but if someone asks, it'd be awkward if I didn't know, he asked. It's a high-end cosmetics company. We're not well known in the industry yet, she said. Let us exchange WeChat contacts. I'll send you the details, she added. After exchanging contacts, Luo Bingning took Lin Tian's phone and set matching couple avatars for them. Record your fingerprint for the door lock, and I'll take you to register your face at the property management office. That way, you can come and go freely, she said. Okay, Lin Tian nodded. After registering, the property management staff whispered to each other. One of them discreetly made a phone call. Young Master Li, you asked me to keep an eye on Miss Luo. She just came in with a man, claiming he is her boyfriend, the staff member reported in a low voice. What? Are you sure? Their voice on the other end, belonging to a wealthy suitor of Luo Bingning, sounded shocked and angry. I'm certain. I heard it clearly, the staff member replied. Chapter 3, Punching Through a Wall. Back at home, Luo Bingning handed her car keys to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, I heard you got your driver's license in your sophomore year, she said. Take my car to move your stuff. I'll prepare a few dishes for lunch, and we'll eat at home. Hurry up. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning in surprise. A wealthy and privileged young lady like her knows how to cook. What kind of look is that? I enjoy making food. Today is our wedding day, after all. It's worth me stepping into the kitchen, Luo Bingning said playfully. All right, I'll go move my things. But I want to drive your car. It's not cheap, and as a novice driver, I don't want to risk damaging it, Lin Tian replied, setting down the car keys before leaving. Luo Bingning's car was a Porsche Panamera. To her, a car worth over $1,000,000 was just ordinary. But for Lin Tian, it was way too expensive. He couldn't afford to repair it if something happened. Besides, they weren't truly a couple yet. As Lin Tian walked out of the complex, he felt a wave of emotion. Life truly had its twists and turns. Yesterday, he was just an average office worker. Today, he was married to Luo Bingning and had even become a martial arts grandmaster. Young Master Li, I've sent you the photos, a security guard said quietly into his phone. About the 5,000 yuan you promised. Not far from the complex, the guard had secretly taken photos of Lin Tian and sent them out. Are you sure it's him? The clothes he is wearing aren't even worth 500 yuan. Young Master Li, a wealthy suitor of Luo Bingning, quickly responded after receiving the photos. He knew the Luo family was worth billions. Luo Bingning, their sole heir, was destined to inherit everything. He couldn't believe she would marry some ordinary poor guy. Even if she wanted to, there was no way her parents would allow it. I'm absolutely sure, young Master Li, the guard reassured him. I may not be educated, but my eyesight is excellent. I wouldn't dare lie to you. How would I survive in S city if I did? Satisfied, Li Feng transferred 10,000 yuan to the guard. Keep an eye on them for me. Do your job well, and there'll be more benefits in the future. Mess up, and you can forget about working in S city. Ending the call, Li Feng stared at the photos of Lin Tian. No matter how he looked, Lin Tian seemed plain ordinary clothes, slightly above average looks, and not even 6 feet tall. There were countless guys like him on the streets. Could he be just a decoy? Maybe Luo Bingning picked someone average to keep things simple, so she could get rid of him easily later. Li Feng mused. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. Over the past 3 years, he had never seen Luo Bingning close to any man. On the subway, Lin Tian was lost in thought. How should he make money? His current job paid just 5,000 yuan a month. That was fine for living modestly, but in S city, it wasn't enough to support a family. Besides, he had promised Luo Bingning he'd cover half of the rent, 40,000 yuan a month. Even if she didn't accept it, he wanted to earn that much to contribute to household expenses like utilities, food, and a housekeeper. With my martial arts skills, I could easily work as a bodyguard. Top-tier bodyguards make tens of thousands a month, he thought. But if I work as a bodyguard, people might mock Luo Bingning for marrying someone beneath her. He dismissed the idea. Opening a martial arts studio. It sounded possible, but he didn't know the qualifications needed. Plus, teaching others wasn't easy. Internal energy took years to cultivate. Without it, most techniques would just be flashy. Suddenly, something caught his eye, someone live streaming. These days, top live streamers made a fortune. Lin Tian realized he could leverage his martial arts skills to gain followers. With his abilities, he could perform knife-throwing stunts, hitting targets perfectly from 100 meters away. At 10 meters, he could slice the wings off a flying fly with a throwing knife. If he opted for outdoor streaming, extreme stunts would be a breeze for him. However, he wasn't keen on constantly being in front of a camera. Wait, I don't have to show my face. I can wear a mask. Staying mysterious might even work better. A smile spread across Lin Tian's face. With his skills, gaining 1 million followers wouldn't be difficult. Even without endorsements or ads, tips alone could provide a comfortable income. First, I'll move today. Tomorrow, I'll resign from my job, Lin Tian decided. His current job was exhausting and poorly paid. If not for the need to survive in S City, he would quit long ago. After transferring between 3 subway lines, Lin Tian finally reached his rented apartment on the outskirts of the city. As he approached the door, his landlord stepped out. Lin, starting next month, the rent will go up by 200 yuan. If you agree, you can stay. If not, pack up and leave within the next 2 days, the landlord announced. Lin Tian's face darkened. You entered my apartment without my permission. It's my property. Why wouldn't I? The landlord retorted smugly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian replied, Fine, I want to renew the lease. Return my deposit, and I'll move out today. The landlord's expression changed. He had wanted to raise the rent, not lose a tenant. If Lin Tian left, it might take time to find a new renter. You can move out, but there's damage to the apartment. If you leave now, you won't get a penny of your deposit back, the landlord said coldly. What damage? Show me, Lin Tian demanded as he walked inside. Here, and here, the landlord pointed at 2 random spots. Lin Tian smirked. Those spots were already damaged when he moved in. And this wall here is damaged too, Lin Tian said, pointing to a perfectly intact wall. Then, with a loud bang, he punched the wall. The non-load-bearing wall shattered, leaving a gaping hole. How much do you think that's worth? Lin Tian asked with a faint smile. The landlord staggered back, staring at Lin Tian in horror. For someone who looked so scholarly, his punch was terrifying. If that punch had landed on the landlord, it might send him straight to the afterlife. Lin. Brother Lin, the wall was like that to begin with, the landlord stammered. And now that I think about it, those other spots were already damaged too. Pale-faced, the landlord quickly refunded Lin Tian's deposit. Chapter 4, Congratulations on your wedding, Mr. Lin. Smells amazing. As Lin Tian opened the door, he was greeted by the mouth-watering aroma of food. Lin Tian, I'm just finishing up stir-frying some vegetables. Lunch will be ready soon, Luo Bingning called out from the sofa as she stood up. Lin Tian nodded and, after putting away his belongings and washing his hands, headed to the dining area. On the table were 3 dishes and a soup, all looking impressively appetizing. Luo Bingning, your cooking skills are incredible, way better than mine, Lin Tian complimented as he glanced toward the kitchen. There, Luo Bingning, wearing an apron, was busy stir-frying. Her elegant figure added a heartwarming charm to the scene, and Lin Tian couldn't take his eyes off her. If only she could truly be my wife, Lin Tian thought to himself. What are you looking at? Luo Bingning turned around, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Tian coughed awkwardly. Just watching you cook. I never expected a rich heiress like you to be such a great cook. I'm honestly impressed. There's nothing special about it. Hurry up and get the rice ready, she said, turning back to the stove, not bothering to call him out for staring. After all, they were officially a married couple now. Got it. Lin Tian quickly scooped the rice. Luo Bingning brought out the stir-fried vegetables and fetched an expensive bottle of red wine from the wine rack. Wine? Lin Tian asked, a bit surprised. Luo Bingning nodded. Today's our wedding day, our first meal as a married couple. It's a special occasion. Lin Tian chuckled. Does this mean I might stand a chance of becoming your real husband? Luo Bingning wanted to make their wedding day memorable, even if it was only for the sake of appearances. Of course, she replied. I told you, I'm giving us a chance. But if we don't develop feelings in 3 years, I'll leave. She poured 2 glasses of wine. To you, Mr. Lin, congratulations on your wedding. To us, congratulations. Their glasses clinked lightly. Both took a small sip. Lin Tian wasn't knowledgeable about wine, but it tasted pleasant enough. Try the food and let me know what you think, Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian sampled each dish. They were all delicious. Bingning, your cooking skills are top-notch, definitely restaurant quality. I'm glad you like it. I enjoy cooking, but since I'm dieting, I can't eat too much. Lin Tian laughed. Then I'm the lucky one. As they ate, Luo Bingning spoke up, Lin Tian, I need to tell you something. My dad called earlier. He's cancelled my credit card. He knows we've registered our marriage. She nodded. I didn't hide it from my family. His stance is clear: since I'm married now, we should support ourselves. My company won't be affected, but it's still in the startup phase. I've only set a salary of 20,000 yuan for myself per month. 20,000 a month was a decent income for most, but it was a drastic downgrade for someone like Luo Bingning, who used to spend more than that on a single outfit. Your dad probably wants you to experience hardship and reconsider, Lin Tian remarked. She nodded again. That's exactly his intention. But since I promised 3 years, I'll stick to it. Originally, I planned to hire a housekeeper, but now that's out of the question. I'll handle the utilities and property fees, and you can cover our other living expenses. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Utilities and property fees will probably add up to 7 or 8,000 a month. Will you have enough left to spend? I'll manage. I just didn't expect my dad to pull this move, she admitted, a little frustrated. Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Bingning. I'll find a way to earn more money soon. Though she nodded, Luo Bingning didn't have high expectations. In her eyes, Lin Tian was an ordinary college graduate with a modest job. What could he possibly achieve in a short time? My dad also forbade me from helping you find a job, she added. That's fine. I'll figure it out on my own. Their meal continued, and most of the food ended up in Lin Tian's stomach, as his appetite had significantly increased. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Looking at the intercom screen, Lin Tian saw a stylishly dressed young woman standing at the entrance downstairs. Bingning, who's this? Luo Bingning sighed. Her name's Tang Yang. She's my best friend. She knows where I live, but I didn't expect her to show up now. She's a good person, but she'll probably give you a hard time because we're living together. Lin Tian nodded understandingly. That's only natural. After all, for Tang Yang to see her best friend suddenly living with a man would undoubtedly raise questions. If she didn't, it would mean their friendship wasn't genuine. Yang, I've unlocked the door, Luo Bingning said, pressing the intercom to grant access. A few minutes later, Tang Yang arrived. Luo Bingning opened the door to greet her. Bingning, who's this? Tang Yang asked, stunned at the sight of Lin Tian inside. This is Lin Tian, my boyfriend, Luo Bingning introduced with a smile. Lin Tian, this is Tang Yang, my best friend. She's from a martial arts family and incredibly skilled. She taught me everything I know about martial arts. Tang Yang's sharp gaze locked onto Lin Tian. She immediately felt something was off. In her eyes, Lin Tian looked entirely ordinary. How could someone like him win over Luo Bingning? Hello, Tang Yang, Lin Tian greeted politely. Tang Yang nodded slightly. Hello. Lin Tian, where are you from? What do your parents do? Where do you work? I hope you don't mind me asking. It's my duty as Bingning's best friend to ensure she's making the right choice. She's smart but can be naive at times. Before Lin Tian could answer, Luo Bingning linked arms with Tang Yang. Yang, I've already told you about him. Lin Tian, I cooked, so the dishes are yours to clean. No problem, Lin Tian replied, heading to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Tang Yang pulled Luo Bingning into the master bedroom. After hearing about Lin Tian's situation, Tang Yang was utterly dumbfounded. Bingning, are you out of your mind? Your family has billions in assets, and you're a star in your own right. Lin Tian has nothing. You're from two entirely different worlds. Tang Yang pleaded earnestly, trying to convince her friend to reconsider. Yang, stop it. My family's wealth doesn't matter to me. I just want someone who understands and cares for me. Oh. Tang Yang sighed in exasperation. She spent half an hour trying to persuade Luo Bingning, only to realize her friend was resolute. How did you two even meet? Online dating, Luo Bingning replied nonchalantly. Tang Yang. She stared blankly at her friend, utterly speechless. The heiress of the Luo family resorting to online dating? And falling so deeply in love? Unbelievable. Hand me your phone. I'm downloading an anti-fraud app for you right now. Lin Tian's probably a scammer. You can't let him take advantage of you. Tang Yang's expression turned grim. I should call Uncle Luo. If Lin Tian really is a con artist, Uncle Luo will make sure he is put behind bars. Chapter 5. Watching a movie with Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning frowned. My dad already knows, he has suspended all my credit cards. Yang Zi, don't do anything rash, you don't know Lin Tian. Tang Yang slapped her forehead. Bingning, you two are in an online relationship. Do you know him well? You are a talented girl from Peking University. You have probably been deceived by him. I'll help you get him out right now. Luo Bingning said quickly, I promised my dad that I won't sleep with him for the time being. If you mess around, I will have sex with him today. Tang Yang. Bingning, Uncle Luo must be mad. You're pretty good at business, aren't you? Even though your company hasn't fully taken off, its valuation has exceeded 100 million. What on earth do you like about him? Tang Yang persuaded earnestly. Luo Bingning, although he has no money, an average job, an average family, an average looks, as long as he loves me, that's enough. Just tell me this, but don't tell your dad. Tang Yang covered her chest with her hands, she was too tired to complain. Luo Bingning smiled and said, Okay Yang Zi, I know my limits. There are many people pursuing me, but they are basically after my family's money. Lin Tian is not. Luo Bingning really believed Lin Tian on this point. Lin Kai had no intention of marrying her at the beginning. It was she who wanted to fulfill her grandfather's wish and took the initiative to marry Lin Tian. I was defeated by you. Bingning, I just want to tell you one thing. You must lock the door when you go to bed at night, and you must not get drunk, understand? Tang Yang said weakly. Luo Bingning blinked, Yanzi, this seems to be 2 points. Tang Yang rolled her eyes at Luo Bingning. I've been pissed off by you. Bingning, even if you want to date him, you don't have to live together. If you really want to live together, how about I come and stay with you? Luo Bingning shook her head, not so good. Don't worry, I can definitely protect myself. I'll listen to you and lock the door at night. Tang Yang sighed. If anything happens, just call me and I'll be here in 10 minutes. Tang Yang does not live in this community, but her home is very close. She can reach Luo Bingning in 10 minutes by riding a motorcycle. Okay, don't talk nonsense to Lin Tian. I won't say anything, but sooner or later I will catch him by the tail. The two women came out of the room, and Lin Tian had finished washing the dishes. Handsome Lin, you and Bingning met online. Now that you know she's a wealthy woman, how do you feel? Tang Yang looked like a curious baby. She wanted to expose Lin Tian's true colors during the conversation. Lin Tian glanced at Luo Bingning. He and Luo Bingning had discussed online romance when they were having dinner, but he didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. My feeling is that soft rice is really delicious. I never thought that with my looks, I would have a chance to be a gigolo. Lin Tian said jokingly. Tang Yang, knowing Bingning's situation, don't you feel stressed? Everything Bingning eats and uses is not cheap. She has quite a few suitors, including some who are the children of officials and the rich. If they knew that Bingning was pursued by you, they would be very angry. Luo Bingning hurriedly said, Yanzi, don't deliberately scare Lin Tian. Lin Tian, there are indeed second-generation officials and rich people chasing me, but they are not that scary. There is no need for them to commit crimes. They also know that if they mess around, there will be no hope, and if they do so, they will become a joke in the circle. Tang Yan rolled her eyes secretly. Luo Bingning actually ruined her plan. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to talk to Lin Tian alone and let Lin Tian leave on his own initiative. Bingning, I won't be a light bulb anymore. Bye. Tang Yang left quickly. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning were together, so it was inconvenient for her to move. Lin Tian, based on my understanding of Tang Yang, she will probably look for you in the future. She may even deliberately say something to provoke you and make you leave. Lin Tian nodded, she seems to really care about you, I won't bother with her. There are some good movies recently, do you want to go and watch it? Watching a movie. Okay. Luo Bingning considered it for a moment and nodded. She had never been to a movie with a boy before, but she agreed to give it a chance. Of course, she couldn't refuse when Lin Tian asked her to see a movie for the first time. Besides, they are getting married today, so it might be nice to go out and see a movie. Both of them were drunk, and Lin Tian and the others took a taxi to the mall. Brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Buy her a bunch of roses. At the entrance of the shopping mall, a little girl approached and spoke crisply. Then have one. Lin Tian said with a smile. Lin Tian spent $10 to buy a rose and gave the flower to Luo Bingning. Thanks. Luo Bingning smiled and said, this one is enough. We are short of money now, so please don't spend money to buy a whole bunch of flowers. Lin Tian nodded. There isn't much money in his bank account now, so he won't try to pretend to have more. Soon Lin Tian and his friends arrived at the cinema. Bingning, please go sit over there for a while. I'll go line up to get the tickets. Good. Luo Bingning nodded. Not long after Lin Tian got his ticket, a man appeared beside him. Lin Tian, right. Someone wants to have a good talk with you. You'd better be sensible. Lin Tian frowned secretly, thinking that the person who wanted to talk to him might be Luo Bingning's suitor. He didn't expect that he would be targeted by her suitor so soon. I'm afraid there are spies from the other side in the community. Such a thought flashed through Lin Tian's mind. You can talk if you want. The movie is about to start. Let's talk after Bingning and I finish watching the movie. You probably don't want Bingning to know, right? Don't play tricks, or you'll suffer the consequences. The man next to Lin Tian left, and Lin Tian came to Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning was just looking at her phone and she didn't notice what happened. Bingning, do you want popcorn? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning shook her head. Popcorn makes you fat, I don't eat it. Let's go in then. The time was almost up, and Lin Tian and his friends quickly checked their tickets and entered the theater. Master Feng, Lin Tian said we can talk after the movie. I didn't want to alarm Miss Luo, so I didn't dare to force her. We may have to wait. The man who threatened Lin Tian came to a young man. The young man's name is Li Feng, and he is the Li Xiao that the community security guard contacted. He asked a private detective to investigate Lin Tian. The private detective gave him detailed information in 2 or 3 hours. Lin Tian was an ordinary person, so it was very easy to investigate. After seeing Lin Tian's information, Li Feng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Luo Bingning is a favored daughter of heaven. In the future, all of Luo family's hundreds of billions of assets will belong to her. Lin Tian's information shows that he is as ordinary as can be. But now Luo Bingning is actually living with Lin Tian. You bastard! Li Feng cursed in his heart that Lin Tian, an ordinary person, actually made him wait. What movie are they watching? Go buy me a ticket. Okay, Master Feng. Not long after, Li Feng got the movie ticket. He entered the theater and soon found Lin Tian and Luo Bingning sitting together. Switch seats with you, this is my ticket. Li Feng paid to change his seat, so that he could see Lin Tian and the others from where he Saturday. Chapter 6 Another treasure chest has arrived. The movie started soon, and it was an action blockbuster. In the past, Lin Tian liked to watch this kind of action movies very much. The punches were very exciting and thrilling. But now he frowned from time to time after watching for a while. After becoming a martial arts master, he found many fights too childish and trifling, and many actions were completely unreasonable. If I become a martial arts director, I can probably make a lot of money. But compared to making money from live streaming, the money a martial arts director makes is definitely much less. Lin Tian was thinking and he started to daydream. Luo Bingning was watching the movie attentively. She learned martial arts, and unlike other girls, she liked this kind of action blockbuster. At the rear left, Li Feng kept staring at Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian already knew that Li Feng was staring at them, but he didn't care. Even if Luo Bingning was just an ordinary girl, there would be no shortage of people chasing after her given her looks, not to mention that the Luo family also possessed amazing assets. Halfway through the movie, Luo Bingning noticed something unusual. She turned her head by chance and caught a glimpse of Li Feng who was staring at them. Li Feng quickly lowered his head. The light in the cinema was dim and he hoped that Luo Bingning didn't see him clearly, but Luo Bingning recognized him at the first moment. Li Feng. Luo Bingning frowned secretly. 3 years ago, Li Feng saw her by chance and pursued her in various ways. Luo Bingning rejected him many times but she still pestered him. Luo Bingning knew Li Feng's background. His family had assets worth 300 to 500 million, which was already very rich for ordinary people. But 300 or 500 million is far from what the Luo family has. Lin Tian, we must hold hands publicly in the future. Let's try it now. Luo Bingning leaned her head closer to Lin Tian and whispered. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. How could he refuse such a good thing? Luo Bingning stretched out her hand, and Lin Tian reached out and held Luo Bingning's jade hand. Luo Bingning's hand trembled slightly, she was not used to this. But they are married, and holding hands is normal. Will they never hold hands in front of outsiders in the future? It's just a handshake, it's okay. We are married. If we are not allowed to touch each other's hands, that would be too unreasonable. It would be better not to waste his time. Luo Bingning muttered to herself, and her hands gradually relaxed. Lin Tian's heart beat faster. Luo Bingning's small hand was soft and smooth, and very comfortable to hold. This was the first time he held a girl's hand. The other party is a goddess like Luo Bingning. A black treasure chest slowly emerged above Luo Bingning's head. This black treasure chest was not as exquisite as the previous silver treasure chest. The original one was a silver treasure chest, but this is a black iron treasure chest. Lin Tian muttered to himself and observed the others. The others were watching the movie attentively. The black iron treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head was very obvious, but the people sitting in the back did not notice anything unusual. This treasure chest appeared when I shook hands with Bingning. The previous treasure chest appeared just as we entered the house. Is there any pattern between them? Lin Tian thought about it, but he couldn't figure it out. If Luo Bingning was emotionally affected, why didn't it appear above her head when she received the certificate? If it was an intimate contact, the treasure chest appeared just after she entered the room and before she hugged. Bingning, there's a mosquito. Lin Tian said as he let go of Luo Bingning's hand and waved it towards her head. The black iron treasure chest disappeared the instant it touched his hand. Putting his hand down, Lin Tian held Luo Bingning's hand again, interlocking their fingers. Luo Bingning looked down at her and Lin Tian's hands. There was a big difference between holding hands normally and interlocking their fingers. This guy is quite courageous. Luo Bingning murmured in her heart. She hesitated for a moment and did not pull back her hand. After all, today was the special day for them to get their marriage certificate. This is just the first time, and it won't happen again. Luo Bingning leaned closer to Lin Tian and whispered. She said and turned her head away, forcing herself to focus back on the movie. It's not bad to find such a skill in a black iron level treasure chest. Lin Tian muttered to himself. A lot of information about the Erhu flooded into his mind. The black iron treasure chest that opened contained the Erhu master skill. It took Lin Tian 10 minutes to digest the skills he had acquired. The Erhu master gave him about 50 years of Erhu experience. His current Erhu level is far beyond that of ordinary Erhu enthusiasts. It is estimated that there are no more than 10 people in the country whose Erhu level is higher than his. If I play a piece of music in the park now, it will probably make a lot of old men and women cry. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Before they knew it, the movie was over and Lin Tian stood up holding Luo Bingning's hand. Fuck! Li Feng's eyes almost popped out. He couldn't see when he was sitting, but now he could see clearly that Lin Tian and Luo Bingning were actually holding hands, with their fingers intertwined. Lin Tian, I'm going to fuck your uncle. Li Feng cursed wildly in his heart. He was extremely angry. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning seemed to be a real couple. If they lived together, they may have already slept with each other. Luo Bingning's first time was probably taken by Lin Tian. Thinking of this, Li Feng became more and more angry. Lin Tian, wait for me outside. Go to the bathroom. After leaving the theater, Luo Bingning said to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian nodded and went out first. Li Feng came out and Luo Bingning came in front of him with a cold face. Li Feng, Lin Tian is my boyfriend. If you dare to mess around, I will do everything I can to make your Li family go bankrupt within half a year. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Luo Bingning threatened. Li Feng's face was grim. Bingning, Lin Tian is just an ordinary person, his family background is also ordinary, he is not worthy of you doing this. Luo Bingning said coldly, remember what I said. Also, if you tell others that you want to kill someone with a borrowed knife, I will also settle the score with you. Is there anyone you arranged in the community? Tell him to get out of here. If you continue to spy on us, you will have to bear the consequences. After saying this, Luo Bingning turned and left. Li Feng clenched his teeth. He wanted to be tougher, but he really couldn't be tough. The gap in strength between their Li family and the Luo family was too great. Boy, you know what's best for you. Come with me, my boss will be here to talk to you soon. Outside the theater, the man who had threatened Lin Tian appeared. In his opinion, Lin Tian came out before Luo Bingning as a sign of obedience. Lead the way. Lin Tian said calmly. The man took Lin Tian to a secluded place and said with a fierce smile, "Boy, if a toad wants to eat swan meat, do you know what will happen?" "I don't know, can you teach me?" Lin Tian looked calm. "As long as the other party dares to attack, he will beat him so badly that even his mother won't be able to recognize him." Ding ding, ding ding. The man was just about to teach Lin Tian a lesson when his cell phone rang. It was Li Feng calling. He quickly took out his cell phone and answered the call. "You haven't taught Lin Tian a lesson yet. Let him go." Li Feng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. "Boy, you're lucky." The man left quickly after saying a few words. Lin Tian was thinking, Luo Bingning probably discovered the other party. The other party suddenly gave up, it should be Luo Bingning putting pressure on the other party. TSK, it feels good to have a wife protecting you. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. Chapter 7, Time to Make Money. "Lin Tian, where did you go just now?" When the two met, Luo Bingning looked Lin Tian up and down. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief that Lin Tian didn't seem to have been beaten. "I came out feeling like going to the bathroom." Lin Tian explained that he didn't say what had just happened. "Lin Tian, I just received a call. I have to go to the company for something. I won't be back for dinner. You have to take care of dinner yourself." Luo Bingning left in a hurry after saying this. As the boss of the company, even though today was Sunday, there were some things that she needed to handle personally. "I have to hurry up and make money." Lin Tian went to a store and bought a mask that suited him. This mask can cover his entire face, and he can also use his internal energy to change his voice, so even acquaintances would not be able to recognize him. After opening the Huiyin app, Lin Tian blocked and deleted more than a dozen of his fans. Then he turned on all the privacy settings. Huiyin app is the largest short video platform in China, with huge traffic, and the top anchors are all making a lot of money. Lin Tian didn't have such high requirements. It would be good enough if he could earn a little money every month to cover his and Luo Bingning's daily expenses. "If you make a lot of money, don't you still have a wife? Which direction is it going to go?" Lin Tian pondered. If he had not acquired the Erhu skills, he would definitely have developed into outdoor activities or martial arts. Now he has another choice. I don't know which one has more fans. Soon Lin Tian found several hosts who played the Erhu well and had millions of fans, while martial arts hosts had far fewer fans. This situation surprised Lin Tian very much. He thought the latter had more fans. Is it because the Erhu is a traditional culture and has traffic support, while the flying knife, which can easily lead children astray, has much less traffic? Lin Tian thought about it and felt that this possibility was not small. These guys play the Erhu well, but they are far from being masters. If I develop in this direction, I should be able to get a lot of fans. It shouldn't be a problem to earn a living. Lin Tian made up his mind to develop in this direction first. As a martial arts anchor and outdoor anchor, he needs to run around and think about the content, but he can just find a place to sit down and play a song on the Erhu. Buy an Erhu first. Half an hour later, Lin Tian arrived at a musical instrument store. "Sir, what musical instrument would you like to buy?" The boss came over to greet me. Lin Tian saw the Erhu hanging on the wall and asked, "Boss, do you have any Erhu of good quality for less than 2,000 yuan? A cheap Erhu can be bought for a few $100s, but his Erhu is at the master level after all, and that kind of Erhu is really not up to his level. As for the expensive ones, he was short of money and couldn't afford them. Customers, of course. But if you are novice, I recommend you just buy a few hundred. There is no need to waste money. The boss is honest and authentic." Lin Tian smiled and said, "Boss, you open the door to do business, but you still persuade customers to buy cheap ones. Don't you want to make more money?" The boss shook his head. "Of course I want to make money, but I don't want good things to be wasted. 99% of the time, people buy things and use them less than 3 times. Some people buy things and don't know how to use them, but still insist on returning them because of quality problems." At this point the boss sighed. He likes traditional musical instruments very much, but traditional musical instruments are now in decline. "Boss, I know a thing or two about Erhu." Lin Tian smiled. The boss nodded and said, "Then I'll recommend one to you. Take a look at this red sandalwood Erhu. It has dense wood, crisp and bright sound, and no dead sound. It can be used in grade examinations and competitions. The original price of this sword was over $2,000, but it was sold and returned. If you want it, take it for $1,500. Lin Tian: boss, can I try? Certainly. When Lin Tian took over the Erhu, the boss' eyes lit up. From Lin Tian's movements when he took the Erhu, he could tell that Lin Tian was an expert. I've never touched it before, but it feels like I've been touching it for decades. Lin Tian felt emotional. He sat down and tried to play slowly. He did not show master-level performance, but was much better than the average Erhu enthusiast. An old man in tang suit arrived at the stairs on the second floor. He listened quietly, with approval in his eyes from time to time. At the end of the song, the old man in tang suit clapped his hands and said, "Young man, I didn't expect that at your age, your level is so high. I wonder who your teacher is." The boss quickly said, "Sir, this is an old senior. He is a professor at the university and has great attainments in the Erhu." "Senior, I don't have a teacher." Lin Tian stood up and shook his head. The old man in tang suit was even more surprised. It was rare for someone so young to reach such a level without a teacher. "Boss, this is it. Please pack it for me." After playing a tune, Lin Tian felt that this Erhu was pretty good and the boss was not fooling him. Okay. The boss took the Erhu and quickly put it into his backpack. "Young man, let's add each other on WeChat. If you have any questions about the Erhu, you are welcome to contact me at any time. My last name is Wu." The old man in tang suit is very fond of talents. "Okay, Mr. Wu." Lin Tian added the old man in tang suit on WeChat before leaving. "Mr. Wu, this young man is amazing. I have been playing the Erhu for 20 years, but my level is about the same as this young man's." The boss exclaimed. The old man in tang suit shook his head. "You are not as good as him. He just got this Erhu and his level has not been fully utilized. With his talent, he might become a master in time." There was a look of shock in the boss's eyes. He didn't expect that the old man in tang suit would have such a high opinion of Lin Tian. "I'm leaving." The old man in tang suit walked away. How could Mr. Wu and the shop owner know that Lin Tian had already reached the master level? He just hid his strength. Half an hour later, Lin Tian arrived at an empty place by the river. Lin Tian did not record the video immediately, but started practicing first. After 3 times, he was already able to use the Erhu with ease. A song about horse racing for everyone. Lin Tian put on the mask and started recording the video. Soon the song ended and Lin Tian checked it. The recording effect of the mobile phone was not particularly good, but it was enough for short videos. Erquin Ying Yu, for everyone. Lin Tian quickly started recording the second video. After recording 10 videos in a row, Lin Tian finished. He uploaded 2 videos every day. These videos were enough for him to use for 5 days. I hope there will be recommendations. I don't have money to buy traffic. Lin Tian muttered to himself, and quickly uploaded 2 of the videos. The video was quickly reviewed. The first level traffic pool has 300 views, and big data quickly began to push Lin Tian's videos to people who like this type of video. If the data of 300 exposures are garbage, then it will be a complete failure. Why do you wear a mask while playing the Erhu? Ling Shui is an Erhu enthusiast, and she saw one of the videos uploaded by Lin Tian. Lin Tian was wearing a mask and his stats were poor, so she wanted to just brush him off, but curiosity made her stay a little longer. Chapter 8, The Number of Fans Surges. Ling Shui stared blankly at Lin Tian in the video. She is just an Erhu enthusiast and can't play the Erhu herself, but after listening to many performances, she does have some appreciation level. Lin Tian's song, Horse Racing, made her blood boil, and the majestic momentum made her feel as if she was really galloping on a horse. So amazing. The anchors I follow can't compare to him. Ling Shui quickly clicked on Lin Tian's profile picture. Seeing there was another work inside, she immediately looked at it carefully. Amazing. This song is amazing too. This is a treasure anchor. Ling Shui was excited. She quickly followed Lin Tian, liked, commented, collected and forwarded the post, and arranged everything for Lin Tian. Everyone, I found a big guy. Ling Shui joined a group of Erhu enthusiasts and she quickly recommended it to others. Is this true or false? Whether it's true or not, since it's recommended by Miss Ling, I have to take a look. Yes, arrange it right away. Several people online in the group responded to Ling Shui. Ling Shui had posted photos in the group and she was a beautiful woman. If this person is not a big shot, I will send you welfare photos. After Ling Shui said this, some people in the group quickly clicked on the link she shared. After watching the two videos, they were all very excited. Oh my god, this guy is really a big shot. I feel like this guy is better than all the anchors I follow. Your feeling is correct. Those anchors are far inferior to this big guy. This big guy is probably only at the master level. It's a pity that we can't see the welfare photos of the beautiful Ling. People in the group were talking about it, and some of them even joined other groups. They quickly recommended the video to other groups. Grandpa, please take a look at this video. Is this Erhu host at the master level? In a villa, a girl of about 16 or 17 years old came to her grandfather. Her grandfather was actually the old man whom Lin Tian had met. How can it be so easy to become a master? Your grandfather has played the Erhu all my life, and only in the past 2 years has he become a master. Mr. Wu said with a smile. Grandpa, look at him. I think he pulls better than you. Mr. Wu took the tablet and clicked play. After listening to the song, Mr. Wu played it again. He couldn't believe it. According to his judgment, the other party was indeed at the master level. The other party's recording equipment was average, and his Erhu was also average, but Mr. Wu could still tell that he truly had the strength of a master. Old Wu stared at Lin Tian's Erhu in the video. This Erhu looks a little familiar. Could it be Xiaolin? This thought popped up in Old Wu's mind, but he quickly denied it. Lin Tian's level was not that strong, and Lin Tian was too young. Even if Lin Tian started practicing since his mother's womb, he might not be able to become a master. Grandpa, he still has a video. The girl reminded. Mr. Wu clicked on the second video and watched it twice. Xiaoye, you're right. His level is higher than Grandpa's. Mr. Wu admitted frankly. Real. The girl was extremely surprised. Elder Wu nodded. His level is indeed higher than Grandpa's, and the gap is obvious. Grandpa has only just reached the master level. He's way ahead of Grandpa. The girl said, Grandpa, even though he's wearing a mask, judging by his voice and hands, he should be under 40 years old. Old Wu nodded. Xiaoye, please log into Grandpa's Weibo account and repost it. The number of likes for such a high level is too few. Okay, Grandpa. The girl quickly sent a Weibo message for Mr. Wu. As an Erhu master and university professor, many people follow Mr. Wu, and after seeing his recommendation, they flocked to Lin Tian's video. All the data in Lin Tian's video suddenly rose. Boss, I have a video with abnormal data. After checking, I found that this video was recommended by Erhu master Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu said that the other party's level is higher than his. A level 5 operations staff member from Huayin sent a message in the group. Soon a level 4 operations team leader came over. His eyes lit up after watching the video. The video's data are very good, and it is recommended by Mr. Wu. According to his experience, both videos have the potential to be hits. Quick, give these two videos a level 4 exposure. The first exposure only has 300 views, and the fourth level exposure has 100,000 to 120,000 views. His authority is limited to the fourth level exposure. Boss, we found at least an S-level video. Soon the fourth level operations team leader reported the news to his superior. His supervisor is a level 3 regional director. The third level regional supervisor is responsible for level 5 and level 6 traffic recommendations. The Erhu master quietly moved in. The third level supervisor quickly watched the video and was shocked. 2 Erhu masters had already left messages in the video comment section. Both Mr. Wu and another master judged that the other party was at the master level. Immediately give these 2 videos a level 6 traffic. The third level supervisor immediately responded that this was not normally against the rules, but with the endorsement of 2 Erhu masters, he would have no problem giving the other party level 6 traffic. Lin Tian returned home. He didn't check his phone and had no idea that his 2 videos had gone viral, with more than 300,000 likes. I have 5 days to post all 10 videos I recorded. I don't know if I can get 50,000 followers, which is the amount I need to start live streaming. Lin Tian muttered to himself. After buying the Erhu, he only had about 5,000 yuan left in his bank card, which was not enough to support the living expenses of 2 people for long. It's not right for others to eat cabbage and radish when living in such a nice house like Luo Bingning. I wonder if the number of likes has exceeded 100. Lin Tian took out his cell phone. He was a little nervous because this was related to whether he could make money and support his wife. Lin Tian's eyes widened when he clicked on his own video. The 2 videos received more than 300,000 likes, more than 150,000 comments, and more than 200,000 reposts. The number of fans has reached 300,000. Lin Tian couldn't believe it. He quickly looked at the background data and found that the total number of views of the 2 videos combined had reached more than 6 million. What's going on? Is Huiyin crazy? Lin Tian was puzzled. Even if his skills were good and these 2 videos had the potential to become popular, they shouldn't have gained popularity so quickly. I see. Lin Tian finally understood after reading the comments. Mr. Wu and another Erhu master recommended him, saying that he had the level of a master. In this case, Huiyin would definitely give him a lot. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Lin Tian replied in the comments section to thank the 2 masters. Do you want to release the rest of the videos? Lin Tian thought to himself, and after thinking about it, he decided to give up. Posting 2 videos a day would better maintain the popularity of the account. This many fans already meet the requirements for live streaming. But let's wait a little longer for the first live broadcast. I think we can gain a lot of fans. Lin Tian hopes that his first live broadcast will be an instant hit. Bite. The WeChat message rang. It was a message from Mr. Wu. Xiaolin, is the masked man on Huiyin you? Mr. Wu felt that the possibility was not high, but he still asked with a glimmer of hope. Mr. Wu, the masked man is me. I don't want my life to be disturbed. Please keep it a secret. Thank you for your help and recommendation. Lin Tian replied. It's actually Xiaolin. Seeing Lin Tian's reply, Mr. Wu was shocked. Chapter 9, 1 million breakup fee. Xiaolin, I didn't expect it was really you. We old guys are relieved to see someone as capable as you among the young people. Mr. Wu was shocked and then delighted. There is no younger Erhu master, and he was really afraid that the tradition would be cut off. Lin Tian's sudden appearance made him feel much more relieved. Mr. Wu, I still have a lot to learn from seniors like you. You are so capable yet so humble. That's great. Xiaolin, I'll talk to the other old guys and ask them to recommend you. Mr. Wu quickly called a Erhu master. Half an hour later, Mr. Wu contacted several Erhu masters in turn, all of whom were respected seniors in this field. Director, 5 more Erhu masters have spoken out. They all agree that the masked man has the strength of an Erhu master. The 3rd level supervisor in charge of Lin Tian's video reported. Give him level 7 traffic no, give him level 8 traffic directly. The director gritted his teeth. The maximum level 7 traffic is 11 million, the level 8 traffic is 3,000 to 35 million, and the highest level 9 traffic has no upper limit. Director, isn't it too much to give level 8 traffic directly? Should we wait and see the reaction of level 7 traffic pool? The 3rd level supervisor said hesitantly. He reported it, so if the effect is not good, he also has some responsibility. The director shook his head and said, 7 masters jointly recommended it. We should not judge by the monks, but by the Buddhas. Moreover, the higher-ups have been asking us to promote traditional culture. Okay, director. Lin Tian's video was immediately pushed to more people by big data. Many people may not like the Erhu, but Lin Tian's data is very good, so they will more or less stop and watch. The master-level can make many passers-by become fans. I don't like the Erhu, but this one is absolutely amazing. It's so bad, it's just a noise, I say it myself. The knife has been stabbed in, bury him upstairs. With greater promotion, the data of the 2 videos increased dramatically. Lin Tian refreshed from time to time. 400,000, 500,000, 600,000. The number of fans continued to increase. In less than 2 hours, the number of fans exceeded 1 million and was still increasing. The million fans were achieved so quickly. Lin Tian murmured to himself that with so many fans, it would not be a problem for him to earn some living expenses, and he would not have to live off others all the time. Soft rice smells delicious, but eating it for a long time is bad for your teeth. Ding ding, ding ding. A call came in, from an unfamiliar number. Hello. Lin Tian answered the call. Mr. Lin Tian, I'm from Huayin Company. We want to sign you. After signing, you will get stable traffic support. Lin Tian asked, after signing the contract, do I have to live stream for a certain amount of time every day as stipulated in the contract? Yes, Mr. Lin Tian, the rights and obligations are equal. Live streaming for a certain length of time every day will also be good for you. Lin Tian thought for a while and said, I'm sorry, I'm not considering signing a contract for now. If I have an idea, I will give priority to you. Mr. Lin Tian, think about it again. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian calmed down. It is impossible to sign a contract, I can only muddle through. For him, making money is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to get something for free from Luo Bingning. Even if you only get a black iron treasure chest, it will be very valuable. I'm afraid the Luo family doesn't want Bingning to be with an internet celebrity. It's best to keep my fame a secret for now and get more treasure chests first. Lin Tian said in his heart. The Luo family at least allows them to live together now. If they knew that he had become an internet celebrity, they might have forcibly separated them. It would be almost impossible to get the treasure chest from Luo Bingning without her. Gulu, gurgle. His stomach suddenly growled at this moment, and Lin Tian touched his stomach. He had been paying attention to the dater just now and had not even had dinner yet. Going downstairs, Lin Tian arrived at an ordinary restaurant nearby. He would spend 80 or 90 yuan for just 2 dishes. If he wasn't popular, he really wouldn't be willing to spend so much on a meal by himself. Half an hour later, Lin Tian was almost done eating. Lin Tian, let's talk. Someone pulled out a chair opposite Lin Tian and sat down. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Feng. I am Bingning's suitor. My family owns several companies with assets worth hundreds of millions. Li Feng looked a little condescending. It's amazing, so what? Lin Tian looked very calm. Li Feng sneered in his heart. He had people investigate and found out clearly that Lin Tian was an ordinary person and must be pretending to be calm at this moment. Here's a check for $500,000. Luo Bingning is just hot-headed for a moment, she will soon come to her senses. Take this money and get away from her. Li Feng pushed a cash check in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian chuckled and said, Li Feng, threats don't work, so you resort to this method. 500,000 is really a lot. Lin Tian, your monthly salary is less than 5,000 yuan, and you won't be able to earn back 500,000 yuan in 10 years. Although the Luo family is rich, it is impossible for you to get 500,000 yuan from Luo Bingning. Li Feng stared at Lin Tian and said in a deep voice, I don't know what kind of sweet words you use to deceive Luo Bingning, but you won't be able to deceive for long. If you don't get the money by then, you will be in big trouble. Lin Tian said calmly, Li Feng, forgive me for being blunt, even if you spend money to drive me away, do you think you can catch up with Bingning? Take your money and get out of my sight. Li Feng's face darkened. 1 million. Li Feng said coldly. As long as Lin Tian is driven away from Luo Bingning, it will be easy to deal with Lin Tian, and the money spent should be recoverable. Lin Tian, if you don't leave, I'll call Bingning. Li Feng stood up with a dark face. Lin Tian, this is my business card. Please think about it. My promise will be valid for 3 days. I will give you 1 million when you leave. Li Feng collected the check and put down a business card. Changxing Group, Li Feng. Lin Tian picked up the business card and looked at it. The information on it was very simple. Apart from this, there was only Li Feng's mobile phone number. Lin Tian picked up his phone and checked. Changxing Group is engaged in catering business with a registered capital of 50 million. The company is not listed and not much useful information can be found. Mr. Lin, where have you been? When I got home, Luo Bingning was already there. She was watching TV in her home clothes. When she saw Lin Tian come in, she asked, Let's have dinner downstairs. Bingning, you are quite valuable. Li Feng offered me 1 million to leave you. Lin Tian smiled as he changed his shoes. When he came in the morning, his slippers were not there, but now they were there, and they were neatly placed at the door. Li Feng is looking for you again. Luo Bingning frowned. As long as Li Feng didn't do anything rash and simply used money to lure Lin Tian away, there was nothing she could do. If Lin Tian was lured away, it means they are not destined to be together. Chapter 10, The Prejudice of Luo Bingning's Parents. Lin Tian, did Li Feng do anything else that was inappropriate? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian shook his head. No, you just want to use money to drive me away. A mere 1 million, isn't that looking down on you? I think you can sell it for at least 100 million. Luo Bingning rolled her beautiful eyes at Lin Tian. After taking a shower, Lin Tian returned to the living room. Luo Bingning was curled up on the sofa watching a TV show. No new treasure chest appeared above her head. Bingning, I'm going to find a new job. What kind of jobs do your parents have prejudices against? I want to learn more about them and avoid pitfalls. Lin Tian sat down on another sofa and asked. Luo Bingning thought for a moment and said, illegal work is definitely not an option. Besides, they have some prejudices against the entertainment industry. Besides that, there's basically nothing else. They are quite open-minded in this regard, so you don't have to feel any pressure. Lin Tian. The internet celebrity is considered half a member of the entertainment industry, so it is better for him to hide his identity as the masked man for the time being. Even if he and Luo Bingning cannot be together, if he can get more wool and get a few more treasure chests, his life will be much more comfortable in the future. Lin Tian, don't let the desire to make quick money affect your life plan. If we have money, we should spend more. If we don't have money, we should spend less. Luo Bingning reminded Lin Tian. Don't worry, it won't affect you. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian in confusion. Lin Tian chuckled and said, as long as you don't have a life plan, you will definitely not be affected. Don't you think this makes sense? Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian speechlessly. It made so much sense, she couldn't refute it at all. Bingning, ordinary people are not like rich people. You don't worry about money, and your parents help you plan your life. For ordinary people, making money is the most important thing. Getting married, buying a house, having children, everything requires money. It's not easy to survive. What is life planning? Luo Bingning was silent for a while and said, I will try my best to make the company profitable within a year, and then I will be able to get dividends. Even if the credit card is still blocked, we will have money to use. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning is a really nice girl. After he said this, Luo Bingning did not look down on him, but comforted him instead. What are you looking at? Luo Bingning said it a little unnaturally. Well, nothing. You continue watching TV. I'm going back to my room. I'll lock the door. If you need anything, just knock on the door and I'll be out soon. Lin Tian stood up and said. His figure disappeared and a faint smile appeared on Luo Bingning's face. In her opinion, Lin Tian did this to make it easier for her to lock the door. Although Lin Tian is not very handsome, he is not annoying either. Luo Bingning said secretly in her heart. After entering the room, Lin Tian sat cross-legged and began to practice. Luo Bingning thought too much and wondered if it was really necessary to lock the door as he said. He became a martial arts master, and also obtained a method for practicing martial arts. By practicing according to the method, his strength could be improved to a certain extent. The martial art that Lin Tian practiced was called Kanhaiju. The core idea of Kanhaiju was that the heaven and earth were infinite, and one should absorb the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. After practicing for half a cycle, Lin Tian finally felt a trace of power entering his body, and this power began to move forward and be tempered in his meridians. After getting the treasure chest, Lin Tian directly became a martial arts master. His internal strength improved very quickly and he could complete a cycle in 1 hour. I'm improving so slowly. 3 hours passed in a flash. Lin Tian opened his eyes. He felt that time passed very quickly when he was practicing. The effect of his practice was actually quite good. If he persisted in practicing for 20 years, Lin Tian estimated that he could become a martial arts grandmaster. In the fantasy world, a martial arts grandmaster is nothing, but in the city, his being a martial arts grandmaster is already pretty awesome. I wonder if I can get the golden martial arts treasure chest in the future. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Although the effect of cultivation is not bad, compared with the direct improvement from obtaining a treasure chest, the difference in one's own cultivation is not even a little bit. Lin Tian got up, turned off the lights and went to sleep. I don't know how many fans there are. Lin Tian opened his phone and soon his eyes widened. When he was having dinner, he only had a little over 1 million fans, but now it has exceeded 2 million. At this rate, it is likely to reach 3 million tomorrow. How come it's improving so fast? Lin Tian went to the comment section to look for the answer, and soon he discovered that a total of 8 Erhu masters had praised him. Just they themselves can bring him many fans. Besides, since the 8 Erhu masters are working together, Huiyin has to give them some face and will definitely arrange enough traffic for them. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. The posts of the 8 masters were all pushed to the front. Lin Tian thanked them one by one, and he would always remember their kindness in his heart. The Erhu is just a toy played by beggars on the street. It is not worthy of being in a formal setting. If we talk about art, we have to go up against piano, violin, etc. Master? You are rat who is afraid to see people wearing a mask. You think this tacky thing is worthy of being called art? Lin Tian scrolled down and found many favorable comments, but there were also some disgusting ones, most of which had many likes. What era are we in? The moon is still rounder in foreign countries. Lin Tian shook his head secretly. Some people cannot get up after kneeling for so long that their bones have become soft. Send 2 more songs. It was already past 12 o'clock, and Lin Tian quickly uploaded the other 2 songs. In just a few seconds, the 2 songs were approved. Huiyin pushed the message to Lin Tian's fans as soon as possible. Hey, Master has a new video. It's worth it that I went to bed so late, har har har. The number of views and likes of both videos increased rapidly. Instead of continuing to stare at the data, Lin Tian turned off his phone and went to sleep. He just lay in bed and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Today was like a dream to him. First, he and Luo Bingning got their marriage certificate, and then they moved to such a high-end residential area. Then he actually got a treasure chest and became a martial arts master. I watched a movie with Luo Bingning in the afternoon and became a master of the Erhu. The number of fans also exceeded 2 million today. I won't wake up tomorrow and find that everything is empty. Lin Tian muttered to himself, feeling a little panicked. It would be heartbreaking to have all this and then lose it. After tossing and turning for nearly an hour, Lin Tian finally fell asleep. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, Lin Tian woke up. Call. Lin Tian let out a long sigh. He could clearly feel the internal force flowing through his body, and he also knew clearly that his Erhu level was still at the master level. According to Kang Haiju, practicing in the morning is more effective. Lin Tian started practicing. The 2 cycles ended at around 7 o'clock. Practicing 2 cycles in the morning had the same effect as practicing 3 cycles in the evening. Bingning, good morning. When Lin Tian went outside, Luo Bingning had already gotten up. Good morning. Would you like to eat noodles? I'll give them to you from below. After Luo Bingning finished speaking, she immediately realized that there was something wrong with what she said. Her pretty face turned visibly red. Lin Tian nodded. Of course I will eat it, thank you for your help. Fine. After saying this, Luo Bingning hurried into the kitchen. Chapter 11. This is my boyfriend. Luo Bingning, how did you say that? I didn't hear you, I didn't hear you. Luo Bingning muttered to herself over and over again. A smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. If Luo Bingning could realize it, how could he not hear it? It's a pity that they are currently just a formal couple. It's okay for them to eat the noodles prepared by Luo Bingning, but there are some other things that they can't eat for the time being. A. Going to the bathroom and looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Tian was a little surprised. He found that he had changed a little. There are only slight changes in his eyes, nose, face shape, etc., but together they make his face look more harmonious and handsome. Could it be caused by cultivation? Lin Tian said in his heart. When he became a martial arts master, there was no particular change in his appearance. Logically, internal energy would improve the body, so there should have been significant changes. Lin Tian guessed that it must be his own practice that allowed the changes to manifest little by little, so that others would not be suspicious. If I can change like this every day, in 10 days or half a month, I can go from being a handsome guy to an average handsome guy. Lin Tian was surprised. Men don't care as much about their appearance as women do, but if they can become more handsome, how many men would not want to? With Luo Bingning's looks, they don't look very good together now. If he had money, it would be fine. The problem is that Luo Bingning is the only one who has both beauty and money. If others knew that they were married, I guess a lot of people would say that flowers were stuck in cow dung. Bingning, these noodles look very appetizing." Soon the two sat face to face at the dining table. There was a small bowl of noodles in front of Luo Bingning, and in front of him was a large bowl with meat and eggs, garnished with chopped green onions. "Then eat more. I usually eat noodles in the morning, or steamed buns and dumplings made by the chef at home. If you get up at this time, you will have something to eat. If you get up late, you can do it yourself." Luo Bingning reminded Lin Tian. She looked at Lin Tian with a little surprise. Why did Lin Tian look a little more handsome? But when she looked closely, there was no change. "I don't go home at noon on weekdays. If I have nothing to do in the evening, I will get off work at about 5 o'clock and come back around 5:30. If you don't come home for dinner, send a message in advance," Luo Bingning said as she ate the noodles in small bites. "Good." Lin Tian showed a faint smile on his face. It felt good to have a caring wife, especially when his wife was a goddess like Luo Bingning. "It's a pity that I don't know when I can capture Luo Bingning. We can't afford to hire a maid right now. Whoever is free will do the cleaning of the public areas, and each of us will take care of the cleaning of our bedrooms ourselves. I will not enter your bedroom without permission, and you cannot enter mine." After breakfast, Luo Bingning told Lin Tian some things that she had not thought of yesterday. When living together, some things that need to be made clear must be made clear. "Lin Tian, are you going to resign today?" The two of them went out together, and Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian nodded. It was hard for him to make a living with his current job. "Then I wish you find a good job. If you really can't find a good job, don't be discouraged. DA can find some connections for me and it should be possible to get it." Luo Bingning smiled. The elevator arrived quickly and the two entered. It stopped after going down a few floors and the door opened, revealing a beautiful middle-aged woman. "Auntie Wang!" Luo Bingning shouted. Lin Tian naturally shouted along with him. The beautiful middle-aged woman asked in surprise, "Bingning, who is he?" Luo Bingning smiled and said, "Auntie Wang, let me introduce him to you. He is my boyfriend, his name is Lin Tian, and he lives with me." "Bingning, when did you get a boyfriend?" The beautiful middle-aged woman looked at Lin Tian. She was a little skeptical. She estimated that the total value of Lin Tian's clothes would not exceed 500. The middle-aged beautiful woman didn't know the specific situation of Luo Bingning's family, but their house here was not something that anyone could afford. "Auntie Wang, we have been in a relationship for a long time, but you didn't know it before. Honey, please go home early in the evening." Luo Bingning talked to Lin Tian about the second half of the conversation. The elevator reached the first floor. "Good." Lin Tian nodded and walked out of the elevator. The beautiful middle-aged woman also came out. She originally planned to drive to the underground parking lot. The elevator door closed and Luo Bingning frowned slightly. This beautiful middle-aged woman took a fancy to her and wanted her to be her daughter-in-law. Although she didn't say it explicitly, that meaning was revealed in her words. "Lin Tian, are you and Bingning really in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?" the beautiful middle-aged woman asked. Lin Tian nodded. "Of course, Aunt Wang, do you want to introduce someone to Bingning? If so, then there is no need to bother." The beautiful middle-aged woman looked a little embarrassed. She wanted to introduce Luo Bingning to her son. For this reason, she deliberately waited longer for the elevator every day and accidentally met Luo Bingning several times. Like today, she arrived at the elevator 10 minutes early, and only pressed the down button when she saw the elevator stop on the 20th floor. "Xiao Lin, what business does your family run? We are neighbors, and maybe there will be opportunities for business cooperation in the future." The beautiful middle-aged woman was inquiring about Lin Tian's situation. Lin Tian said frankly, "My parents are farmers, and my family has only a few acres of thin land. I'm afraid that I won't have the opportunity to cooperate with you, Aunt Wang. Auntie Wang, I'm leaving first." After saying this, Lin Tian quickened his pace and left. The beautiful middle-aged woman was puzzled. If Lin Tian was a shield found by Luo Bingning, why was Lin Tian dressed so ordinary? Wouldn't this be easy to expose? If Lin Tian is Luo Bingning's boyfriend, is his family really a farmer? Bingning has very high standards. Could it be that Lin Tian's family background is unfathomable, and he has the bad taste of the rich and powerful, so he deliberately dresses very ordinary? The beautiful middle-aged woman was thinking. She turned back. "Lin Tian, don't talk too much with Aunt Wang just now. She often praises her son, and her feelings are written on her face. Lin Tian received the message from Luo Bingning. Don't worry, we didn't talk about it. But my parents are farmers, and I didn't hide it when she asked me. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Luo Bingning. After Lin Tian said this, she estimated that Aunt Wang would definitely not give up, and might even try harder to promote her son. My grandfather is a farmer, and my parents were farmers before. If she knows, then she knows. At worst, I can show her the marriage certificate. Luo Bingning thought for a moment and replied. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. He became more and more satisfied with his wife who fell from the sky. Want to steal his wife? Dream on. Ding ding. When the cell phone rang, Lin Tian thought it was Luo Bingning calling, but when he picked up the phone, he saw it was a colleague calling. Lin Tian, where are you? The boss just came over and got mad when he saw you weren't here yet. He said you'll be out in less than 10 minutes. Colleague Xu Liang whispered. Xu Liang joined the company with him and they have a good relationship. Got it. Thank you. After Lin Tian finished speaking, Xu Liang hung up the phone. He checked the time, it was only 20 past 8. When I joined the company, I was told to start work at 9 o'clock, but after I started working, the time I was late in the morning was actually 8:30. That's all. But sometimes the boss arrives before 8:30 and looks at them with displeasure, wishing they could live and work in the company. If the salary is enough, it would be fine to live in the company, but the salary is only more than 4,000 yuan and there are a lot of requirements. Lin Tian was speechless. Chapter 12, The Strength of a Martial Arts Master. Lin Tian, what do you think the company is? Is it your home? Look at what time it is now, and you just came here leisurely. You're fired. When Lin Tian arrived at the company, his boss Wang Ren yelled. Really? Then you can pay me this month's salary and give me N+1 compensation, a total of 3 months' salary, thank you. Lin Tian said calmly. He joined this company after graduation and worked there for exactly 1 year. You're dreaming. You're so lazy, you're fired and you still want compensation, huh? Wang Shun cursed. Lin Tian sneered, the company's rules require us to go to work at 9 o'clock. Except for today, which day have I not arrived before 8:30? Each of us has to work overtime for at least 1 hour at night. Do you need me to apply for labor arbitration? Anyway, I'm fired now, so I have plenty of time to play with you. Wang Ren's face changed. As a boss, he knew very well that given Lin Tian's situation, he would definitely win if he applied for labor arbitration. Just go to work and you won't be considered late today. Wang Ren took a deep breath and said. He planned to find an opportunity to fire Lin Tian again in the future. Or force Lin Tian to resign himself. Lin Tian sneered, you said to fire me, so I fired you. You said to keep me, so I stayed. I'll give you 10 minutes to pay me 3 months' salary. If it exceeds the time limit, we will go through arbitration. Then you may have to pay me for the overtime work in the morning and evening. Wang Ren stared at Lin Tian fiercely. He couldn't understand why Lin Tian suddenly became so brave. Pay him the money. Get the money, Lin Tian, get out of here. 5 minutes later, Wang Ren said viciously with a dark face. The finance department quickly settled Lin Tian's salary, which totaled more than 13,000 yuan for 3 months, enough to sustain him for a while. Wang Ren, to tell you the truth, I came here today just to resign, but you fired me and gave me an extra 9,000 yuan. You are a good person. Lin Tian said with a smile. Wang Ren's eyes widened, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. 9,000 yuan was not a small amount, his company was not big, with only 20 or 30 people. Everyone, when Wang Ren says he wants to fire you, if you want to resign, you might as well go with the flow. Remember to get your compensation. Goodbye. Lin Tian waved his hand and left in a casual manner. What are you looking at? Get back to work. Wang Ren suppressed his anger and said that he was very upset by Lin Tian. Half an hour later, Lin Tian arrived at an unfinished building. The weeds around the unfinished building are half a meter deep. It is said that the developer of this real estate project was facing a tight capital chain, so he went to a gambling boat on the high seas to take a gamble, but ended up losing everything. This unfinished building has been suspended for more than a year. At the beginning, some people came to take a look, but now there are only some stray cats and dogs nearby. Try the speed first. Lin Tian rushed out like a tiger. The commercial area below the unfinished building is large enough for him to conduct tests. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Tian's rapid progress brought about gusts of breaking wind. With a light tap of his toes, he could fly out more than 10 meters. Time passed minute by minute, and Lin Tian continued testing. After about 10 minutes, Lin Tian's finally stopped. His breathing was still steady. 80 kilometers per hour, about the same speed as a tiger. This is much slower than a cheetah, but my endurance is much stronger. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. A cheetah can reach a maximum speed of 120 kilometers per hour, but it can only maintain this speed for a dozen seconds. It can maintain its top speed for 2 or 3 hours. As a martial arts master, Lin Tian's internal strength is inexhaustible. Try your inner strength again. Lin Tian took a deep breath, and his powerful true energy was released, causing the bricks around him to float up strangely. Woo woo! Lin Tian controlled a dozen bricks to rotate rapidly around him, and finally a dozen bricks hit the hard concrete wall. Small holes were punched into the concrete wall. You have to know that the concrete grade under the building is not low. Even if you use a sledgehammer, it is difficult to smash a hole on it. Is this the strength of a martial arts master? My strength is much stronger than Xiao Feng in the TV series. Lin Tian thought to himself that he estimated that his strength should be about the same as Zhang Sanfeng, who was also at the level of a martial arts master. He just controlled an ordinary brick, but what if he controlled a flying knife made of super strong alloy? The lethality would definitely increase dramatically. Bending down, Lin Tian picked up a straw. Go! He swung his hand, and the straw containing his powerful energy flew out instantly and stuck into the concrete wall 10 meters away. Lin Tian walked closer to take a look. The straw penetrated about 2 centimeters. This is already amazing. It is not easy to drive a steel nail 2 centimeters into a high-standard concrete wall. If this straw hits a person, it can easily penetrate the head. My attack power should be stronger than a pistol at close range. If I defend well with all my strength, I should be able to withstand pistol bullets. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. This is very good. He is in China. It is difficult for ordinary people to come across rifles and sniper rifles, let alone pistols, so the chance of encountering danger is very low. Try Qinggong. Lin Tian's figure quickly leaped between different floors. Flying upwards, he could jump 3 feet, or 10 meters high, and it should be no problem for him to fly on the grass or treetops. As for crossing the river on a reed like Bodhidharma, that may not be possible. Call. Half an hour later, Lin Tian finished all kinds of tests. He exhaled, his face full of excitement. Compared with the huge increase in one's own strength, making money is just a small matter. After all, as long as you have strong power, it is not difficult to get money. It's great. Marrying Luo Bingning will make a lot of money. Lin Tian couldn't stop smiling. If the Erhu master's skills were worth 100 million, the martial arts master's skills would be worth 10 billion. Well. Lin Tian was stunned. A question suddenly occurred to him. The value gap between the two skills is quite large. In all likelihood, there is a level 1 treasure chest between the black iron treasure chest and the silver treasure chest. If this is the case, it will be much more difficult to open a silver treasure chest. Is it because there is a hidden benefit for the first time, so I was given a silver treasure chest? Lin Tian muttered to himself. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Even if I only get a black iron treasure chest in the future, it will be very good. The black iron treasure chest is also very valuable. Lin Tian quickly left the unfinished building. Xiao Lin, congratulations, you have 3 million fans. Why not post 2 videos to celebrate? Lin Tian received the voice message from Mr. Wu. 3 million followers? Lin Tian opened the Huiyin app, and sure enough, his fans really reached 3 million, less than a day after he posted the video. Mr. Wu, thanks for your recommendation. Thank you very much, kid. Lin Tian replied quickly. Don't just express your gratitude verbally. Hurry up and post 2 videos. Also, change to a better recording device as soon as possible. Your skills are very high, but your equipment is really average. Lin Tian looked at his cell phone. I bought this phone for about 2,000 yuan and have been using it for 5 years. Chapter 13 Huiyin contacts again. It seems like I need to change it. If I want to live stream, the picture quality and signal of this phone are average, and it might even freeze. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He had no such plan originally, and being fired was a surprise. The extra 2-month salary was enough to buy him a nice cell phone. Half an hour later, Lin Tian bought a far ahead mobile phone, which was much better than his original broken phone. After buying the phone, he still had about 10,000 yuan left on his card. After thinking about it, Lin Tian decided not to buy clothes or shoes for the time being. A mobile phone is a necessity, but clothes and shoes are not so urgent. Although he has 3 million fans, he has not yet monetized them. There are many ways to make money with Huayin app. The more common ones are selling goods through windows, selling goods through live broadcasts, advertising, giving rewards through live broadcasts, and appreciating videos. The first two make more money, but Lin Tian is not interested in them. The supply of goods is difficult to control and he has neither the time nor the energy to do this. Wouldn't it be nice for him to take advantage of his wife during this time? The value of each treasure chest should not be low. The third type is that if there is a very suitable advertisement, he may take it, but he will definitely not take most of the advertisements. Lin Tian's main concern now is to earn income through rewards and appreciation of videos. The live broadcast hasn't started yet, so of course there are no rewards. As for the appreciation, Huayin app can only be opened with the platform invitation. Most creators are not eligible to be invited to open. The equipment has been changed. Let's re-record the original videos and record a few more videos as backup. After returning home and picking up his Erhu, Lin Tian went back to the riverside where he had recorded the scene before. As the time was still short, this place had not been exposed yet. Soon Lin Tian recorded 2 songs. TSK, the new phone is much more powerful. Lin Tian checked it and found that the video quality was better and the sound was clearer and fuller, which greatly improved the video quality. Go! Soon Lin Tian uploaded the 2 songs. Mr. Wu has sent me a message urging me to update, so I have to give him some face. After uploading the video, Lin Tian continued recording. Netizens are very resourceful, and it probably won't take too long for them to find this place. They can record more and he doesn't have to rush to find a new place to record. Old Wu, the masked man, has uploaded a new video. The new video is of good quality. Mr. Wu received a call from an old friend of his. I'll take a look right away. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Wu quickly found the video that Lin Tian had taken. As soon as I heard it, Mr. Wu's eyes lit up. The video clarity was significantly improved, the noise was reduced, and the video quality was indeed significantly improved. Friend Lin Tian is indeed much better than me. After listening to Mr. Wu muttering to himself, the video quality has improved and he can judge more clearly. It's a pity that the Erhu used by little friend Lin Tian is average, otherwise the effect would be better. Old Wu thought to himself that he had thought about giving Lin Tian a nice Erhu, but after careful consideration he decided not to do so. It's not that he is reluctant to do so, but Lin Tian has so many fans now, it is not difficult for him to make money, so there is no need to take his things and owe him a favor. Hey, these old guys are so fast. When Mr. Wu was about to comment, he found several old acquaintances in the comment section. Why hasn't the platform opened the reward function for the masked boss yet? I have the same top in my store for 79. If you buy 2, you can get an 80% discount. You are welcome to come into my window and take a look. Masked man, do you want to come to our Huayin? If you come, we will open the praise function for you, and you can also get 50% of the live broadcast gifts. After reading the comments for a while, Mr. Wu showed a look of relief in his eyes. There were many more people praising Lin Tian than criticizing him. Xiao Lin is still young and should not be affected by too many criticisms. Old Wu thought to himself. Among the younger generation, only Lin Tian is as good at playing the Erhu. In his opinion, Lin Tian is already a leading figure in the future inheritance of the Erhu. Director, the people from Huayin are openly trying to recruit the masked man in the comment section. They said that if he comes over, they will immediately give him a reward, and also increase the reward share to 70% for him. Zhang Hanhui, the 3rd level regional supervisor, reported. His praise hasn't been opened to him yet. Zhang Han coughed lightly and said, Director, didn't the higher-ups say that we should observe for at least 3 days? We're worried that some anchors might mess around. Hurry up and open it for him. It says so, but we also need to analyze the specifics, right? Okay, director. Zhang Han nodded quickly. The director said, also, call him. If he doesn't join the guild, we can give him 60% of the gifts. If he signs a contract, we can give him 70% of the gift share. There was surprise in Zhang Han's eyes. If you join a top guild, the highest chance is usually only 55%. Do as I say. With 8 master's certification, he undoubtedly possesses the strength of an Erhu master. It is normal to give such a special talent a high score. By the way, his identity information must be kept confidential. Don't let him tell anyone, or your competitors will get the information from us. The director ordered. Okay. After returning to his office, Zhang Han called Lin Tian, but the call didn't go through because Lin Tian was recording and turned off the internet. What's going on? Zhang Han was a little confused, and at the same time he was a little nervous. Could it be that Lin Tian had contacted Kuai Yin? If Kuai Yin took Lin Tian away, it would be a big mistake for him. It would be fine if there was only one Lin Tian, but the problem was that there were 8 Erhu masters behind Lin Tian, and there were many disciples learning under them. If he causes a mass exodus of talented people in this area, he will be guilty of a serious crime and will probably have no choice but to pay off their salaries and find another way out. The number you dialed cannot be connected. Zhang Han called Lin Tian every 10 minutes. After more than an hour, Zhang Han finally successfully dialed Lin Tian's number. Mr. Lin Tian, I'm Zhang Han from Huayin. I contacted you last time, but I couldn't get through to you several times just now. Zhang Han said quickly. Lin Tian was a little confused. Why did Huayin contact him again? He had made it very clear last time that he didn't want to sign the contract for the time being. Brother Zhang, I'm sorry I turned off the internet during the recording. You're in such a hurry to find me. Zhang Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't contacted Kuai Yin, he could just ignore his calls. The salary for this job was not low, and he didn't want to change jobs. Mr. Lin Tian, there are many people in your comment section who want you to enable the praise function. Considering your special situation, we invite you to enable the praise function now. You get 60% of the commission for video appreciation or live broadcast gifts. If you sign a contract with us, you can get 70% of the commission for gifts. After listening to Zhang Han's words, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. With the appreciation function activated, if fans give him gifts, he can also earn some income. This may not be useful for someone with a small number of fans, but he has 3 million fans after all, so maybe he can earn enough money to buy groceries. Brother Zhang, thank you very much. Zhang Han smiled and said, Mr. Lin Tian, you have talent, and we are the best platform. Our cooperation is definitely the best choice. If you are contacted by another platform, you should think carefully. Lin Tian, Brother Zhang, if this is the case, I will definitely tell you before agreeing to other platforms. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Zhang Han breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. People like Lin Tian who engage in traditional art should be trustworthy. Although Lin Tian only has more than 3 million fans, these fans increased in just one day, so he has to treat it with caution. Hopefully there will be some profit. Lin Tian muttered to himself as he turned on the video appreciation function. It's not easy to raise a goddess wife. Chapter 14 I do. Breaking news, Huayin has opened a video appreciation function for you. Let's pool some money and buy you a better Erhu. Xia Da's Erhu is really average, it doesn't perform to his level. It's worth it. Even a copper coin is true love. Lin Tian has more than 3 million fans, and many of them were watching his videos. It didn't take long for the news that the praise function had been opened to be discovered. It is appreciated that this thing has not been developed by Huayin for a long time, not many people use it, and the income of the creator is not high. In Lin Tian's opinion, it would be good to earn 100 or 80 yuan a day. A courtyard house in the imperial capital. An old man was basking in the sun and watching short videos. The big data recommended him some traditional art videos. But most of the push notifications were not to his liking. Hey, the masked man has a new video. The old man pushed his glasses. He liked the Erhu very much and collected some instruments of this kind, but his level was very average. Nice. This level should be higher than half of the masters. If you use a better Erhu, the effect will be better. The old man was amazed after listening to a video. The performer is not very old, but he has such a high level of performance. After watching the video, the old man looked through the comment section. He had seen messages from Mr. Wu and others in the previous videos. Third brother, come here for a moment. The old man quickly made a phone call, and soon a middle-aged man came to him. Dad, what do you want? Look at this appreciation video, what does it mean? The old man asked, pointing to some messages in the comments section. Dad, this is easy. Just give this video a gift and the creator can get a portion of the revenue. The middle-aged man explained quickly. The old man's eyes lit up, so that's how it is. Then you charge me 1 million and give it to this young man as a reward. The middle-aged man was stunned. Why are you giving so much money? The old man glared and said, I am willing to be your father. How much do you spend every month when you are out drinking and partying? Why do you feel bad when I spend such a small amount of money? The middle-aged man shook his head quickly. Dad, I'll charge it for you right away. 1 million is really nothing to them. The courtyard house they live in can be sold for no less than 1 billion yuan. Well, Dad, there's a problem. There are only 3 options for appreciation: 1 copper coin, 1 silver coin, and 1 gold coin, which are worth 1 cent, $1, and $10 respectively. There is no quantity option. Middle-aged people. The old man frowned and said, can it be delivered multiple times? The middle-aged man tried to nod. Dad, this is okay. The old man stood up and said, you have nothing to do anyway, so I'll leave this to you. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back to my room and take a nap. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. He just recharged 1 million yuan, and he can only give out 10 yuan at a time. Does he have to give it out 100,000 times to give away the 1 million yuan? Dad, if he does a live broadcast you can give him a tip, that's fast. You give me 30,000 to 50,000 first. After saying this, the old man entered the room. The middle-aged man had a bitter face. 30 to 50,000 yuan had to be delivered 3 to 5,000 times. Well. He let out a long sigh. He could only follow his grandfather's request. Although the old man was old, he still controlled half of the family's assets. Director, there is something wrong with the masked man account. Some people keep giving him compliments, and the amount of rewards has exceeded 10,000 yuan. Zhang Han went to report to Director Fang Jingming. Fang Jingming showed surprise in his eyes. Who gave him the reward? Did he deliberately violate the rules and swipe the data? Director, I can't find it with my authority. Fang Jingming's expression became solemn. Zhang Han was a third-level supervisor with considerable authority. The fact that he could not find anything showed that the other party's identity was not ordinary. Let me see. Fang Jingming quickly started to check it out himself. He was a second-level director and was able to find out the other party's specific identity. Zhang Han, no problem. Given his status and position, it is absolutely impossible for him to deliberately inflate the data. This person is a big shot, and you don't need to know more. Fang Jingming ordered. Zhang Han nodded. Director, that's good. Director, is it not good if the other party needs to do this again and again? Fang Jingming rubbed his temples. There are requirements from above. This function is originally a small amount. Okay, don't worry about it. Lin Tian didn't know yet that he had such a super rich elderly fan. He bought some vegetables in the supermarket and returned home. Since he had nothing to do, Lin Tian did the housework. Luo Bingning had told him in the morning that whoever was free would do their housework, and Luo Bingning would prepare the meals, so he would have to do more other work. Crack. While still busy in the room, Lin Tian heard the sound of the door opening. Luo Bingning came back, and only she could come in directly. Bingning, you're back quite early. Lin Tian walked out of the room. Luo Bing stared at the mop in Lin Tian's hand. Lin Tian, have you resigned? You need to find a job. Let me do their housework recently. Lin Tian smiled and said, I've already found a job. It's in sales. As long as I work hard, I should be able to earn a good income doing this. He records videos and posts them online, which is also a form of sales. There's nothing wrong with saying this. Sales. It's hard work, but it's also a good way to exercise yourself. Have you bought any groceries? If not, I'll go downstairs and buy some. Luo Bingning said as she changed her shoes at the door. She didn't ask Lin Tian what he was selling specifically. Sales was not a particularly dignified job, and perhaps Lin Tian didn't want to say more. I've bought it. It's in the refrigerator. Luo Bingning quickly went into the kitchen and started busying herself. While picking vegetables, Luo Bingning hummed a song softly. She had a nice voice and she had learned it singing, so her singing was pleasant and melodious. Luo Bingning closed the kitchen door. She thought Lin Tian couldn't hear it, but Lin Tian was a martial arts master and he heard it clearly. It seems that Luo Bingning really enjoys cooking. She is good at both entertaining guests and cooking in the kitchen. This is what Luo Bingning is like. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He felt that if he didn't take down Luo Bingning, they would divorce in 3 years, and his grandfather would be so angry that he would crawl out of his coffin. Wait a few months to get more treasure chests, then pursue Luo Bingning. He has 3 years, there is no need to rush. Compared to actually catching up with Luo Bingning, getting the treasure chest is more important. Ding dong. Just after I finished mopping the floor, the doorbell rang. Lin Tian opened the door and saw a man in his 30s standing outside. He was wearing a suit and tie, with his hair combed neatly. What's more important is that he was holding a big bouquet of red roses. When he saw Lin Tian, he was stunned and looked a little embarrassed. Hello, is Luo Bingning here? I have something to ask her. The embarrassment on the man outside the door's face quickly disappeared. Although Lin Tian was at home, how could an ordinary person like Lin Tian compete with him? Luo Bingning came out of the kitchen at this time. Seeing the man outside the door, she frowned slightly. Are you Song Kai-fong, the son of Aunt Wang from the 15th floor? Please take the flowers and leave. Chapter 15, Super Rich Fan. Song Kai-fong nodded, it's me. Luo Bingning, we are neighbors. The more we know each other, the more opportunities we have, don't you think? Lin Tian, you don't mind, do you? Before Lin Tian could speak, Luo Bingning said coldly, I mind that you are affecting my cooking for my husband. If you don't leave, I'm calling the police. Song Kai-feng's face looked ugly. Luo Bingning actually refused so harshly, and Luo Bingning actually called Lin Tian husband directly. The moment he saw Luo Bingning, he was completely moved. Luo Bingning called Lin Tian husband, which made him very unhappy. Okay, I'll go. Luo Bingning, don't be angry. I was abrupt this time. I will apologize after you calm down for a while. Song Kai-fong left in disgrace. Lin Tian turned around and looked at Luo Bingning with a smile. Luo Bingning just called him hubby, which sounded really good. Lin Tian, there are a little too many people chasing after me. Such things may happen again in the future, but you can rest assured that I will definitely abide by the agreement within the 3-year period. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with her beautiful eyes. Another man came with a big bouquet of roses. Luo Bingning was a little afraid that Lin Tian would misunderstand her. After all, they had obtained the marriage certificate now. Bingning, you called me hubby just now, that sounded nice. Lin Tian smiled. The two people's focus is completely different. Luo Bingning blushed slightly, it's just a name. We have to act in front of outsiders. We call each other by our names in private. I still have some food in the pot. After saying that, Luo Bingning quickly returned to the kitchen. Mom, you're killing me. Song Kai-fong returned home holding the roses and complained. The beautiful middle-aged woman that Lin Tian met in the morning asked in confusion, what's the matter? Mom noticed that Luo Bingning should be at home. Song Kai-fong said sullenly, she is indeed here, and Lin Tian is here too. The beautiful middle-aged woman was called Wang Xianglian. She looked at her cell phone and it was only 5:30. Did Lin Tian get off work at this time? Lin Tian's clothes are ordinary, and his job is probably not that easy. It's good enough for him to get off work at 6 o'clock. Luo Bingning comes home early, so if Lin Tian gets off work an hour later, she thinks this time is an opportunity for her son. Son, don't be discouraged. You should have met Lin Tian. What level are you and what level is he? Luo Bingning can only be fooled by his sweet words for a while. In front of Lin Tian, she will definitely not treat you well. You will have a chance when you get to know her better. Wang Xianglian consoled. Song Kai-fong nodded. Mom, you said Lin Tian is just a poor loser. You are absolutely right, he is indeed a poor loser. I don't know how Luo Bingning could be deceived by him. Wang Xianglian smiled and said, our family is in the clothing business. Can't mom tell what kind of clothes he wears at a glance? Luo Bingning's family should be richer than ours. If you try hard to woo her, our business will be able to take a step forward. Then you will have a successful career and love life. Song Kai-fong nodded slightly. Mom, I will take it seriously. I didn't want to get married, but after seeing Luo Bingning, I suddenly wanted to get married. Wang Xiangnian smiled and said, Mom believes in you. My son is so outstanding, it will be easy for him to defeat Lin Tian. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Sooner or later, Luo Bingning will marry into our family. Bingning, you sing very well. Have you learned it before? Lin Tian asked with a smile while eating. Luo Bingning thought that Lin Tian heard something when he passed by the kitchen, so she said, I have learned singing, dancing, and musical instruments before. There was a time later when I wanted to enter the entertainment industry and become a star. My father was very opposed to it, so I basically didn't learn any of these things. Maybe it's because of this that my parents are disgusted with the entertainment industry. Now that I think about it, my dad is actually good to me. Lin Tian sighed inwardly, so this is actually the case. A person like Luo Bingning's father must be well aware of the darkness of the entertainment industry. It would be strange if he was not annoyed if Luo Bingning wanted to enter the entertainment industry. What do you think of celebrities? Lin Tian asked. When he has hundreds or even tens of millions of fans, he will be considered half a star, so he has to find out Luo Bingning's thoughts in advance. Luo Bingning thought for a moment and said, the overall environment of the entertainment industry is indeed not very good, but some stars are still very good. I have a favorite female star. Lin Tian said with a smile, we are the same in this respect. I also have my favorite female stars. Luo Bingning rolled her beautiful eyes at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, you're not going to give up, are you? You feel like you have no hope at all, so you're not nervous at all and you speak very casually. Luo Bingning suddenly realized this problem. Lin Tian's conditions in all aspects are very average. Logically, since Lin Tian lives here, he should be a little restrained when facing her. But this did not happen to Lin Tian. Lin Tian spoke casually and looked at her straight in the eyes instead of looking up at her. No, why would I give up? Lin Tian chuckled. The reason why he could look Luo Bingning in the eye was, of course, because of his current abilities. Just because he was a martial arts master, he had the confidence to do so. Luo Bingning frowned secretly. The feeling that Lin Tian gave her was a bit like a person who is strong without desires. As long as she didn't hold out any hope, there was no need to be cautious. That's good. You are the first to see the moon. You still have hope. Luo Bingning smiled slightly. She thought about it carefully and felt that it was actually better for Lin Tian to be like this. If Lin Tian tried to please her carefully every day, it would be very tiring to get along with her. That's good. Lin Tian chuckled. Luo Bingning, let's hurry up and finish our meal. We'll go to the mall later and buy you some nice clothes. I can't afford high-end brands now, but ordinary ones are still okay. An hour later they arrived at the mall. Lin Tian didn't want to buy it at first, thinking it would not be too late to buy it when he had money later, but he was no match for Luo Bingning and was dragged over by Luo Bingning. I don't know how much money I got as a reward. Luo Bingning was choosing clothes, and Lin Tian muttered to himself. He hasn't opened the Huiyin app for a few hours. The reward function has been enabled, otherwise he won't be able to earn enough money to buy groceries every day. Lin Tian was stunned. The background clearly showed that his tips had reached nearly 100,000. How is this possible? Lin Tian couldn't believe it. He quickly clicked on the details and found that one of his fans had given 50,000 yuan in tips, and the rest of the fans together had given more than 40,000 yuan. It's only $10 to send a gold coin, but you sent it 5,000 times. Lin Tian frowned slightly. An adult should not do such a thing. He was afraid that a minor had used the account of an adult in the family. Can everyone chip in to buy me a new Erhu? Lin Tian read the comments and felt a warm feeling in his heart. These fans are pretty cute. Except for the little brat who gave him the most tips. Ding ding. After a little consideration, Lin Tian went outside the store and called Zhang Han. Master Lin, you are amazing. We launched the reward function, and it has been lukewarm until now. But in just a few hours, you have received nearly 100,000 rewards. Zhang Han said excitedly. This amount of money is nothing to Huiyin, but if this function is promoted, Hui Yin will make a lot of money in the future. Brother Zhang, the one who gave me the most tips, is probably a minor fooling around. Please contact the adults to return the money. Lin Tian Dao. He can get 30,000 yuan out of 50,000 yuan, but he disdains to make this money. Zhang Han on the other end of the phone was stunned. Master Lin, don't worry. We have checked it out. It's not just a kid messing around. You have a super rich fan. There was deep envy in Zhang Han's words. Lin Tian was stunned. It's not just a kid messing around, but he has a super rich fan. Chapter 16 Grandmaster Driving Skills. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian was very excited. With nearly 100,000 in appreciation, he could get about 60,000, which could solve his urgent needs. This money should be used to buy a good Erhu. Fans pay this money to hear better music. Lin Tian said in his heart. His current Erhu cannot fully display his strength. Mr. Wu, I want to buy a better Erhu, the price is between 30,000 and 50,000. Do you know if you have any channels for this? Lin Tian sent a micro message to Mr. Wu. This level is already a performance-grade Erhu, which is generally not available in ordinary stores. Even if the price is high, the quality may not be guaranteed. Mr. Wu did not reply to the WeChat message immediately, and Lin Tian arrived at the store. Luo Bingning selected clothes for him. Lin Tian, try this set and see if it fits. Okay. Lin Tian took the clothes and quickly went to the changing room. He looked at the prices. Both the clothes and pants cost over 1,000 yuan. His summer clothes usually cost no more than 200 yuan in total. Lin Tian felt warm in his heart. Luo Bingning's credit card was frozen, so if she gave him more money to spend, she would have to spend less. Bingning, how is it? Lin Tian quickly changed his clothes and went outside. Luo Bingning's eyes lit up. Clothes make the man. When Lin Tian changed into a better set of clothes, he looked much more handsome. Very good. It seems that you are suitable for their clothes. Try this again. Luo Bingning handed another set of clothes to Lin Tian. All right. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian tried on 3 sets of clothes in succession. All 3 sets of clothes are suitable, and Luo Bingning is very satisfied. Just these 3 sets, wrap them all up. Luo Bingning ordered. Lin Tian was stunned. He thought Luo Bingning was only buying 1 set of clothes, but she actually wanted to buy all 3 sets of clothes for him. Bingning, just buy 1 set. Lin Tian leaned close to Luo Bingning and whispered, these 3 sets of clothes would cost 7 or 8,000 in total, and Luo Bingning only had 20,000 yuan a month now. How can 1 set be enough? The property management fee has been prepaid for next month. After buying you clothes, I still have a little over 10,000 yuan left this month, which is enough for me to spend. After Luo Bingning finished speaking, she walked towards the cashier counter. Her credit card was frozen, but her bank card was not. It was just that she didn't have the habit of saving money, so there was not much money in her bank card. Forget it, just buy it. I should have no problem earning 30,000 to 50,000 yuan a month now. Lin Tian said in his heart. Lin Tian thought that the large number of rewards today was an accident. After he changed his guitar, things should return to normal. But even if the stock price drops, even if he doesn't sell products or take advertisements, with the number of fans he has, it certainly won't be difficult for him to make tens of thousands of dollars a month. Go buy some more pairs of shoes. Luo Bingning called Lin Tian and went to another shoe store. Half an hour later, Luo Bingning bought 3 pairs of shoes for Lin Tian and spent another 5,000, which was more than half of her salary for this month. Let's go home. I'll have to eat dirt this month. Luo Bingning secretly calculated that there were still 25 days left before next month's salary was paid, and she had less than 10,000 yuan in her bank card. For her, who usually spends hundreds of thousands of yuan every month, 10,000 yuan is very tight. I won't have to eat dirt. I have food and drink for you. I can't make a lot of money, but I should be able to make a little money. Lin Tian chuckled. The two drove home quickly. Lin Tian sat in the passenger seat. He looked at Luo Bingning's profile with a faint smile on his face. Lin Tian, what are you looking at? Luo Bingning said with a slightly red face. Most people can't see it at night, but Lin Tian can see it clearly. Look at the beauty. Experts say that looking at beautiful women more often can help you live longer. Lin Tian said with a smile. You also believe what the experts say? Luo Bingning said coquettishly. At this moment, a treasure chest slowly emerged above Luo Bingning's head. The treasure chest was bronze in color and looked of great quality. Lin Tian was overjoyed that another treasure chest appeared. He and Luo Bingning have not been together for long, and it would be great if the treasure chests continued to appear so frequently in the future. But even if there is only one a month, it is very good. Soon Lin Tian touched the treasure chest. Ding, the bronze treasure chest is opened. Congratulations to their host for achieving Grandmaster-level driving skills. A large amount of information flooded into Lin Tian's mind. He obtained countless information about driving, including motorcycles, cars, trucks, and even tanks. He could drive any car. And his driving skills have reached the Grandmaster level. The martial arts master is very powerful, with master-level driving skills. Lin Tian estimates that even if he has not reached the level of God of driving, his skills are definitely world-class. Luo Bingning's driving skills were originally quite good in Lin Tian's eyes, but now he thinks there are many problems. Of course, it's just ordinary driving. Luo Bingning's driving skills are sufficient. Grandmaster-level martial arts skills are in silver treasure chests, while Grandmaster-level car skills are only in bronze treasure chests. It seems that the treasure chests do not correspond to the levels. It's about increasing the difficulty or the value of the items. Lin Tian said in his heart. Although both are at the Grandmaster level, Grandmaster driving skills are much worse than Grandmaster martial arts skills, and the difficulty and value of improvement are not on the same level. Luo Bingning suddenly groaned. There was pain on her face. Bingning, what's wrong? Lin Tian asked quickly. Luo Bingning pulled over and stopped the car. Her hands tightly grasped the steering wheel. My stomach hurts. Let you drive. It's okay if you get bumped or bruised. We have insurance. Lin Tian nodded, and the two quickly got out of the car and changed seats. Lin Tian sat in the driver's seat and started the car skillfully. His master-level driving skills make him extremely familiar with every aspect of the car. To the hospital? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning shook her head. No, this is an old problem. I'll go back and lie down for a while and rest and I'll feel much better. Lin Tian nodded and sped up. The car moved very smoothly in the traffic, much faster than other cars. Luo Bingning felt very uncomfortable at the moment, but she also noticed this. Lin Tian drives fast and steadily. This doesn't sound like a novice. But she knew Lin Tian's information. He was undoubtedly a novice. He probably had never touched the steering wheel after getting his driver's license. After 10 minutes or so, Lin Tian drove the car back to their community. Lin Tian, your driving skills are so good. Aren't you a novice? Most experienced drivers can't drive as well as you. Luo Bingning said in surprise that she felt better after resting for a while. Lin Tian smiled and said, if I can't find a good job, it seems that I can drive for DD. Delivering food is also a good choice. Luo Bingning said with some regret, you are very talented in this area. If you cultivate it from a young age, maybe you can become a racing driver. But racing car drivers are dangerous, so it's better not to do this. After returning home, Luo Bingning lay down on the sofa. Lin Tian, please pour me a glass of warm water. Lin Tian quickly poured some water for Luo Bingning. After drinking the water, Luo Bingning lay down again. Her brows were furrowed and her stomach was aching more severely. Bingning, let me feel your pulse. As Lin Tian spoke, he pressed his right hand on Luo Bingning's wrist pulse point. For a martial arts master, pulse diagnosis is a relatively basic skill. How can one become a martial arts master if he does not understand the human body? Lin Tian, can you take a pulse? Luo Bingning was very surprised. Among Chinese medicine practitioners, only 1 in 10 knew how to take pulses, and many things passed down by our ancestors were gradually being lost. I taught myself by reading books. Lin Tian replied. Luo Bingning. If another man said this, she would definitely pull her hand back. She had only learned from books that he was checking her pulse or trying to take advantage of her. Lin Tian frowned slightly. He took Luo Bingning's pulse and found that there was something in her dantian. Chapter 17 Bingning, I'll check your body. There should be nothing in the dantian of an ordinary person, just like an abandoned well. Cold air was released from Luo Bingning's dantian. There was not much cold air, but it was enough to stimulate Luo Bingning's internal organs and cause her stomachache. If you sit or lie still, the cold air will be released more slowly and it will not hurt as much. Bingning, you must have been to many hospitals for checkups, right? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning said helplessly, I have been to the best hospitals in the country and even the Mayo Clinic abroad, but nothing was found. I've seen quite a few Chinese doctors, but they haven't found anything either. Lin Tian muttered in his heart, Luo Bingning's problem was with her dantian. Meridians and dantian did not exist at all in Western medicine, so how could he find out? When a disease occurs, Chinese medicine practitioners may find some abnormalities through pulse diagnosis, but ordinary Chinese medicine practitioners can only know the results, not the causes. Has it always been like this, or is it getting worse? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning said, I've felt occasional stomach pain since I was 14, but it was relatively mild. Now it hurts a lot more than before. Speaking of this, Luo Bingning frowned slightly. She always carried painkillers in her bag and would take one when the pain got severe. But if the pain got worse, the painkillers might not be useful in the future. Lin Tian coughed lightly. Bingning, can I press your stomach so that I can check more accurately? He just tried to send his internal energy into Luo Bingning's body, but the internal energy passed through Luo Bingning's wrist and was exhausted before it reached her dantian. If he puts his hand on the stomach, he can directly probe into the acupuncture points on this side and should be able to detect the condition of Luo Bingning's dantian. Don't want. Do you have a medical license? Luo Bingning rolled her eyes at Lin Tian. After lying down to rest, she felt much more comfortable. Do we need a medical license to do a massage check between husband and wife? Lin Tian curled his lips. No, I'm already feeling much better. Luo Bingning said unhappily. She could accept holding hands or a simple hug, but she couldn't accept Lin Tian putting his hand on her belly. Okay, then you take a rest. I'll get busy with work after I take a shower. I'll try to earn more money so we can eat and drink well. Lin Tian returned to his room. Since Luo Bingning doesn't allow it, then I can only give up. Anyway, Luo Bingning has an old problem and it won't cause any problems in the short term. The more he practices, the better his control over his internal energy will be. After taking a shower, Lin Tian started practicing. If there was nothing particularly important, he would practice both in the evening and in the morning. Bingning, you may feel pain again in the next 2 days. You have to be careful not to be in so much pain that you can't resist and let Lin Tian take advantage of you. Luo Bingning received the message from Tang Yang. Her pain is more regular, now it happens about once every 2 weeks, while at the beginning it only happened once every 1 or 2 months. I just felt pain. Lin Tian is a good guy, don't be hostile to him. Luo Bingning replied. Tang Yang made a sighing expression. I didn't say he's bad. The problem is that he's just average and not worthy of you. You're so smart, why are you in love? By the way, please save your money. Auntie sent me a message saying that I can't lend you the money. I have already promised her. Luo Bingning. I just bought some clothes and shoes for Lin Tian today, spending more than 10,000 yuan. I wanted to ask you to help him quietly. Tang Yang sent a speechless expression. In her opinion, Luo Bingning was hopeless because of her love brain problem. My credit card was frozen and my monthly salary is only 20,000 yuan, but I actually gave Lin Tianhua more than 10,000 yuan today. Should I accept it? Bingning, you used to reject other men with all your reasons, why do you become so stupid when it comes to Lin Tian? You're the one who's become stupid. You're stupid. After practicing for 3 cycles, Lin Tian felt relaxed all over. He focused his ears and heard Luo Bingning's gentle breathing in the master bedroom. She had already fallen asleep. For million followers. The reward income has reached 150,000 yuan. Lin Tian opened the Huiyin app and took a look. The number of fans is not increasing as fast as before. The Erhu is a relatively niche instrument, and Lin Tian estimates that even if he were an Erhu master, it would be good enough if he could eventually have several million fans. I can get 90,000 of the 150,000 gift. Withdraw cash now, or wait a few days. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Huiyin app does not have a fixed withdrawal time, but withdrawals can only be made once a month. Now he has to wait a month before making a withdrawal. I wonder if Mr. Wu has seen the news. Lin Tian opened WeChat and soon saw the message that Mr. Wu had left for him, saying that he had a treasured Erhu that he could sell to him. I bought it for 30,000 and transferred it to him at the original price. Thank you, Mr. Wu. But it's not appropriate for you to transfer the original price of 30,000 to me. I'll buy it for 50,000. If you don't agree, forget it. Lin Tian replied to Mr. Wu's message. Prices are rising rapidly these days. Mr. Wu bought it for 30,000 yuan. Even if he spent 50,000 yuan to buy it, Mr. Wu might still suffer a loss. Okay, 50,000 is 50,000. Now that you are making money, I will take advantage of you. Come to this address tomorrow. It was already 12 o'clock, and old Wu hadn't gone to bed yet. Not long after Lin Tian sent the message, he received a reply from old Wu. See you tomorrow, Mr. Wu. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Lin Tian's reward amount reached 170,000, an increase of 20,000, which was not a small amount, but the growth rate of rewards also obviously slowed down a lot. According to the agreement between him and Huiyin, he can get 60% and can withdraw 102,000 in cash, which is the after-tax income. Lin Tian quickly withdrew the money. He still had nearly 10,000 yuan on the card. After spending 50,000 on the Erhu, he still had 60,000 yuan left. As long as he and Luo Bingning eat and drink well, it won't be a problem. Even if he has a lot of money, he can't spend it recklessly. If the Luo family knew that he had become an internet celebrity, they would probably oppose them. Mr. Wu, thank you for your help. Kid, keep it in mind. When Lin Tian saw Mr. Wu, he bowed. If it weren't for Mr. Wu taking the lead in promoting him, and if it weren't for Mr. Wu calling one Erhu master after another, he would never have become so popular. Even if he is good, he is not famous, and it would be great if he could reach half of his current number of fans in 1 month. Xiao Lin, the Erhu is declining, and we old guys are worried. The younger generation needs talented people who can take on the responsibility. When a genius like you appears, of course we have to give our full support. Mr. Wu said with a smile. As he spoke, Mr. Wu picked up a bag next to him and took out a Erhu from the bag. This Erhu is a legacy of a famous artist. I have only used it privately a few times since I collected it. Let it bloom in your hands. Lin Tian took the Erhu. Comparing this Erhu with the one he bought before, any discerning person could see that it was more than 1 level better. Mr. Wu, I'm afraid it will cost more than 50,000 yuan. I'll add another $50,000. Lin Tiandao. Old Wu glared and said, I'm rehired after retirement. I can't even spend all my pension. How could I be short of your 50,000 yuan? If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, just give it back. Lin Tian said quickly, Mr. Wu, I want it. Don't be angry. Just do as we agreed. I will transfer 50,000 yuan to you right now. That's more like it. Mr. Wu nodded. He is a master of Erhu. Although he is not particularly rich, he does not care about a mere 50,000 yuan. Xiao Lin, would you like to try playing a piece? Old Wu looked at Lin Tian expectantly. Chapter 18. Do you have a girlfriend? Lin Tian smiled and said, Mr. Wu, let me write a poem about birds singing in the empty mountains. Please give me some advice. Mr. Wu did not respond. Can you give me some advice? He estimated that he had no ability to teach Lin Tian. Soon Lin Tian started. Mr. Wu closed his eyes, and soon he was brought into the artistic conception of deep mountains and valleys, birds singing, and a scene full of vitality. Ordinary people may not have a high enough level of appreciation to fully appreciate the artistic conception of the piece, but Mr. Wu can clearly sense it. After the song ended, Mr. Wu felt it was a long-lasting aftertaste. Xiao Lin, I'm not as good as you. Old Wu said sincerely that he looked at Lin Tian as if he was looking at a monster. Lin Tian was in his 20s and yet he had such a level. The original Erhu did limit Lin Tian's ability to display his skills. After listening to Lin Tian playing this piece, Mr. Wu estimated that Lin Tian's Erhu level was at the top level among all the Erhu masters. They didn't rank who was first or second, but old Wu estimated that Lin Tian's level would definitely be in the top 3. Mr. Wu, your Erhu is really good. Lin Tian smiled. Mr. Wu laughed in silence. I can't play this level even with a better Erhu. Your level is indeed much better than mine. You have reached such a level at such a young age. Your future is limitless. At this point, Mr. Wu sighed secretly. He has a granddaughter, but she is only 16 or 17 years old and is still a minor. Xiaolin, how old are you this year? Mr. Wu couldn't help but ask. 23. Old Wu secretly calculated in his mind that the age gap of 6 or 7 years was not that big of a deal, as his granddaughter would be an adult in just over a year. Do you have a girlfriend? Old Wu asked with a light cough. Lin Tian nodded. Mr. Wu said with some regret, I am also old and confused. With your talent, it would be strange if you didn't have a girlfriend. Xiao Lin, I'm going to play a piece. Can you give me some pointers? I'm really looking for your advice. There are some things that are hard to understand without someone to teach me. Lin Tian quickly said, Mr. Wu, you are too kind. Let's exchange and learn from each other. Time passed minute by minute, and Lin Tian gained a lot from his communication with Mr. Wu. He had a better understanding of this industry. Mr. Wu gained more. It's rare to have such a high level of skill and yet be humble and polite. An hour later, Lin Tian left, and Mr. Wu was filled with emotion. I have to re-record it. Lin Tian muttered to himself, and he went to the river where the original recording was made. But from a distance, Lin Tian saw some people by the river. Netizens are really very powerful. In such a short time, this place has been exposed. Lin Tian shook his head secretly. There were so many people in the city, and after searching for 2 hours, Lin Tiansai finally found a suitable place for recording. Why is there no update today? Inside a courtyard in the imperial capital, an old man was lying under the shade of a tree. He clicked on Lin Tian's profile picture for the 3rd time, and it was still the same videos. Father, shall I invite him to your home? The middle-aged man next to the old man said. He felt a little resentful. He had given a reward of 50,000 yuan before, and he had given it 5,000 times. Now he had a headache when he saw his father got Lin Tian. The old man glared at the middle-aged man. How can it be so good to listen to it alone behind closed doors? Other masters are too embarrassed to become internet celebrities. This young man is good. The more people understand it, the better the Erhu culture can be passed on. The middle-aged man said, Dad, maybe he doesn't think so much. He is a young man and may not have money. He just wants to make some money. The old man narrowed his eyes. He may really be short of money, otherwise why would he be dressed poorly and play the Erhu poorly? How about this, you give him another 50,000 yuan. Middle-aged people. Dad, please forgive me. You can only give me $10 each time. I gave you $50,000 before and my fingers are cramping. I won't do it. The old man sighed and said, if you don't want to do it, then don't do it. I have 1 foot almost in the coffin, and I can't order you to do anything. I don't need you to serve me here, please go away. Middle-aged people. Dad, can't I give you a reward? The old man handed over the phone, hurry up, I hope you have finished the work before I wake up from my nap. The middle-aged man gave rewards with a bitter heart. He really wanted to call the CEO of Huiyin. Couldn't this be changed? Done. Lin Tian quickly recorded 2 new songs and uploaded them. The middle-aged man saw the new video uploaded by Lin Tian, and he discovered at first glance that Lin Tian had changed to a new Erhu. Nice. The level has improved a lot. Compared to Master Ouyang, this level is probably not much worse. There was surprise in the middle-aged man's eyes. He watched Lin Tianchuan's second video, which was also of a very high standard. The masked man can't be more than 35 years old. He has such a high level of skill at such a young age. No wonder my father likes him. The middle-aged man thought to himself. He continued to give rewards. Compared to before, he is not as depressed. Worried that the new place would be exposed again, Lin Tian recorded more than 20 videos at a time. 2 videos a day were enough for him to post for about 10 days. Call. Lin Tian let out a long sigh. He recorded some videos 3 times. He changed the mobile phone and re-recorded it once, then changed the Erhu and re-recorded it again. This time he should not have to re-record it again, and he could feel more relaxed. Originally, Lin Tian planned to do a live broadcast only in the next 2 days, but now that he has withdrawn the money and has no shortage of money, the live broadcast can be postponed. Once these 20 or so videos are released, he will have more fans. The more the fans look forward to it, the better the effect of the first live broadcast will be. What's going on? Lin Tian was stunned. He opened the back end of the Huiyin app to check and found that he had received another 50,000 or 60,000 rewards, and 50,000 of them came from that one die-hard fan. Lin Tian wanted to send a private message to express his gratitude, but the other party refused to accept the message and he could not express his gratitude. You can be willful if you have money. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Since the other party was not a child but a real rich man, Lin Tian naturally accepted the reward from him happily. Dad, the masked man uploaded a new video. In the courtyard of the imperial capital, Shen Chenyuan rubbed his fingers and said, The old man took the phone and quickly clicked on the video. When the song ended, he showed surprise in his eyes. It's amazing. At such a young age, his level is comparable to that of the top Erhu masters. Dad, I think he's not much worse than Master Ouyang, isn't that right? Shen Chenyuan asked. The old man nodded. Based on the level in the video, there is still some gap compared to Master Ouyang, but his surroundings are ordinary. I only used a cell phone to record it. In fact, his level is probably on par with Master Ouyang. Shen Chenyuan was amazed in his heart. He really had such a level. He still had great faith in his father's appreciation ability. Third brother, Siki is a sophomore now. Does she have a boyfriend? The old man suddenly asked. Shen Chenyuan shook his head. As far as I know, not yet. Dad, you don't want Siki to ask him to be her boyfriend, do you? He covers his face with a mask, which probably doesn't look good to the audience. Besides, he is so skilled, he must be over 30 years old. Siki is only 19 years old. You should not match them up randomly. The old man coughed lightly and said, That's a bit far off. If the masked man is under 25 years old, it would be about right. Dad, do you think it's possible? Shen is a long way away. The old man shook his head. Chapter 19 Maybe you are a lucky charm for your husband. Well. Lin Tian sighed on the subway on their way home. After recording the video, he went to the busiest commercial street in S City. Within an hour, he met thousands of people of all kinds. But no treasure chest appeared above anyone's head. The treasure chest system has been activated. If you can get treasure chests from other people, it stands to reason that there will be treasure chests appearing when you see so many people. No, which means that the treasure chest can only be obtained from Luo Bingning, or only from a very few people who meet the requirements. System. Lin Tian called out a few more times in his mind. Just like before, the system still had no response. This system would only appear when a treasure chest appeared. Buzz. Lin Tian's phone vibrated. Son, have you met Luo Bingning? The Luo family is too high for us to marry into. It's normal that you didn't succeed. Don't be sad. My mother Chen Huan sent me a message. Lin Tian's parents knew about his meeting with Luo Bingning. They also knew about his engagement with Luo Bingning, but they didn't take it seriously. Their family is ordinary, while the Luo family is a first-class wealthy family. Moreover, unlike other wealthy families, the Luo family has only one girl, Luo Bingning, in 3 generations. Whoever marries her will surely gain both wealth and beauty. Mom, why are you asking this? You haven't had any news in the past 3 days. We are worried about you. A slight smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. Although their family is ordinary, their parents are in good health and the family is harmonious. Lin Tian feels good in such a family. Mom, I've been busy these days. I changed to a new job, and luckily I got a big deal right at the beginning. I'll transfer 10,000 yuan to you, and you can eat and drink well. Lin Tian thought about it and replied. It's better to keep his relationship with Luo Bingning a secret for now. They have obtained their marriage certificate, but they can only live together now. Let his parents know and then separate, and it will be a false alarm. Luo Bingning found you a new job. I guess so. The treatment is pretty good. Lin Tian smiled slightly. His main job was to get treasure chests from Luo Bingning. Son, don't tell your dad about this. Your dad is just like your grandfather. They won't accept any help from the Luo family. Keep the money for yourself. Your father and I don't need you to worry about it. Lin Tian seemed to be thinking about something. Their family is not close to the Luo family. Is there some other hidden story? When he returned home, Lin Tian smelled the fragrance of food. Lin Tian, you're back. Please wait a moment. The food will be ready soon. Luo Bingning's pleasant voice came from the kitchen. Lin Tian arrived at the kitchen door and saw Luo Bingning cooking skillfully. Bingning, I'm lucky enough to have negotiated a big deal right after I joined the company. I estimate that I can get a commission of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Should we hire a babysitter? Lin Tian spoke. Luo Bingning turned around and asked in surprise, I just got a big deal right after joining the company. Lin Tian said with a smile, maybe you are a lucky charm for your husband. Luo Bingning blushed. You haven't even received your commission yet, so it's too early to hire a nanny now. Besides, sales are hard to predict. You may get 3 orders a day, or you may not get a single order in 3 months. You should save money for 2 months first. Luo Bingning thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he left from the kitchen door. Luo Bingning let out a long sigh. Lin Tian looked at her from behind and felt a little nervous. Lin Tian, it's time to eat. Not long after, Luo Bingning shouted. Lin Tian walked out of his bedroom. He took a shower and changed into the new clothes that Luo Bingning bought for him yesterday. Luo Bingning was a little surprised. Lin Tian has become a little more handsome. Lin Tian wore this outfit yesterday, and it seems a little different today and tomorrow. Strangeness. How could this happen? Could it be that I have seen this guy too many times and I like him more? Luo Bingning muttered to herself. She would not think that this was beauty in the eyes of the beholder. She bought clothes and shoes for Lin Tian, but that did not mean anything. Bingning, my grandfather and your grandfather are close friends. Logically, our two families should have more contact. Is there any hidden secret in this? After sitting down and eating for a while, Lin Tian asked curiously. Luo Bingning was a little hesitant. It seems you know, so tell me. Luo Bingning said softly, when they fought together, my grandfather didn't have a girlfriend, but Grandpa Lin did. The engagement was made at that time. Later, Grandpa Lin went to the south to fight, and my grandfather did not go. One day, the news came back that Grandpa Lin had died. Grandpa Lin's girlfriend was very sad, and my grandfather often comforted her. Lin Tian. He said with a strange expression, was your grandmother my grandfather's girlfriend? Luo Bingning nodded awkwardly. Grandpa Lin didn't come back until 3 years later, and by that time my grandparents were already married. Lin Tian frowned and asked, why haven't you heard from my grandpa for so long? I heard that Grandpa Lin went undercover back then. Lin Tian sighed. His grandfather was an undercover agent and the news of his death was reported back. It was not Grandpa Luo's fault. I can only say that it is fate that plays tricks on me. Grandpa has always felt that he owed Grandpa Lin about this matter, but he wanted to help Grandpa Lin, but Grandpa Lin didn't accept it. Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian rolled his eyes secretly. Although it was fate, if something like this happened, he would not accept help either. It's not like he can't support himself. We had made an engagement back then, and with this incident, Grandpa took our engagement very seriously. My parents were against it, and he and my parents had argued several times. I didn't want to see them quarrel, so I proposed a 3-year marriage. Lin Tian nodded, he finally understood. Under normal circumstances of the Luo family, even if their grandfathers had a good relationship back then, how could Grandpa Luo insist so stubbornly? It turns out there is such a hidden story. Lin Tian, your grandfather is gone, and my grandmother is gone too. There's actually no need to mention the things of the older generation. Again, if we develop feelings for each other, we don't need to get divorced after 3 years. We can stay together forever. Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian said with a smile, we live and eat together. If I still can't take you down after 3 years, then I am too incompetent. When we are truly together, I will take you to pay respects to your grandfather's grave. Luo Bingning nodded, no problem. After the meal, Lin Tian quickly washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen. Lin Tian, let's go downstairs for a walk. Luo Bingning said with a slightly red face. On the surface, they are boyfriend and girlfriend, and they have even obtained their marriage certificate. When they go downstairs for a walk, they must hold hands and look intimate. Okay. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. The two changed their shoes and went downstairs quickly. When they got downstairs, Lin Tian stretched out his hand. Luo Bingning hesitated for a moment before handing her jade hand to Lin Tian. Luo Bingning's hands can definitely be described as soft as catkins, with skin as smooth as cream, and are very comfortable to hold. Bang, bang. Lin Tian is a martial arts master. He could tell that Luo Bingning's heartbeat had quickened significantly. Son, come downstairs. Luo Bingning and the others are taking a walk downstairs. Wang Xianglian saw Lin Tian and the others. She quickly sent a message to her son Song Kaifeng. Mom, they are walking together, and I'm going to go find excitement. Are you stupid? If you go with Lin Tian, Luo Bingning will have a comparison in her mind. If you perform well, you will have a chance. Chapter 20. Can you make money by running? Song Kaifeng went downstairs quickly and trotted to Lin Tian and the others. Ms. Luo, I was really presumptuous last time. Lin Tian, it's boring for me to run alone. Let's run together and compete. Song Kaifeng spoke. Luo Bingning frowned. Song Kaifeng, don't disturb us while we are walking. Song Kaifeng said quickly, Miss Luo, to express my apology, Lin Tian and I have a prize for running. He can only win and never lose. One lap of the track in our community is 800 meters. Lin Tian, let's run 5 laps. If you win by 1 second, I will give you 100 yuan. How about that? Song Kaifeng sneered in his heart. He often ran, and most people could not outrun him. Lin Tian might not even be able to run 5 laps. After a run, Lin Tian's incompetence was exposed, and he could also show himself, which was very good in Song Kaifeng's opinion. $100 a second, so good. Lin Tian said with a half smile. He used to be an average runner, but now he is a martial arts master. If he runs at full speed, his speed can be comparable to that of a tiger. Isn't this making money? Song Kaifeng said sincerely, I was a little presumptuous last time. I wanted to apologize and also to have a running buddy. Luo Bingning pulled Lin Tian's hand. She knew that Song Kaifeng definitely had no good intentions. Song Kaifeng was definitely good at running, and Lin Tian would most likely be abused if he competed with him. Brother Song, 5 laps is too few and not very interesting. I usually start running with 10 laps. You can run by yourself. Lin Tian waved his hand. Song Kaifeng wanted to laugh. In his opinion, Lin Tian didn't dare to compete and couldn't even finish 5 laps. He said this on purpose to show off in front of Luo Bingning. Har har. Lin Tian, so you also like long distance running? In that case, let's do 10 laps. It's the same. If you're 1 second ahead of me, I'll give you $100. How about that? Song Kaifeng looked like he had met a close friend. Luo Bingning hugged Lin Tian's arm. Dear, don't compete with him. Even if you are ahead by 5 minutes, it's only 300 seconds. It's only 30,000 yuan. We don't need to make such a small amount of money. Song Kaifeng was furious. Luo Bingning hugged Lin Tian's arm, and the softness of her part almost touched Lin Tian's arm. In his eyes, Luo Bingning would be his in the future. That's what Miss Luo said. A 5-minute lead is only 30,000 yuan, which is really just a small amount of money. In this case, 1,000 yuan per second will do. Lin Tian, if you can stay ahead of me for 5 minutes, you will get 300,000. Song Kaifeng said with a smile, as if 300,000 was not a lot of money. In fact, he didn't think Lin Tian could win at all. In this case, what is the difference between 100 and 1,000? He mentioned 1,000 and Lin Tian still didn't dare, which was equivalent to Lin Tian saying that he couldn't do it. Bingning, he has said so. If I don't compete with him, it will seem that I am afraid of him. Don't worry, I will definitely win. Lin Tian smiled and said, Brother Song, you won't break your promise, right? Song Kaifeng said generously, Lin Tian, don't worry, as long as you win, I will give you $1,000 per second, and I will not give you a penny less. Miss Luo, testify. Lin Tian nodded, let's start now. Bingning, go sit over there and take a rest. It's only 10 laps, it won't take long. Luo Bingning. 10 laps are 8 kilometers. If you lack exercise, it is definitely not easy for ordinary people to run 8 kilometers. Luo Bingning sat down on the wooden chair next to her. Since Lin Tian insisted, she couldn't object anymore. Lin Tian, shall we start by stretching a little? Song Kaifeng said. Lin Tian shook his head, what are you stretching? Let's just start. Song Kaifeng sneered in his heart. Lin Tian had no habit of stretching before long-distance running. He guessed that Lin Tian had never run long distances on a regular basis. "If I don't beat you by 10 minutes, I won't be named Song," Song Kaifeng said in his heart. "Miss Luo, my mother is also taking a walk. I'll call her over. I'll trouble you and my mother to time us later." Song Kaifeng smiled at Luo Bingning. He was confident that he could finish the 8 kilometers in 35 minutes, which was a pretty good speed among amateur runners. Soon Song Kaifeng called his mother Wang Xianglian over. "Start." Luo Bingning and Wang Xianglian pressed the stopwatch on their phones at the same time. Song Kaifeng and Lin Tian rushed out. Lin Tian surpassed Song Kaifeng by several meters in an instant. "Are you stupid? This is a long-distance race, not a short-distance race." Looking at Lin Tian's back, Song Kaifeng showed mockery in his eyes. Luo Bingning sighed secretly. She also knew that Lin Tian's speed was too fast for a long-distance run, and he would soon be exhausted and unable to hold on. Call. It didn't take long for Lin Tian to finish the first lap. His figure rushed past Luo Bingning, still at a very fast speed. 1 minute and 50 seconds. That's fast. Luo Bingning's eyes showed surprise, and she quickly checked on the internet. This speed reached the national standard for first-class transporters. Lin Tian doesn't look very strong, but his stamina is pretty good. Luo Bingning muttered to herself. Wang Xianglian said, "Bingning, Lin Tian runs quite fast, but they are long-distance running, not short-distance running. It is not wise for him to do this. Auntie Wang, it's amazing that you can sprint so fast," Luo Bingning said with a smile. Song Kaifeng finished the first lap in almost 4 minutes, and Lin Tian also finished the second lap, which took 2 minutes. How is that possible? Song Kaifeng's face didn't look good. He had just run 1 lap when Lin Tian unexpectedly pulled him along for a full lap. Luo Bingning's beautiful eyes lit up. Lin Tian's 1,600 meters also reached the standard for first-class athletes. Even though he rushed forward very fast at the beginning and couldn't hold on later, it was still amazing that Lin Tian could run such a result in the first 1,600 meters. 3 laps, 4 laps, 5 laps. After running 10 laps, Lin Tian deliberately stopped, panting heavily. 22 minutes and 35 seconds. Luo Bingning pressed the stopwatch and showed it to Wang Xianglian. Wang Xianglian looked a little unhappy. Song Kaifeng had only finished 6 laps, and the remaining 4 laps would take more than 10 minutes. "Bingning, I'll walk around and relax." Lin Tian deliberately walked forward while breathing heavily. "Auntie Wang, I didn't expect Lin Tian to be so good. Song Kaifeng needs to work harder. 1 second is worth 1,000 yuan," Luo Bingning said with a smile. Wang Xianglian. She didn't expect her son to lose, and lose so badly. Who? 14 minutes passed, and Song Kaifeng had only finished running 10 laps. Lin Tian affected his pace, so his speed was a little slower than usual. 36 minutes and 47 seconds. Lin Tian's time was 22 minutes and 35 seconds, 14 minutes and 12 seconds faster. Luo Bingning smiled sweetly. Song Kaifeng's face was gloomy. He wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. His grades were actually quite good, but compared to the others, they were rubbish. "Son, it's just a few 100,000, small change." Wang Xianglian smiled and said, "But it should be a huge sum of money for Lin Tian. We can't afford to lose him." Song Kaifeng nodded. Wang Xianglian had just asked Lin Tian for his bank card number, and soon she transferred 852,000 yuan to Lin Tian. This amount of money is actually not a small amount for her, but it is not a big problem to take it out. Their face is worth more than just this little money. And if the money is not given, Song Kaifeng and Luo Bingning will definitely have no hope. "Auntie Wang, we'll leave first then." Luo Bingning smiled. Soon Lin Tian and Luo Bingning left hand in hand. Song Kaifeng's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. This was a huge loss. "Son, every failure is a lesson learned. If you want to target a person or a company in the future, you must find out the truth," Wang Xianglian said in a deep voice. Song Kaifeng was extremely annoyed. "I haven't seen him running in the past 2 days. I didn't expect him to be so abnormal in this aspect. Damn." Chapter 21 Lin Tian gets a new car. "Mom, do you think Lin Tian cheated by taking a shortcut?" Song Kaifeng frowned. The community track goes around the buildings and there is indeed a shortcut. If Lin Tian takes the shortcut, he can save some time on each lap. No. Wang Xianglian shook her head. I asked the nanny to check it upstairs. Over 800,000 yuan, do you think I would give it to him without verifying it? Don't tell your dad about this, or he will definitely scold you. As long as you can take down Luo Bingning, this money will not be wasted. Song Kaifeng said with a dark face. Luo Bingning seemed to be unaware of Lin Tian's ability in this area, but now she knows. My spending money actually gave Lin Tian extra points. Wang Xianglian shook her head. Don't think so. Lin Tian has such a specialty, Luo Bingning will know it sooner or later. We easily gave so much money, you also got extra points, and this is also a kind of pressure for Lin Tian. Song Kaifeng's expression looked a little better. Mom, do you think there is still hope for me? Wang Xianglian nodded. Of course, and there is a great hope. Find someone to find out Lin Tian's information. Knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Song Kaifeng nodded solemnly. It turned out that he didn't regard Lin Tian as a qualified opponent at all. Now that he had been hit hard, he knew that he couldn't be careless. After returning home, Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with a strange expression. Lin Tian, you can run so fast, reaching the level of a national first-class athlete. Why didn't I know this before? Luo Bingning said in surprise. She had asked someone to collect information about Lin Tian. Lin Tian's information can be described in 4 words, mediocre. If Lin Tian had shown his amazing speed in school, he might have been a prominent figure in junior high school, and college. Lin Tian spread his hands and said, I've never met such a sucker before. $1,000 a second, wouldn't my little universe explode? Puff. Luo Bingning was amused. Song Kaifeng must be very angry. His speed is actually pretty good, but he was crushed by you. Just go downstairs and take a walk, and you actually made 850,000. Lin Tian smiled and said, it's not that I made 850,000 yuan, it's that we made 850,000 yuan together. This is the common property of the couple. Luo Bingning rolled her beautiful eyes at Lin Tian. Who is your joint property? Before we are really together, yours is yours and mine is mine. You earned this 800,000 yuan with hard work. You don't have to give it to me. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, then use the money to buy a car. It's free money, so I won't feel bad if I spend it all. I have a car, and I can pick you up from get off work occasionally. Luo Bingning smiled and nodded. At this price, you can consider the BMW X5. The landing price of the 3.0T should be around 800,000. Lin Tian was surprised and asked, you know so much. Tang Yan likes cars and often talks about them in my ear. I don't care about cars. I just want a car for daily transportation. Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian thought of the Porsche Panamera that Luo Bingning used to drive, and he felt deeply moved. The car cost several 100,000 yuan. I'll listen to you and buy an X5. I'll go to the 4S store tomorrow. Lin Tian smiled. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. After uploading the 2 videos, Lin Tian went to a BMW 4S store. There were X5s in stock, and Lin Tian took a fancy to a black one. Mr. Lin, you can come over and register in 3 days. The temporary license is valid for 15 days. The sales guy enthusiastically escorted Lin Tian to the car. Good. Lin Tian stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Driving the new car on the road, Lin Tian was a little excited. He used to think that it was good enough for him to be able to buy a second-hand car for tens of thousands of dollars. I didn't expect to drive such a luxury car. A car worth 800,000 yuan may not be considered a luxury car on a certain forum or in the comments section of Huiyin, but it is definitely one for ordinary people. Calm down, calm down. After all, you are already a martial arts master. It's just a car. Lin Tian muttered to himself. After driving the car back to the community, Lin Tian took a photo and sent it to Luo Bingning. Is he handsome? Handsome. Yang Zi knows what happened yesterday. She asked you to treat her to a meal. You just picked up a new car. Let's treat her to a meal tonight. Luo Bingning quickly replied. Okay, you guys decide on the place. Luo Bingning, let's go eat at a food stall. Save money. And I've never eaten at a food stall before, so I'll give it a try. I'll go home first, and then we'll set off together. Lin Tian looked strange. He took Luo Bingning to eat at a food stall. Isn't it a bit incongruous for a rich girl like Luo Bingning to be in a food stall? Mom, I asked someone to check Lin Tian. Our judgment was correct. He is just an ordinary loser who couldn't be more ordinary. His parents are farmers and his family is ordinary. He and Luo Bingning have never met before. They may have met online. Luo Bingning is a talented girl from Peking University. She started her own company with a valuation of hundreds of millions. We don't know what her family situation is like. Song Kai-fong excitedly called his mother Wen Xianglian. Luo Bingning is so young and her company is valued at hundreds of millions. Her family must be very well off, much better than their Song family. If he pursues Luo Bingning, how could there be few benefits? Son, Luo Bingning is so good, it may not be easy for you to pursue her. You need to be persistent and patient. By the way, there's an X5 in the parking space next to Luo Bingning. It's a high-end model. I checked and estimated the price is 800,000 yuan. Wang Xianglian said. Song Kai-fong gritted his teeth. He guessed that the car must have been bought by Lin Tian. He won him yesterday and got a new car today. Is this going to piss him off to death? Mom, if he eats my food, I will make him spit it out with interest. He is a poor loser, what qualifications does he have to fight with me? Song Kai-fong said coldly. It's good that you have confidence. Come on, son. Wang Xianglian hung up the phone. Song Kai-feng's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Tian, let's wait and see. After winning a round and tasting the sweetness, I don't believe you won't fall into the trap. He thought of a drinking buddy of his, who was not a good person and specialized in setting up schemes and using various methods to make money. Old Wei, what are you busy with? Song Kai-fong sent a message to the other party. What are you busy with? Brother Song, can you take care of me? The other party replied quickly. Song Kai-feng's family is wealthy, and the other party is well aware of this. Old Wei, we haven't gotten together for a while. How about a gathering at Joji Barbecue tonight? Their food is clean and smells pretty good. Okay. Putting down his phone, Song Kai-fong sneered. The person he contacted was called Wei Jun. It was definitely not difficult to set up a trap for a young man who had just graduated and did not have much social experience. Lin Tian, you are poor loser, how dare you provoke me? You are really trying to swat a fly on a tiger's head. You are tired of living. There was a mocking look in Song Kai-feng's eyes. This was not the first time he had asked the Wei army for help. This was not the first time that the Wei army had done this, and they were absolutely adept at it. Chapter 22 Luo Bingning protects her husband. Bingning, how about we go to Joji Barbecue? I've been there several times. The restaurant isn't particularly big, but the food is delicious. Luo Bingning returned home, and Lin Tian handed her the phone. The reviews seem pretty good, so let us go with this one. Luo Bingning looked at it and said with a smile, let's go pick up Yang Zi and go together. By the way, don't compete with her in drinking. She can drink at least 1 pound of white wine, and 10 bottles of beer are no problem. Lin Tian smiled. His alcohol tolerance was average before, but now he is a martial arts master with strong internal strength. Even if he doesn't use his internal strength to refine alcohol, he should have no problem drinking 2 or 3 kilograms of liquor. Let's go. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian and his friends met Tang Yang. Luo Bingning was sitting in the front row, so she could only sit in the back row. Bingning, why are you saving money for Lin Tian? He made so much money yesterday, and you actually asked him to take us to a roadside stall. Even if you want to help him save money, wait until after you get married. Tang Yang curled her lips. Lin Tian glanced at Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning's pretty face blushed slightly. She and Lin Tian had already obtained their marriage certificate. Yanzi, do you want to eat? If not, Lin Tian and I will go eat. I will give you 20 red envelopes so you can go eat some fast food. Luo Bingning said unhappily. Eat, why not? I'm going to eat at the roadside stalls and make Lin Tian feel pain. Lin Tian, can you drink? Let's drink later. Tang Yang thought of getting Lin Tian drunk, perhaps he would tell the truth after drinking. I can drink a little. Lin Tian smiled and said. Less than half an hour later, Lin Tian and his friends arrived. Night fell, various signs lit up, and the nightlife began. Let's go, that's the store. After parking the car, Lin Tian and his friends quickly arrived at the store. We're lucky. There's an empty table inside the restaurant. If it were any later, we would probably have to eat outside. Lin Tian smiled. The three of them sat down, and some men in the store showed envy in their eyes. Luo Bingning was very beautiful, and Tang Yang was also very beautiful. But although they were envious, no one came to cause trouble. Boss, give me a box of cold beer. The barbecue had not been ordered yet, but Tang Yang ordered the wine first. Yanzi, please drink less. Luo Bingning persuaded. Tang Yang said quietly, you two are in pairs, so I can only drink alone. If Lin Tian doesn't drink, I will finish it alone. Boss, let's serve these first. Lin Tian ordered the food quickly. Lin Tian, shall we have a drink first? Tang Yang handed Lin Tian a bottle of wine. Without waiting for Lin Tian to speak, she gulped down her own bottle of wine in no time. Tang Yang, take it easy. Lin Tian quickly drank the first bottle of beer. Half an hour later, the two had each finished 5 bottles of beer. At first Luo Bingning was quite worried about Lin Tian, but gradually she felt relieved because it seemed that Lin Tian could drink more than just a little. Luo Bingning was stunned. She touched Lin Tian's arm. Lin Tian, look outside. Song Kai-fong is here too. The guy sitting at the same table with him has a tattoo and doesn't look like a good person. Luo Bingning leaned closer to Lin Tian and whispered. Lin Tian looked outside. Song Kai-fong and the others were sitting outside. Brother Song, is there anything I can ask of you? Song Kai-feng's desk mate is naturally Wei Jun, he said with a smile. Song Kai-fong whispered, Old Wei, it's the same. I want you to help me get someone who doesn't have any background. First, find a prettier escort to seduce him, take some photos or something. If that doesn't work, then induce him to drink and drive. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He must be the person Song Kai-fong wants to target. Wei Jun said, Brother Song, you can do it, but is it necessary to go through so much trouble? I can just find a few brothers to beat up this little jerk. Song Kai-fong shook his head. I have a crush on a girl. I'm afraid beating him up will backfire. If you can't do that to him, you can lure him into gambling. I want him to lose everything. Wei Jun smiled and said, Brother Song, that's easy to say. You know my methods. I will definitely arrange everything for him. After it's done. Song Kai-fong said, 100,000. The work must be done beautifully. Thank you, Brother Song, for your care. The Wei army said happily. Song Kai-fong took out a photo and said, this is the target. His name is Lin Tian. He lives in the same building as me, on the 20th floor. Don't worry, he's just a poor loser. There was a cold light flashing in Lin Tian's eyes. Song Kai-fong was a very vicious guy. Judging from their conversation, this was not the first time Song Kai-fong had done this. As time passed, Tang Yang's eyes gradually became blurred. Drinking too much beer can also make you drunk. Lin Tian was fine, but he pretended to be a little drunk. Brother Song, I'm going to the bathroom. When Wei Jun entered the store, he glanced around as usual, and when he saw Luo Bingning and Tang Yang, his eyes suddenly lit up. After going to the toilet, Wei Jun walked straight to Lin Tian and his group's table. Two beauties, would you like to sit at our table? My brother is a rich man. If you drink a few glasses of wine with us and make us happy, you may get a few $1,000s each. Wei Jun grinned. Lin Tian turned and looked at the Wei army. Wei Jun was stunned for a moment. He recognized Lin Tian at once. Wasn't Lin Tian the person Song Kai-fong asked him to deal with? The girl Song Kai-fong found this time is of really high quality. No wonder he only offered 30,000 or 50,000 yuan before, but offered 100,000 yuan this time. Wei Jun thought to himself. Kid, what are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Wei Jun grinned and clenched his fist as if ready to attack. Watch this. Luo Bingning stood up, and the two chopsticks in her right hand stabbed Wei Jun's eyes. Wei Jun raised his hands to block as if by reflex. Drink. Luo Bingning retracted her right hand and fiercely hit Wei Jun's waist with her left fist. Luo Bingning and Tang Yang had learned martial arts, so they knew exactly where to hit to be most effective. Wei Jun immediately felt a sharp pain in his waist. Bingning, quick, kick me in the crotch. Tang Yang was not completely drunk yet, she shouted excitedly. Wei Jun endured the severe pain and quickly retreated. If Luo Bingning kicked him in the crotch again, his sexual happiness for the rest of his life might be gone. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. The Wei army retreated quickly. He often fought, and from Luo Bingning's just attack, he knew that Luo Bingning had practiced martial arts before, and all of her moves were fierce. If he were alone with Lin Tian and the other three, he would probably suffer a loss. Bingning, you really have practiced before, Lin Tian said with a smile. If Luo Bingning hadn't rushed to attack, he would definitely have taken action. If he had, the Wei army would have suffered more than just pain. Of course. Luo Bingning nodded proudly. Tang Yang said drunkenly, Lin Tian, don't mess around. I taught Bingning martial arts. You definitely can't beat her. Lin Tian stared at Luo Bingning. A black iron treasure chest suddenly appeared above Luo Bingning's head. Is it possible that treasure chests are more likely to appear when you are emotionally excited? Lin Tian said in his heart. Lin Tian, let's go back, otherwise we might get into trouble. Luo Bingning said with a little worry. If Tang Yang hadn't drunk so much, she wouldn't be worried. Tang Yang is very skilled and can easily fight 5 or 6 people alone. Tang Yang's combat effectiveness has now been greatly reduced. As for Lin Tian, Luo Bingning did not count him in. Lin Tian had never practiced before, and Lin Tian had drunk a lot of wine at this time. Then go back. Bingning, there is something on your head. Lin Tian waved his hand over Luo Bingning's head. Ding, the black iron treasure chest is opened. Congratulations to their host for obtaining the master-level wine tasting skill. Chapter 23 Tang Yang's family background. Lin Tian was a little sad. It turned out to be his wine tasting skills. He basically has no use for this thing. Fortunately, at least this skill has self-awareness, and the black iron treasure chest opened up with a master-level wine tasting skill. The Erhu skill that comes out of the black iron treasure chest is at the master level, and this one is at the Grandmaster level. The value of this ability itself is 1 level lower. Don't go back, I can still drink. Lin Tian, the second box hasn't been finished yet. Tang Yang said with a dazed look in her eyes. Luo Bingning said, Yanzi, let's take the wine back and drink it. You and Lin Tian can drink as much as you want. When you get drunk, you can sleep at my place. Good. Tang Yang agreed now. Luo Bingning helped her stand up. After Lin Tian paid the bill and went out, Song Kaifeng hid outside. When Wei Jun talked to him, he knew that Luo Bingning must be there. Snort. Lin Tian snorted lightly. Song Kaifeng actually found people in society to take action against him. This matter cannot be let go. Song Kaifeng can escape the monk, but he cannot escape the temple. Tang Yang, please sit down and fasten your seat belt. Luo Bingning sent Tang Yang to the back seat, and Lin Tian sat in the passenger seat. Asshole. Song Kaifeng's face was gloomy. As soon as Wei Jun said that, he quickly found Lin Tian's car. He hid and watched Lin Tian and the others leave. Brother Song, where does that pretty girl come from? She seems to be a martial artist, and she practices ruthless moves like eye poking and crotch kicking. Cheng Jun said beside Song Kaifeng. He held his waist. Luo Bingning hit the acupoints. After a long while, he still felt a dull pain in his waist. I only know that her family is very rich, but I don't know anything else. Brother Song, you can handle Lin Tian without any problem, but don't touch her. If you touch her, you may end up eating government food in a matter of minutes. Song Kaifeng warned. Luo Bingning is the woman he has set his eyes on, but he cannot let the Wei army do anything rash. Some of the methods the Wei army uses to deal with women are extremely despicable. Good. Wei Jun nodded. He dared to touch rich people, but not those who were too rich. A phone call from the other party might turn out to be an important target of the anti-gang and anti-evil campaign. Old Wei, they didn't see me, did they? Song Kaifeng was a little worried. Let's go sit down at the table they just sat at and take a look. Soon the two arrived at the store, and Song Kaifeng sat where Luo Bingning had just Saturday. He looked out the window with a somewhat ugly expression. As long as Luo Bingning paid attention outside, she would definitely see him. Brother Song, don't worry too much. At most, they can see it, but they definitely can't hear what we said. Wei Jun lowered his voice. Grass. Song Kaifeng cursed in his heart. If Luo Bingning saw him drinking with Wei Jun, and considering what Wei Jun did, her impression of him would definitely be much lower. Old Wei, let's not contact each other in the near future. If you succeed, I'll give you the money in 2 months. If Luo Bingning investigates seriously, we'll all be in trouble. Coming out of the store, Song Kai-fong said in a deep voice. Good. Wei Jun nodded. He knew Song Kai-feng's background very well. If he succeeded, Song Kai-fong would definitely not owe him a mere 100,000 yuan. Lin Tian, the guy who drinks with Song Kai-fong, is not a good person. Song Kai-fong might meet him just to deal with you. Plus what happened just now, the other party will definitely find an opportunity to deal with you. Luo Bingning said with some worry. Lin Tian smiled and said, I will be careful, don't worry. What about you? If he brings people to target you, can you handle it? Luo Bingning blushed slightly. I not only know the moves I just used, but I can also fight quickly like I did in the store. 2 or 3 strong men are no match for me. If it weren't for this, my family would definitely arrange bodyguards for me. Tang Yang was in the back seat and she took out her cell phone from her pocket. Uncle, Bingning and I were eating at Joji Barbecue just now, and someone was being rude to us. Can you help me vent my anger? Tang Yang called her second uncle. Yanzi, have you been drinking? Uncle, if you don't help me, I'll go find Grandpa. Okay, Uncle will help you. Let Bingning answer the phone. Tang Yang handed the phone to Luo Bingning. Uncle Tang, someone just wanted us to accompany them for drinks, and we didn't suffer any loss. I didn't think of bothering you with such a small matter. We are on our way home. Swallow will sleep at my place tonight. Luo Bingning said. Bingning, thank you for your help. On the other end of the phone, Tang Yang's uncle Tang Pengyuan hung up. Yanzi, you've disturbed your uncle for such a small matter. Luo Bingning returned the phone to Tang Yang. Tang Yang said angrily, that guy is not a good guy. Lin Tian, don't worry about drinking later, I will definitely beat you. Luo Bingning shook her head secretly. She saw that Lin Tian was very sober and his alcohol tolerance must be better than Tang Yang. Bingning, Uncle Tang Yang is. Her second uncle is the deputy director of the municipal bureau. Lin Tian was surprised. This position was not low. You know, they were not in an ordinary city, but in the magic city S. Lin Tian, you are not allowed to bully Bingning, otherwise I will let my second uncle arrest you, he. Damn it, that little bitch is really ruthless. Wei Jun returned home. He lifted up his clothes and saw that the place on his waist where Luo Bingning had hit him was slightly blue. When he pressed his finger, Wei Jun's mouth twitched in pain. Boom boom. Half an hour later, there was a knock on Wei Jun's door. He opened the door without asking, and saw 2 policemen standing outside. The Wei army was shocked. If the police knew about many of the things he did, 3 to 5 years would be the least. If he was not careful, he would have to stay in prison for more than 10 years. 2 brothers, what's the matter? Wei Jun said with a wry smile. As long as the police don't have evidence, he has nothing to fear. Even if he is arrested, he will be released in 24 hours at most. Wei Jun, you are being a hooligan in public, come with us. One of the policemen said coldly. Big brother, are you talking about what happened tonight? I told those 2 sisters to drink a few glasses of wine with me, but they didn't want to, and they beat me. I am the victim. Wei Jun looked aggrieved. Another policeman sneered, you are quite capable to let Deputy Director Tang's niece accompany you for drinks. I advise you to take the initiative to come with us. The Wei army was dumbfounded. One of them is Deputy Director Tang's niece? He does a lot of messy things, so naturally he knows some people above him. Deputy Director Tang is in charge of public security. I'll go with you. The Wei army said dejectedly. Having provoked Deputy Director Tang's niece, he knew very well that it would be better if he took the initiative to admit his mistake, but if he didn't, he would suffer more. Soon the Wei army was taken back. Director Tang, this Wei army has committed some evil deeds. We have never had solid evidence before, and the detention can only be 24 hours. This may be a rare opportunity. Tang Pengyuan arrived outside the interrogation room, and someone next to him reported. Investigate thoroughly according to the law and give an explanation to the country and the people. Tang Pengyuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Chapter 24 Song Kai-fong is in police station. Drink, Lin Tian, let's continue drinking. Tang Yang shouted, she was already about 70% drunk. No more wine. I'll drink with you next time. Lin Tian glanced at Luo Bingning and said helplessly. Luo Bingning also advised, Yanzi, you are not in a good state today. Next time when you are in a better state, you can drink with Lin Tian again. Who said there's no more wine? There are both white and red wines in the ice-condensed wine cabinet. Who said I'm not in good shape? I'm in very good shape now. Bingning, I will make him drunk and help you get the truth out of him. Luo Bingning felt warm in her heart. Even though Tang Yang was so drunk, he was still thinking about asking questions for her, fearing that she would suffer a loss at the hands of Lin Tian. Bingning, I'm going back to my room first. Can you handle her? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning nodded, don't worry, Yang Zi is not heavy, and she is not completely drunk yet, I will definitely be able to handle it. Lin Tian hurried back to the room. If more white wine is brought out, Tang Yang will definitely get drunk, and then it will not be easy for Luo Bingning to take care of a completely drunk person. In the room, Lin Tian sat cross-legged and began to practice. The alcohol in his body was quickly refined. Lin Tian discovered that alcohol made his cultivation speed faster. Many heroes in novels like to drink. Could this be the reason? Lin Tian muttered to himself. Bingning, next time. I will definitely drink more than Lin Tian. We will drink white wine then. He usually drinks more beer. Tang Yang outside said somewhat unconvinced. Luo Bingning persuaded her into the bathroom. Lin Tian is a very capable guy who is surprisingly good at drinking. Luo Bingning muttered to herself. Her curiosity about Lin Tian increased a lot. In just a few days, she had already discovered several advantages. First, he is in good health and can run to the standard of a first-class athlete. Second, he has not driven much, but his driving skills are pretty good. Third, he has a good alcohol tolerance and good drinking habits. This is definitely an advantage for men. Many businesses in China are negotiated over wine tables. Fourth, know your limits. This is very important. After all, they are not real husband and wife now. If Lin Tian is not sensible, Luo Bingning will have to consider living separately. Before he knew it, it was midnight and Lin Tian took a shower and went to bed. Inside the police station, Wei Jun was still enduring. Two big brothers, please be kind, I'm really thirsty, I didn't know one of them was Director Tang's niece. If I knew, I would worship her as my aunt. Wei Jun said helplessly. He hasn't had a sip of water in such a long time. It was summer now and the air conditioner in the interrogation room was not on. Wei Jun had drunk some alcohol before and now he felt like his throat was about to smoke. Wei Jun, tell us the truth. Do you think we arrested you just for this? If you tell the truth, you can get a reduced sentence. Otherwise, you will spend the rest of your life in prison. One of the two interrogators said sternly. Another said, Wei Jun, if it lasts more than 24 hours, your wife and your brothers will all be panicking. Deputy Director Tang has instructed that we conduct a thorough investigation in accordance with the law. You can be detained for a maximum of 10 days this time. We have time to slowly look for evidence. The Wei army secretly groaned. Normally, he would have just been given a verbal warning, but he had offended someone he shouldn't have, and he couldn't say anything even after being detained for 10 days. This is really terrible. He certainly didn't do many things by himself, and since he was detained for so long, others must have suspected whether he had confessed. His wife knew that there was hidden money at home, and that he had millions of dollars but couldn't tell where they came from. Some of his brothers knew all the scandals he had done. For example, setting up a private gambling game. Wei Jun, let's change the subject. Why did you meet with Song Kaifeng tonight? Let alone reminiscing about the past, your relationship is not that good yet. We found out that Song Kaifeng was taking drugs. Did he get the drugs from you? Do you know the consequences of drug trafficking? One of the interrogators said calmly. He lied that Song Kaifeng was taking drugs. No, I'm not selling drugs. Wei Jun said hurriedly. He doesn't dare to be charged with drug trafficking. If he does something else, he might be sentenced to 5, 6, 7 or 8 years. If he doesn't confess, he might be sentenced to only 10 years. If you are a drug dealer, you probably have to eat peanuts. He only had contact with you, a social person. If his drugs didn't come from you, then where did they come from? Wei Jun, if you tell the truth, you might be able to get a life sentence. The Wei army was terrified. He had offended Tang Pengyuan, so he wouldn't be charged with drug trafficking, right? It wasn't worth taking the risk for Song Kaifeng's 100,000 yuan. I confess. Song Kaifeng came to me to ask me to deal with Lin Tian. He has taken a fancy to Luo Bingning and wants me to find a prostitute to seduce Lin Tian and take some photos. Wei Jun said. What else? Don't tell us this is the only way. Wei Jun said in a hoarse voice, if this trick doesn't work, find a way to make him drink, and then wait for him to drive after drinking. Report him if he's driving under the influence. Officers, this isn't illegal. One of the interrogators said, Wei Jun, we will call Song Kaifeng over for questioning tomorrow. He must know a lot. Given your friendship, will Song Kaifeng conceal the truth for you? His family is very rich. If you confess and prove that you have done meritorious service for your crimes, he will be able to leave and go home soon. You are different. You will probably spend the rest of your life in prison. You will miss your son's wedding and your daughter's marriage. Wei Jun thought, it would be strange if Song Kaifeng concealed it for him. I confess. Wei Jun said dejectedly. If he confessed, he would spend fewer years in prison and he could even be there in time for his son and daughter to get married. You say. The two interrogators secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Ding dong. The doorbell at Song Kaifeng's house rang. The nanny opened the door and saw two policemen standing outside. We are looking for Song Kaifeng. There is a case that needs his assistance in investigating. One of the policemen showed his ID. Song Kaifeng heard the sound at the door. His face turned ugly. Son, what's the matter that requires you to go to the police station to assist in the investigation? Wang Xianglian took Song Kaifeng's hand and asked. Mom, it's just a small matter. I will take care of it. Song Kaifeng quickly followed the two policemen away. He felt that even if Wei Jun was detained, he would not say anything nonsense. In less than an hour, Song Kaifeng sat in the interrogation room. Song Kaifeng, tell me how you met Wei Jun and what you did to him. Tell me everything. Just a reminder, if you confess, you will be treated leniently, but if you resist, you will be treated severely. One of the two interrogators said seriously. He and I are just ordinary friends. We just got together to drink. Is it illegal? Song Kaifeng said coldly that he was not very panicked because his family was rich. Song Kaifeng, let us remind you that Wei Jun has confessed. We will give you half an hour. If you confess, it will be considered a confession. Song Kaifeng sneered in his heart. Wei Jun was a seasoned veteran. It had not been 24 hours yet, and he did not believe that Wei Jun had confessed. He felt that he was being deceived. Officers, we are really just ordinary friends. Song Kaifeng said firmly. Chapter 25 Bingning, are you married? Half an hour later, Song Kaifeng still insisted that he and Wei Jun were just ordinary friends and that he had done nothing wrong. Song Kaifeng, you've lost the chance to confess. Wei Jun confessed. You went to him 3 times. The first time you gave him 30,000 yuan, the second time you gave him 40,000 yuan. This time you promised to give him 100,000 yuan. Am I wrong? One of the interrogators said. Song Kaifeng's face suddenly turned ugly. He had paid in cash the previous 2 times, but he hadn't paid this time. If Wei Jun had not confessed, the police would have no way of knowing. Song Kaifeng, tell me what happened during those 3 times. Also, what is your relationship with the Wei army? Another interrogator said in a deep voice. Song Kaifeng thought about it and felt that his problem was not that serious, and if he actively compensated for the loss, it would not be a big problem. I say. Song Kaifeng took a deep breath and said, by the way, if I report Wei Jun, will it be considered a meritorious service? One of the interrogators said, Wei Jun has already confessed, but if you can say something new, it can be considered a meritorious service. Good. Song Kaifeng told him everything. He was extremely annoyed and told all the information he knew about the Wei army, including a small amount that the Wei army themselves had concealed. In the morning, Lin Tian, Luo Bingning and Tang Yang had breakfast together. Tang Yang looked at Lin Tian angrily. Lin Tian, you said you can only drink a little, you are not honest. Bingning, I think such a dishonest person is not suitable to be a boyfriend. It's better for you to break up with Lin Tian. Luo Bingning said unhappily. Yanzi, Lin Tian told you several times that he didn't want to drink anymore, but you insisted on persuading him to drink. Tang Yang said sullenly. Who told him to lie in the first place? Lin Tian, let's drink white wine next time. I'm better at white wine. Lin Tian chuckled and said, then I have to tell you in advance, I can drink a lot of liquor, so 3 or 5 kilograms won't be a problem. Tang Yang rolled her eyes. Just blow it. If Lin Tian said it was 2 kilograms, she would believe it, but it would be strange if she believed it was 3 or 5 kilograms. Just then, Tang Yang's cell phone rang. It was her second uncle calling. Yanzi, you should get up, right? That Wei Jun confessed last night. He committed a lot of crimes. The preliminary estimate is that he will be sentenced to 7 or 8 years. He can't harass you anymore. Song Kaifeng's problem is not that serious. If he actively compensates, he will probably be able to leave the police station this afternoon. Tang Yang asked in confusion, second uncle, what is Song Kaifeng? Tang Pengyuan said on the other end of the conversation, Song Kaifeng drank with Wei Jun yesterday and planned to frame Bingning's husband Lin Tian. Why did Bingning get married without telling anyone? Lin Tian. He was a martial arts master and heard clearly what Tang Pengyuan said. Tang Yang hung up the phone. She stared at Luo Bingning and said, Bingning, my second uncle said that you and Lin Tian are married. We are good sisters. Why are you hiding this from me? Lin Tian stood up. Bingning, I'm done eating, you guys can chat slowly. Lin Tian left soon. Luo Bingning took out her and Lin Tian's marriage certificate. Tang Yang slapped her forehead and said, you guys really got the marriage certificate. Yanzi, the matter between Lin Tian and I is a little complicated. Please continue to eat breakfast and I will explain it to you slowly. A few minutes later, Luo Bingning finished speaking. Yanzi, Lin Tian and I have an engagement, and our Luo family owes the Lin family. Grandpa is very old and was injured on the battlefield in his early years. His health is not very good. What would you do? Luo Bingning asked. Tang Yang was silent. If it were her, her choice might be the same as Luo Bingning's. She knew that Luo Bingning's grandfather was very good to Luo Bingning. What happened back then was a lifelong knot in Grandpa Luo Bingning's heart. Now that Grandpa Lin Tian is dead, how can the knot be resolved? Yanzi, I will only be 24 years old in 3 years. Are you still worried that I will get divorced and no one will want me? Luo Bingning smiled and said. Tang Yang shook her head. Of course, this was impossible. Not to mention Luo Bingning's stunning appearance, even if she was ugly, even if she had been divorced 10 times, there would still be a lot of people who wanted to marry her. The Luo family has assets worth tens of billions. Bingning, you must protect yourself. Lin Tian has a good alcohol tolerance, you should not drink with him normally. I'm not worried when you're sober, but I'm worried when you're drunk. Tang Yang instructed Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning smiled and said, after these few days, I think Lin Tian is actually quite good. We can still be friends. Tang Yang stared at Luo Bingning in a daze. Bingning, you won't really marry Lin Tian then, right? Luo Bingning smiled and said, if we develop feelings for each other, I will marry him. What's wrong with that? But he's just ordinary. Which of those young talents pursuing you is not better than him? Tang Yang said helplessly, Bingning, don't be stupid then. You and he may not have anything in common. Luo Bingning said seriously, Yanzi, you are my best friend, and Lin Tian is now nominally my husband, so don't look down on him. Tang Yang. She sighed and nodded. She knew Luo Bingning very well. Luo Bingning was serious when she said that, and she didn't want to make Luo Bingning angry. Bingning, I will listen to you on this. You have to listen to me when it comes to martial arts training. You have to spend more time practicing. Okay. Luo Bingning nodded. Yanzi, have you reached the dark energy level? Almost there, hee hee. Tang Yang said happily that she has now reached the perfection of Ming Jin. In the current Chinese martial arts world, the levels of martial arts are ranked from low to high as bone strengthening, bright strength, dark strength, master, and grandmaster. Tang Yang is a girl and she is not very strong, but she has perfect Ming Jin and can easily fight against 7 or 8 strong men alone. Once you reach the dark power level, you can fight more than 10 people alone. In the early stage of dark power, one can feel the qi in the body. If it reaches the middle stage of dark power, the chi can form real internal force. Bingning, you actually have good talent. I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child, but you have less time to practice martial arts, and now you are almost at the Ming Jin level. You should hurry up and reach the Ming Jin level. Tang Yang said. Luo Bingning nodded. I will try my best to go to your place to practice every day, and strive to reach the Ming Jin level within half a year. Yanzi, is there any cultivation method suitable for Lin Tian? Tang Yang shook her head. The skills that men in our Tang family practice cannot be passed on to outsiders, and he is already too old. All right then. Luo Bingning gave up this idea. It is not easy to achieve success in cultivation, and now is the era of hot weapons. Even a master can be knocked down by a single shot. Luo Bingning had no idea that Lin Tian was now a martial arts master. Moreover, his status as a martial arts master is certified by the system and is absolutely genuine. He possesses extremely pure and powerful internal energy. Yanzi, Lin Tian and I are married. You have to keep this news secret. Luo Bingning thought of this. Tang Yang nodded. Don't worry, I hope this can be kept secret for 3 years, then you can quietly divorce Lin Tian. My second brother has a lot of feelings for you. You're actually married. He'll probably be very depressed if he finds out about this. Luo Bingning shook her head. I don't have any feelings for your second brother. Chapter 26 Lin Tian's live debut. You wear a mask but dare not broadcast live. Are you afraid of being exposed? The tradition is dead, burn paper when there is trouble. These traditional dregs of China are so shabby that they are not worthy of being accepted in a formal setting. Lin Tian opened the Huiyin app. He already had 4.5 million fans, and there were many discordant voices in the comment section. There are quite a few people who are weak in the knees. Lin Tian frowned secretly. Erhu is vulgar and rustic, while piano and violin are elegant. Lin Tian was not happy with such devaluation of traditional art. In his opinion, there is no high or low level of art. Live broadcast at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Lin Tian uploaded 2 new videos and released the news at the same time. Originally he hadn't planned to go live so soon, but if he didn't do it, those haters would probably get more and more excited. Live broadcasts cannot be faked, and recorded videos may have this possibility. I have to buy 2 better sets of hanfu. We also need to rent a venue and prepare special live broadcast equipment. Lin Tian said in his heart. It's not appropriate to live broadcast at home. God knows whether Luo Bingning's parents will come over. If they see them, what should he do if they immediately separate him and Luo Bingning? We have been married for a short time, so it would be nonsense to say that I have deep feelings for Luo Bingning now. But where can I get treasure chests if I leave Luo Bingning? Hanfu was easy, and Lin Tian was ready in no time, but finding a suitable live broadcast venue was not so easy. The next day, Lin Tian asked Mr. Wu for help and finally found a venue he liked. In a blink of an eye, there was only half an hour left before the show started. Lin Tian was ready and he was in a room decorated in an antique style. The rent of this house is not cheap, it costs 20,000 yuan a month. The live broadcast equipment also cost a lot. Fortunately, Song Kai-fong still has some sponsorship left, otherwise he would have to spend most of the tens of thousands of dollars. How would he survive until next month? 5 million followers. Master Lin is really patient. He only broadcasts live with so many fans. It starts in half an hour. Many fans left comments in the comment section. Time passed minute by minute, and Lin Tian conducted a final check. In the courtyard of the imperial capital. This Xiaolin, I hope he won't stand me up. Mr. Shen muttered. There were only a few minutes left until 9 o'clock. Lin Tian's last name was revealed by Old Wu. Many people called him Mask Master, but Old Wu thought that sounded bad. Father, it shouldn't be that serious. He has 5 million followers. There must be a lot of people watching his first live show. If he cancels the first time, it will have a big impact on him. Next to Mr. Shen was Shen Chenyuandao. Mr. Shen nodded slightly. There is a large high-definition screen in front of them, so they can see more clearly. Here it comes. The live broadcast room suddenly lit up. In the picture, Lin Tian is wearing a decent hanfu in an antique room. The whole picture gives people a good feeling. The popularity of the live broadcast room soared rapidly. Lin Tian has the level of a master, and he has a group of Erhu masters behind him. Huiyin also gives him face and provides him with a lot of traffic. Everyone, welcome to my first live broadcast. If you have any songs you want to listen to, please leave a comment. If not, I'll just play it free. Lin Tian turned it on directly, and melodious music immediately sounded. Nice. Shen Yuan's eyes lit up. Lin Tian used professional sound recording equipment, and the environment was free of noise, so the live broadcast effect was much better than the previous video. Oh my god, this sounds better than the recording. Who said Master Lin would die in the light? Is this an Erhu? It seems different from the Erhu I remember. Countless comments quickly popped up. The popularity of the live broadcast room continued to soar, and the number of viewers also increased steadily. Well, this level is definitely not inferior to Master Ouyang. When the song ended, Mr. Shen exclaimed in admiration. Old third, why are you standing there? Didn't you say you would give tips during the live broadcast? Why don't you give tips now and want to give them after the live broadcast is over? Mr. Shen glanced at Shen Yuandao. Right away, right away. Am I not listening intently? Shen Yuan said quickly that he didn't want to wait until the live broadcast was over to give rewards. Now he could give large rewards of tens of thousands, but after the live broadcast was over, he could only give rewards of 10 yuan at a time. Fan old naughty boy sent a spaceship. Fan old naughty boy sent a spaceship. Gorgeous special effects appeared, and spaceships kept rising up. It cost 28,888 to reward a spaceship. Oh my god, a rich man has appeared. A spaceship costs more than 20,000 yuan. Many people in the live broadcast room were shocked, because those flying objects were all money. Master Lin is indeed amazing, but I'm not that generous. I'm just giving it as a small token of my appreciation. It's definitely a top-notch master-level performance. I'll pay some tuition. The comments became even crazier, and many other people also sent gifts. Lin Tian didn't care how many gifts there were. He didn't shout for gifts or call for attention. He just played quietly. But even so, Lin Tian's fans and gifts continued to soar. Dad, the 1 million reward is done. Shen Chen is a long way away. Every time Lin Tian played a song, he would reward with 4 or 5 spaceships, and the speed of rewarding was much faster than before. Elder Shen glanced at Shen Yuan and said, Third brother, don't you like to listen to it too? Aren't you going to give Xiao Lin a reward? Shen Yuan. Dad, I have such a plan. Under the gaze of his father, Shen Yuan said sullenly. Use your own phone to tip. Mr. Shen. Shen Yuan logged into his account and started giving rewards. He gave 10 spaceships in a row, spending nearly 300,000 yuan. 300,000 is not a lot of money for him. With the family shares he owns, his assets are worth tens of billions of Chinese dollars. Of course, this can't be compared with Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen also controls half of the family's assets, which is close to 100 billion yuan, and there is a lot of money in dividends every year. Crazy, crazy. Master Lin has made a lot of money. The total amount of rewards has exceeded 2 million. Many other anchors were attracted here. They were extremely envious that they could earn such a high income simply by giving tips. Although this is the first time, it is still exaggerated to get so many rewards. 2 hours passed without me noticing. Lin Tian put down the Erhu and looked at the value of the gift. The value of the gift was as high as 2.4 million, and one gift was worth $1. Everyone, thank you for your tips. The number of fans is now 5.8 million, and it will reach 6 million. The anchor will show everyone his unique skills. The time limit is 3 minutes. Lin Tian said with a smile. When he first started live streaming, he had 5 million fans. After 2 hours of live streaming, his number of fans had increased to 800,000. Everyone, charge. Master Lin actually has a hidden skill. Let's pay attention. Many people in the live broadcast room had not been paying attention at first, but now they all clicked to follow, and Lin Tian's number of fans increased rapidly. In just 2 minutes, Lin Tian's fans exceeded 6 million. Chapter 27, Unique Skills Show, Netizens are shocked. Master Lin, the fans are here, show us your unique skills. That's right, show us your unique skills now. Countless barrages of comments were flashing rapidly, and there were now more than 1 million viewers in the live broadcast room, and the popularity of the live broadcast room was very, very high. Countless gifts kept coming. Although most of these gifts are of relatively low value, there are also quite a few gifts of relatively high value. People who like Erhu tend to be older, and many of them have considerable financial resources, but it is difficult for ordinary anchors to motivate them to give gifts. Lin Tian is different. His Erhu playing level is at the top master level, and he deserves their tips. If they give more tips, Lin Tian may be more diligent in live streaming. Although it has not been long since Lin Tian posted the video, his fans have already seen through his lazy nature. Lin Tian has already received a lot of praise from his loyal fans, but he has only just started a live broadcast. And if there weren't so many haters, he probably wouldn't have started. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Everyone, I have to tell you that the Erhu is actually just one of my hobbies. I am not a professional Erhu host." Fan. The millions of fans in the live broadcast room were stunned. Lin Tian is a top Erhu master, isn't he a professional Erhu anchor? Anchor, what do you mean? Are you good at other things as well? Host, are you going to show other musical instruments? Countless people were frantically scrolling through the comments, and the comments were jumping so fast that it was not easy to see the ordinary comments clearly. Lin Tian smiled slightly, "I won't show you the musical instruments. I'll show you one-handed push-ups. If you're interested, you can try it." After Lin Tian finished speaking, many people who were watching the live broadcast were disappointed. Although one-handed push-ups are difficult, there are many ways to do them. Compared with the master-level Erhu, this is not a special skill. At this moment, Lin Tian fell straight down, and when he was about to touch the ground, he supported his body firmly with his right palm. Then, under the shocked gazes of millions of people in the live broadcast room, Lin Tian bent 4 of his fingers. He actually supported his upper body with just his index finger. Oh my gosh, what did I see? This is not a one-handed push-up, this is a one-finger push-up. How is this possible? There were suddenly more barrages of comments, and a large number of gifts were sent out. 1, 2, 3. Lin Tian started doing push-ups, and his movements were quite standard. 19, 20. After finishing the 20th one, Lin Tian stood up. "Everyone, just do 20 push-ups. You are welcome to challenge us, but everyone should do it within their ability." Lin Tian said with a smile. "I'm numb. Is this something we can challenge?" "Thanks, Joe. I can't do 20 push-ups with my hands." "Master Lin, you're called the masked man. I'm afraid you know martial arts." Lin Tian said, "Everyone, 2 hours have passed, and my unique skills have been demonstrated. It's time to say goodbye to everyone." After hearing what Lin Tian said, countless comments were made to try to keep him. "Master Lin, we haven't finished giving out gifts yet." "Yes, Master Lin, don't leave so quickly, show us some other unique skills." Millions of fans gave more gifts of various kinds. Many people were just there to watch the Erhu, but Lin Tian's unique skills really surprised them. Lin Tian said, "Everyone, there will be live broadcasts every week. I will definitely bring you other unique skills next time. See you next week at the same time." After saying that, Lin Tian ended the live broadcast directly. The live broadcast room turned into a black screen. But even so, there are still many people giving gifts in the live broadcast room. According to Huayin's rules, before the official live broadcast, the live broadcast room can be preheated with a black screen for 10 minutes, and the live broadcast room can also exist for 10 minutes after the end. Oh my goodness! Lin Tian was secretly amazed that the value of his gift was actually close to 3 million. It should be able to reach 3 million before the live broadcast room stops completely. According to the agreement between him and Huayin, he could get 1.8 million. "I don't think I'll earn that much in the future, but I can't believe I made so much from a live broadcast," Lin Tian said in his heart. He only live streamed for 2 hours. If it had been longer, his gifts would have likely exceeded 5 million. Ding ding. The phone rang. It was Zhang Han calling. "Master Lin, congratulations, your live broadcast debut was very successful. Master Lin, your fans' payment rate is very high. If you bring in more products, I think you can get even higher returns." The call was connected, Zhang Han said enthusiastically. Lin Tian said, "Brother Zhang, I'm sorry I'm not considering bringing goods for the time being." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Han was stunned. "Master Lin, bringing goods is very stable. The income from rewards will inevitably decrease. Zhang Han reminded. Their high income this time is inseparable from the fact that Huiyin provided a lot of natural traffic. If Lin Tian did not sell goods, his income would decrease and the natural traffic given to him would also decrease. Brother Zhang, the supply is hard to guarantee. I don't want to make myself too tired just for a little money. Lin Tiandao. His goal is clear, to earn some living expenses. Let your wife make the big money. He would be so busy bringing goods that he would have no time to search for treasure chests on Luo Bingning. Compared with treasure chests, money was nothing. All right. Zhang Han did not persuade him any further. He felt that when Lin Tian's income decreased, Lin Tian would definitely consider selling goods, and with Lin Tian's popularity, the income from selling goods would be very high. It's numb, let me do one finger push-ups to see how it goes. Wow, ha 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 ha, I have tagged many fitness bloggers. Then I'll tag the martial arts blogger. More than 1 million people watched the live broadcast, and many people recorded it. Soon, all kinds of news spread on the internet. Compared with the Erhu skills demonstrated by Lin Tian, the unique skills he showed later were more topical and spread more widely. Not long after, the related news became a hot topic on Weibo. And there is more than one. Challenge to do 20 push-ups with one finger. Erhu Master Lin's wonderful live debut, performing amazing skills. In the 2-hour live broadcast, Master Lin received over 3 million in tips. Various push-up challenges have appeared on Huiyin, and many bloggers will not miss this popularity. There is no doubt that almost no one has succeeded in the challenge. Even for someone like Tang Yang who has mastered the Ming Jin level, it is difficult to do push-ups with one finger, but there is still some hope of reaching the Jin level. Those who can reach the Jin level are usually not young. They basically do not play Huiyin and will not participate in this kind of challenge. Lin Tian exited the Huiyin app. He didn't know that as news spread rapidly, his fans grew rapidly, even faster than the first day. At this rate, it won't take long to break 10 million. Xiao Lin, I want to invite you to join a group chat. There are about 10 people in this group, all of them are Erhu masters. Mr. Wu sent a message to Lin Tian. Mr. Wu, is this appropriate? Of course you are suitable. Although you are younger, your level is comparable to that of President Ouyang. Soon, Mr. Wu sent an invitation to Lin Tian. Lin Tian thought about it and decided to join. The Erhu masters provided him with a lot of help, and he had to thank everyone. Chapter 28 Going to Luo Bingning Company. Soon Lin Tian joined the group. There were 11 people in the group, including him, there were only 12 people in total. The group chat name was Smooth Sailing. Welcome Master Lin. Master Lin, welcome, welcome. As soon as Lin Tian joined the group, the other 11 people started sending messages. They were all online at the moment, waiting for Lin Tian to join. I have met all the masters. Thank you for your help, masters. You can just call me Xiaolin. Lin Tian quickly sent a message in the group. He couldn't be proud in front of these masters. If he hadn't obtained the system, what would he be in front of these masters? Xiaolin, you are less than 35 years old this year, right? Today's performance was perfect. The promotion of Erhu may depend on young people like you. Mr. Wu, Xiaolin, the person speaking above is our President Ouyang. He is Ouyang Shun, the president of our Chinese Erhu Association. Lin Tian quickly replied, President Ouyang, I am indeed not yet 35 years old. Please forgive me for keeping my exact age and name secret for the time being. Let's work together to promote the Erhu. Time passed minute by minute, and Lin Tian chatted with a group of masters in the group for more than 10 minutes. They were all very curious about Lin Tian. But now, Lin Tian will not reveal his identity. Xiaolin, if you have time, join the group chat. I'm just a small university professor. Some of them are very powerful. It will be of great benefit to you to have a good relationship with them. Mr. Wu sent a private message to Lin Tian. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Lin Tian replied. However, he did not intend to curry favor with anyone deliberately. He had the system, so there was no need for him to curry favor with anyone deliberately. Ding ding. After packing up his things, Lin Tian was about to go home when Luo Bingning called. Lin Tian, are you busy today? I'm not busy. I have a lot of free time. As long as my performance is up to standard, it's fine. I've already achieved my performance target this month. Lin Tian's goal is just to earn tens of thousands of yuan for living expenses. From this live broadcast, his share will reach 1.8 million. There is nothing wrong with saying that your performance has met the target. Lin Tian, can you accompany me to a drinking party? There's an important client at the party tonight who likes to drink a lot. I used to ask Yang Zi for help with this kind of thing, but this time, my client's alcohol tolerance is probably much better than Yang Zi's. Lin Tian smiled and said, no problem. What time and place? Come pick me up at 5 in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian showed a faint smile on his face. He was quite happy to accompany Luo Bingning out. If they were lucky, they might get a treasure chest. Black iron treasure chests were extremely valuable. At 4:30 in the afternoon, someone knocked on the door and entered Luo Bingning's office. Boss, is there anyone to accompany you to the drinking party tonight? If no one is going to accompany you, how about I accompany you? I can still drink quite well. As long as we can make Mr. Chiao of Chinmu Group happy, there will be no problem with our company's Series A financing. The speaker was a man in his 20s. He invested 10 million in the pre-A round of financing, accounting for 10% of the company's equity, and also got a position in the company. Unnecessary. Luo Bingning shook her head. My boyfriend will come to pick me up soon. I will attend a drinking party with my boyfriend tonight. The man in front of Luo Bingning's face changed. Bingning, when did you have a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? Luo Bingning frowned and said, Guoliang, let's talk business. I welcome your investment in my company, but I don't need to report my private life to you. You can leave now. By the way, please call me boss. Bingning is not what you should call me. Guoliang left Luo Bingning's office with a rather grim look on his face. He was willing to invest 10 million, not because he was optimistic about Luo Bingning's company, but to get Luo Bingning as a person. The one who is closest to the water sees the moon first. He invested and got a position in Luo Bingning's company. He often saw Luo Bingning and maybe he could get together with Luo Bingning. Damn it. When did Luo Bingning get a boyfriend? Guoliang cursed inwardly. He had never seen Luo Bingning being intimate with any man. In this situation, how could Luo Bingning suddenly have a boyfriend? 10 minutes passed. Ding ding. Lin Tian called Luo Bingning. Bingning, I'm here. Do you want to come out or should I come in to pick you up? Luo Bingning thought for a moment and said, Lin Tian, please come in and pick me up. This will let some people in the company know that I already have a boyfriend. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. Is there anyone in Luo Bingning's company who wants to take over Luo Bingning? Good. Lin Tian quickly parked the car in the parking lot. Luo Bingning's company has a 5-story building in the entrepreneurial park. Luo Bingning gave instructions and Lin Tian quickly passed the gate. Mr. Lin, the boss is in the office on the 5th floor. The boss asked you to go directly to the 5th floor. The elevator is there. Lin Tian arrived at the front desk, and the girl at the front desk hurriedly said, Okay. Lin Tian nodded and walked towards the elevator. Who was that just now? He doesn't look like a customer, he must be the boss's friend. Some people were talking in low voices. Lin Tian quickly reached the 5th floor. There was a girl standing next to the elevator. When she saw Lin Tian, she quickly said, Mr. Lin, the boss's office is over here. Please. Soon Lin Tian arrived outside Luo Bingning's office. Mr. Lin, please. Bingning, your place is not small. Lin Tian walked into the office and smiled. Luo Bingning's company is not big, and it is very good to have a building like this in S City. This building may be more valuable than the company. The company has only used a portion of it so far, leaving room for development. Lin Tian, please wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Lu Jing, please go out first. Luo Bingning spoke. Lu Jing was the girl who brought Lin Tian here. She was Luo Bingning's assistant. After hearing what Luo Bingning said, she quickly closed the door and went out. Grass. Guoliang saw Lin Tian enter Luo Bingning's office. Lin Tian should be Luo Bingning's boyfriend. He looks average, how am I inferior to him? Guoliang felt unhappy. In terms of family background, appearance, and knowledge, he felt that he should not be inferior to Lin Tian. All right. 5 minutes later, Luo Bingning raised her head and said, Are we just the two of us going? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning nodded. Yes, the company is now in the A round of investment. We will go to see Mr. Chiao of Qianmu Group later. He is willing to invest 50 million. The specific shareholding needs to be discussed. Lin Tian asked doubtfully, Bingning, your family only gives you initial support, and you have to do all the subsequent financing by yourself. Right. Luo Bingning nodded. She smiled and said, Are you wondering why my family doesn't just invest all the money? Any project has risks. Also, accepting some investment will also lend strength to the company. Qianmu Group is very professional in the manufacturing of high-end cosmetics. Let's go, we'll talk on the way. After saying this, Luo Bingning moved closer to Lin Tian and took his arm. Chapter 29, Talking Business with Luo Bingning. When the two came out of the office, many people were stunned. Luo Bingning actually held Lin Tian's arm. They knew very well that there were many men pursuing Luo Bingning, including some from wealthy families, but Luo Bingning never paid any attention to them. Lin Tian looked ordinary. Soon Lin Tian and the others took the elevator downstairs. No wonder the boss ignored those suitors, it turns out she has a boyfriend. But I think the boss boyfriend seems average. The boss has high standards. Maybe he has some advantages that we don't know about. Some people were whispering, the gossipy spirits in their hearts were burning wildly, and some of them quietly sent out messages. Asshole. Guoliang watched from the window as Lin Tian and the others got into the car and left. He banged his fist on the windowsill. If he lost to some rich young man, Guoliang could still let it go, but Guoliang judged that Lin Tian was not a rich young man. Bingning, don't you have suitors in the company? I thought someone would come forward, but why is there no one? Lin Tian said in surprise as he drove away. Luo Bingning stroked her hair, because they know my character well. If they dare to jump out, they don't have to come tomorrow. Domineering. Lin Tian raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. Luo Bingning does have the capital to be domineering. Even if there is capital invested in the company, Luo Bingning is not afraid at all, because the Luo family behind her is a very strong capital. Does Mr. Chiao of Qianmu Group know your identity? Luo Bingning nodded, of course he knows. If he didn't know, he probably wouldn't even consider making a Series A investment. Qianmu Group has a market value of 20 billion, and President Chiao has personal assets of several billion. He doesn't have to give face to our Luo family if we are not in the same industry. Having said this, Luo Bingning turned and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, it's normal to drink a little in business. But don't worry, I never get drunk, and I never go out drinking alone. Lin Tian nodded slightly. If you have such a thing in the future, you can call me. I dare not say anything else. When it comes to drinking, I am now the best. Luo Bingning chuckled. You are still a lone warrior, don't get drunk tonight. Mr. Chiao from Qianmu Group likes nothing better than a glass of wine. He can drink a lot, and many deals are concluded over the wine table. Reading people over the wine table is Mr. Chiao's specialty. Lin Tian nodded slightly. For his company to grow so big and his personal assets to be billions, it is definitely not just because he loves wine. If he can drink a lot and can read people at the table, perhaps he can avoid a lot of risks. Some people are very good at disguising themselves, but their true colors are revealed after a few drinks. Bingning, will you drink later? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning nodded, of course, I just drink less, you are the main force. When the drinking party is over, find a designated driver to drive back. Half an hour later, Lin Tian and his friends arrived at a private restaurant. This kind of private restaurant may look inconspicuous, but the ingredients are all top-notch, and some of the chefs have even presided over state banquets. Welcome. Lin Tian and his friends were soon welcomed into a private room. The private room is quite large, with a wine cabinet on one side of the wall, on which are displayed a wide variety of fine wines. Lin Tian, don't worry about drinking later, the company will pay for it. Luo Bingning whispered. Lin Tian chuckled. If the company didn't reimburse them, they would probably be starving after eating a meal here just based on their living expenses. Knock, knock. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning didn't wait long before there was a knock on the door. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning stood up and two people came in from outside. Boss Luo, sorry for the long wait. I plan to let my son practice a little. I'll let him take charge of this project. Please don't mind if he's delayed a little bit. The middle-aged man among the two people who came in smiled. He looked to be in his 50s. This person was none other than Xiao Haisheng, the president of Qianmu Group. The other was a young man whose eyes lit up when he saw Luo Bingning. "Hello, Mr. Luo, please give me your guidance." Xiao Haisheng's son Xiao Ziming stretched out his hand. Luo Bingning apologized. "Boss Xiao Qiao, I'm sorry, I personally have a serious misophobia, and I never shake hands with anyone. Boss Qiao, little Boss Qiao, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Lin Tian. Boss Qiao likes to drink, so I pulled him over. Lin Tian has a good alcohol tolerance." Xiao Ziming withdrew his hand with some regret. His eyes fell on Lin Tian. Xiao Haisheng also looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian chuckled and said, "Boss Qiao, I don't have any other advantages except that I can drink quite well. I hope I can drink with you, Boss Qiao." Xiao Haisheng laughed and said, "Xiao Lin, you are too modest. Mr. Luo is famous for his high vision. You must have something outstanding. Boss Luo, let's all sit down." The food had been ordered long ago, and since everyone was present, the food was served quickly. Each dish looked very appetizing. "Boss Luo, I'm sorry to have cost you so much. I know you don't drink white wine, so I asked Ziming to bring you a bottle of nice red wine. Xiao Lin, let's just get something white." Xiao Haisheng smiled. Xiao Ziming took out a bottle of red wine from his bag. "Brother Lin, you are wine lover, do you know this wine?" Xiao Ziming looked at Lin Tian with a little provocation. He had just returned to China not long ago and originally wanted to have some fun and didn't want to do anything, but when he saw Luo Bingning, he became very interested. But Luo Bingning actually has a boyfriend. Luo Bingning frowned secretly. Lin Tian could drink a lot, but he probably didn't know about these things. It was a bit rude of Xiao Ziming to ask this. Lin Tian smiled and said, "The market price of the Lumiere Musigny Grand Cru red wine is about 90,000 yuan per bottle." "Great, Xiaolin, you seem to know a lot about wine." Xiao Haisheng exclaimed. Luo Bingning was a little surprised that Lin Tian actually knew this. Lin Tian muttered in his heart, he thought that wine tasting skills were useless, but he didn't expect that they would be used now. Wine tasting skills include a lot of knowledge. He now knew all the wines in the world. "Boss Qiao, Bingning's intention is that you pay 50 million and hold 20% of the shares. I know Boss Qiao is very generous. Shall we compete?" Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning frowned secretly. Lin Tian actually revealed her secrets. "Oh? How do we compare?" Xiao Haisheng said with a smile. Lin Tian said, "I heard from Bingning that you, Mr. Qiao, can drink a lot. Let's see who can drink more. The loser will give up 5 points. If you win, Mr. Qiao, you'll get 25 points. If you lose, Mr. Qiao, you'll get 15 points. What do you think?" Xiao Haisheng laughed and said, "Xiao Lin, it seems that you are very confident in your drinking capacity. I am also confident in my drinking capacity. I have no problem. What about you, Mr. Luo?" Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian and nodded. "Lin Tian is my boyfriend. He said so of course I agree." Luo Bingning was a little worried. But at this time, she could only choose to believe Lin Tian. Then it's settled. Xiao Haisheng smiled. He felt he had won. The valuation of Luo Bingning's company has now increased. 50 million represents 20% of the equity, which is reasonable. If they can get 25% of the equity with 50 million, they will make a lot of money. Now 5% of the shares are worth more than 10 million. This 5% stake may well be worth more in the future. "Ziming, there's a box of Moutai in the trunk of my car, go get it." "Xiaolin, is it okay for us to drink Moutai?" Xiao Haisheng smiled and said that he was used to drinking this. After all, it involves a business worth tens of millions, so he has to be cautious. It's a waste of money for Mr. Qiao. Soon Xiao Ziming brought in a box of Feiqian Moutai. Chapter 30 Luo Bingning's Scale. There are 6 bottles in a box, each bottle is 500 milliliters and 53 degrees. Most people will probably vomit after drinking a bottle. "Boss Qiao, I am a young man and I have taken advantage of you. Let me toast you first. This drink will not be counted." The two of them poured wine and Lin Tian said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he raised his glass and quickly drank the first glass of wine. The wine glasses they used were not small, and each glass could hold 3 taels of liquor. Xiaolin, you are so heroic. Xiao Haixing said appreciatively. If both of them can drink a lot, the outcome may depend on these 3 taels. If Lin Tian drinks 3 taels more, he will have a big advantage. Xiao Haixing had no idea that drinking 1 more glass of wine, let alone 1 more bottle, would have no effect on Lin Tian. Boss Xiao, this is to wish you a smooth cooperation with Bingning. Lin Tian smiled. The two clinked their glasses and then drank them all in 1 gulp. In just 1 minute, Lin Tian drank more than half a pound of white wine. Luo Bingning was a little nervous. She was afraid that Lin Tian would damage his health by drinking like this. As for business, Luo Bingning was not too worried. Since the deal has been made, there is no point for her to worry anymore. Besides, for the entire Luo family, more than 10 million is not a lot. Xiao Lin, it seems that I have met my match today, har har. Xiao Haixing laughed heartily. After drinking 6 taels of liquor, Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. What's Mr. Xiao's favorite wine? Lin Tian guided the topic. If you talk about business or something, he has nothing to say. Wine is what Xiao Haixing likes, and he is very good at it. As time passed, Xiao Haixing and Lin Tian had a very pleasant chat, and Xiao Haixing learned a lot about wine. The two chatted about a lot of things. Luo Bingning was extremely surprised. Lin Tian's parents are both farmers. According to the information she obtained, Lin Tian is an ordinary person, but he knows so much about wine. It seems that the information I got can be thrown aside. Luo Bingning shook her head secretly. Lin Tian's physical fitness reaches the standard of a first-class athlete, which is not recorded in the information. Lin Tian's alcohol tolerance is also not recorded in the information. What secrets does Lin Tian have? Luo Bingning muttered to herself. Her curiosity about Lin Tian is growing stronger and stronger. But even though she is very curious about Lin Tian, she will never fall in love with him so quickly. Xiao Lin, I, old Zhou, rarely admit defeat when it comes to drinking capacity, but I admit defeat to you. I can only drink 1 last glass. If you can just have 2 more drinks, you'll win. Xiao Haixing was already about 70% drunk. He and Lin Tian had finished 2 bottles of white wine. Xiao Haixing knew he would pass out if he drank any more. Mr. Xiao, please stop drinking. Thank you. Lin Tian smiled and drank 2 cups in a row. In total, Lin Tian drank 3 bottles. I'll take the gamble and admit defeat. For 50 million, we'll own 15 points of the shares. Boss Luo, it's a pleasure to work with you. Xiao Haixing stood up unsteadily. It's been a pleasure working with you. Luo Bingning also raised her glass and clinked glasses. She was drinking red wine, but it was not the bottle that Xiao Ziming brought. 90,000 yuan a bottle of red wine is quite expensive. If she wants to drink, she can buy it herself, but she won't drink Xiao Ziming's. Boss Luo, Xiaolin, if I stay any longer I will make a fool of myself. Let's leave first. I will ask Ziming to come over to sign the contract tomorrow when I sober up. Xiao Ziming helped Xiao Haixing leave. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian worriedly. Lin Tian, are you okay? I'm fine. Lin Tian shook his head. Now that Mr. Xiao has left, let's go home too. Luo Bingning nodded. She quickly paid the bill. This meal cost an average person half a year's salary. The taste is really good, and the price is really expensive. Boss Luo, Boss Lin, please get in the car. Lin Tian and his friends didn't need to call for a designated driver, as the store provided a designated driver service that took Lin Tian and his friends back home safely. Lin Tian, although you have a good alcohol tolerance, you should stop drinking like this in the future. I'm afraid that drinking too much will hurt your body. Luo Bingning helped Lin Tian into their house. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning's head with a smile. A bronze treasure chest appeared above Luo Bingning's head. With this bronze treasure chest, all the wine she drank tonight would not be in vain. Bingning, are you worried about me? Let's hug one. Lin Tiandao, he said as he slowly opened his arms. Luo Bingning walked closer and gave Lin Tian a light hug. They had hugged each other before, so she could accept a hug like this. Ding, the bronze treasure chest is opened. Congratulations to their host for obtaining the master-level Guqin skill. The system's voice rang in Lin Tian's mind, and a large amount of information quickly poured in, making Lin Tian's head dizzy. Bingning, I'm a little drunk. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Lin Tian took the initiative to let go of Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning said quickly, "Wait, bring 2 bottles of water in. You drink so much, you will definitely be thirsty in the middle of the night." Lin Tian staggered back to the room with the water. The 3 bottles of wine did not have much effect on him, but the master-level Guqin skills contained a lot of information, which made him feel uncomfortable. After returning to the room and locking the door, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the floor. He quickly began to practice. As the technique was working, the alcohol in Lin Tian's body was quickly refined. He felt that the effect of practicing after drinking white wine was much better than drinking beer. Time passed second by second, and the information in the mind was quickly digested. Lin Tian clearly felt that his attainments in playing the Guqin had reached the Grandmaster level. And it's at the peak of Grandmaster level. Good fellow. It's amazing to be a master of the Erhu, but the Guqin has reached the Grandmaster level. Lin Tian was amazed. There are always a dozen or so masters in China with a population of more than 1 billion. It may take even 100 or 80 years to produce a Grandmaster. Of course, this refers to the same row. There is no master of Erhu nowadays, but for Guqin, according to Mr. Wu, there is a master who is extremely skilled in playing the Guqin. Even high-ranking politicians have to be polite to people like that. First, the master-level Erhu, and now the master-level Guqin. Does the system want me to develop more in traditional instruments? Lin Tian said in his heart. He is also willing to promote traditional musical instruments and culture. You can make a lot of money in the process, so why not do it? Gradually, time came to the early morning. Lin Tian finished practicing for 3 weeks and then took a bath. Knock, knock. Luo Bingning tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. She knocked on Lin Tian's door. "Bingning, do you want to sleep here with me?" Lin Tian opened the door and said with a smile. Luo Bingning blushed. "You wishful thinking, you drank so much, I was worried that you might get into an accident and it would be hard to explain to your uncle and aunt." "Don't worry, I'm fine. I have a healthy body and a fast metabolism. I'm half awake now and will be fully recovered by tomorrow morning. Good night." Luo Bingning quickly returned to her room. She felt relieved when she was sure that Lin Tian was fine. A happy smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. Luo Bingning was wearing pajamas and probably no underwear. He initially judged that Luo Bingning's size should be between C and D. Lin Tian thought this scale was very good. Chapter 31 SS Level Contract. Bingning, good morning. The next morning, Lin Tian came out of the room and smiled. "Lin Tian, are you feeling okay? My dad always has a headache the next day after drinking. You drank so much last night." Luo Bingning said a little worriedly. Lin Tian said with a smile, "It's good, I even want another bottle." Luo Bingning. "You can drink a lot. But you should drink less if you can. Drinking too much is harmful to your health." Lin Tian nodded, "I understand. When we plan to have a baby in the future, I promise not to drink alcohol for the first 6 months." Luo Bingning gave Lin Tian a coquettish look. "Lin Tian, I have to thank you for what happened yesterday. If the negotiation was normal, the deal should be around 20 points. 50 million only accounts for 15 points of shares. I got a lot of bargains." Luo Bingning said seriously. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Just don't blame me for acting on my own." Luo Bingning thought for a moment and said, "If it's something we are sure of, you can make the decision. I don't like people who are timid and submissive. But if you're not sure, you should be cautious. My parents are strongly against it before the 3 years are up." Lin Tian nodded, "I understand. Eating noodles. Eat." Ever since Luo Bingning said something wrong last time, he hasn't eaten the noodles cooked by Luo Bingning for several days. Her noodles are still quite delicious. After breakfast, Luo Bingning went to the company. Today is Saturday, but she also has to go to the company to sign the contract. Xiao Ziming seems to have feelings for Luo Bingning. But Lin Tian was not worried. Given Luo Bingning's appearance and family background, there were too many people who had ideas about her, and Xiao Ziming was just average among them. There is no possibility for him to pursue Luo Bingning. "Go buy a better Guqin," Lin Tian muttered. He has acquired master-level Guqin skills and now he is itching to try his hand at it. He also wants to experience the master-level Guqin skills. Well, after looking at the balance on his bank card, Lin Tian had no choice but to give up. Song Kai-fong lost more than 800,000 yuan, but only tens of thousands were left after buying a car. After renting a house and buying live broadcast equipment, there was not much left. He only has tens of thousands of dollars on his card. This is the living expenses for him and Luo Bingning. By the way, I don't know how many fans I have. Lin Tian logged into the Huiyin app. He started practicing after returning last night. He went to sleep without checking the connection. He didn't know how many fans he had gained. Lin Tian stared blankly at the phone interface. Yesterday he had more than 6 million fans, and now he is shocked to find that his fans have approached 10 million. Since the end of the live broadcast yesterday, the amount has increased by more than 3 million. What's going on? Lin Tian was a little confused. He checked. It didn't take long for Lin Tian to figure out that it was his one-finger push-up that became popular and brought him astonishing traffic. If it comes to just the Erhu, it would be hard for him to have over 10 million fans. In the whole of China, the total number of people who like the Erhu is limited. I have almost 10 million followers. Am I considered a big internet celebrity? Lin Tian muttered to himself. He didn't expect that a simple one-finger push-up yesterday would bring him so many fans. Master Lin, you said you are not a professional Erhu anchor, but all the videos you posted are Erhu playing videos. Master Lin, please show me a video of one-finger push-ups. One-finger push-ups are feasible, but it's too fake for the anchor to do 20 easily. The anchor also uses the index finger instead of the thumb. Lin Tian looked at his comments section. Many fans asked him to record a video of one-finger push-ups. Some people also questioned whether there were problems with yesterday's live broadcast. Someone actually succeeded in the challenge, that's amazing. Lin Tian searched in Huiyin and found that some people had successfully completed the challenge, but the most they had done was only 5 one-finger push-ups. This is already very awesome. This is very popular, let's make a video about it first. Lin Tian said in his heart. He estimated that after the video was shot, Huiyin would definitely give him a lot of traffic, and maybe his fan base would increase significantly again. After going out, Lin Tian arrived at the rented house. He changed into Hanfu and put on a mask. Hey guys, some people think that my one-finger push-ups yesterday were fake, some say the floor wasn't real, and some say there was something wrong with the anchor's shoes. Let's do it again today. Lin Tian's low voice sounded. He used his inner strength to change his voice, so that even Luo Bingning, or even his parents, would not be able to tell the difference. Lin Tian poured a glass of water on the ground. The water stays in a small area. Everyone, this is the floor, not the wall. Lin Tian took off his shoes and said, there's nothing wrong with my feet, right? I'll just do 100 push-ups today. Lin Tian did it quickly. In less than 2 minutes, 101 finger push-ups were completed. It didn't take long for Lin Tian to cut the video and upload it. Boss, Master Lin has sent a video. It's a video of one-finger push-ups. Huiyin building, an operator of Huiyin said loudly. Let me see. Zhang Han came closer, and some others also came over. It didn't take long for them to finish watching the video that Lin Tian had just uploaded. Oh my god, is this something a human can accomplish? It's confirmed. Master Lin is a warrior and a very powerful one. 101 finger push-ups are so easy. I tried it yesterday and could only do a dozen with both hands. People around were talking about it. Push the flow, now. I'll go find the director. After saying this, Zhang Han hurried to Director Fang Jingming's office. Director, Master Lin has released a new video. Soon Fang Jingming also finished watching Lin Tianfar's new video. He is a top Erhu master and should be good at martial arts as well. Lin Tian has the potential to become a big star. We must not let him be poached. Fang Jingming said in a deep voice. Zhang Han said helplessly, Director, but he doesn't want to sign the contract. Fang Jingming walked back and forth for a while, then he said, I'll talk to the higher-ups and they can give him a more relaxed contract. As long as you don't restrict him too much, he should agree. If the higher-ups agree, you can go and have a meeting with him on behalf of the company. It would be best if you could confirm his strength. Zhang Han nodded, Director, I have no problem. As long as the higher-ups confirm, I will leave immediately. The streaming of his video. I'll arrange it right away. Fang Jingming quickly contacted Huiyin's higher-ups. Zhang Han, leave immediately. When you get to the city where Lin Tian is, call him and ask him for his exact address. The higher-ups promised to give him a special SS-level contract. Zhang Han was surprised. He thought it was an S-level contract, but he didn't expect it to be a special SS-level contract. Today S-top anchors at Huayin generally sign S-level contracts. SS-level contracts are a treatment only top stars can enjoy. As for the SSS-level contract, Huayin currently does not have one. Director, it would be inappropriate for me to sign the SS-level contract alone. After all, I am only a level 3 manager. Zhang Han said a little hesitantly. What you said makes sense. Book my ticket too, I'll go with you. Fang Jingming thought for a moment and said. Chapter 32, The Shock of Huayin Visitors. Where are the haters? Come out, Master Lin has slapped you in the face. 100 push-ups on one finger, Master Lin, please accept my knees. I appreciate it. Master Lin, please do more live broadcasts. With Huayin S streaming, and the fact that Lin Tian already had nearly 10 million fans, the number of likes and comments on the video skyrocketed. Not long after, the related news once again became a hot topic. Many people who criticized yesterday couldn't criticize anymore after seeing today's video. Some of them suspected yesterday that the ground was actually a wall. Today there was a puddle of water on the ground. If it was a wall, it would definitely flow down. Some people also said that there was something wrong with Lin Tian's shoes. Lin Tian just stepped on his feet today. 100 push-ups on one finger, that's amazing. Tang Yang also saw Lin Tian's video and she was amazed. She tried it yesterday. She could do 4 or 5 push-ups with one finger. Even though her fingers were broken, she could only do 10 at most. 20 is impossible with her perfect Ming Jin cultivation. As for 101 finger push-ups, even people who have reached the perfect level of dark energy may not be able to do it, as the difficulty has increased a lot. Tang Yang silently clicked a follow button. She also pushed Lin Tian's video to Luo Bingning. Bingning, with your conditions, you can definitely find someone better like Master Lin. His martial arts are much better than mine. Tang Yang also left a message to Luo Bingning. He must be much older than you, probably in his 30s or 40s. His skin looks younger because he practices martial arts. I'm done with my work, I'll come find you later. Luo Bingning replied to Tang Yang's message not long after. She promised Tang Yang that she would take time to practice martial arts more. 10 million followers. Lin Tian was amazed at how fast his fans were growing. In just 1 week, he had 10 million fans. You should know that none of his 10 million fans are zombies. They have all become his followers in recent days and are all high-quality active fans. Ding ding. At noon, while recording the Erhu video, Lin Tian's cell phone rang. Brother Zhang, what's the good news? Lin Tian answered the phone and smiled. It was Zhang Han calling. Zhang Han said on the other end of the phone, Master Lin, I have arrived in City S, and I am traveling with one of our Huayin's operations directors. We brought you an SS-level contract. The contract doesn't require much from you, but it has a lot of benefits. Lin Tian was surprised and asked, SS-level contract? Yes, SS-level contract. The top internet celebrities only have S-level contracts. SS-level contracts are not public. Only top stars can enjoy SS-level contracts. Zhang Han said. Lin Tian was very surprised. Brother Zhang, I am now a little famous, but it is not worth it for you to give me a top SS-level contract, right? Master Lin, your value has not yet been fully demonstrated. This is a decision from above. Zhang Han said. Master Lin, where are you now? Lin Tian thought about it and decided that since Zhang Han and the others were here, he must meet them. Huayin was also sincere enough in giving him the SS-level contract. Brother Zhang, please add me on WeChat and I'll send you the location. Not long after, Zhang Han added Lin Tian's WeChat. They had already arrived in the city, and about half an hour later, Zhang Han and Wen Jingming arrived at the house rented by Lin Tian. It is said to be a house, but in fact it is a shop. It used to sell tea, serving high-end customers, so it was decorated in an antique style. The original owner moved in some time ago. The landlord didn't want to destroy the decoration, but the circle selling high-end tea was not large, and no one dared to rent the shop after the previous boss moved in. In the end, Lin Tian got the advantage. But even so, it still costs 20,000 yuan a month. This is the friendly price given by the boss because Mr. Wu knows him. Master Lin, hearing about your reputation is worse than meeting you in person. You are really young. Seeing Lin Tian, Fang Jingming stretched out his hand and said enthusiastically. Hello, Director Fang. Lin Tian smiled and said. Zhang Han has already sent a message revealing Fang Jingming's name and identity. Director Fang, Brother Zhang, please take a seat. Lin Tian sat down and poured a cup of tea for Fang Jingming and Zhang Han. The tea was given by the landlord. The previous boss was arrested and could not pay the penalty for breach of contract, so he used some of the tea to offset the debt. The landlord also had a headache because he had a lot of tea. Lin Tian knew Mr. Wu, so the landlord gave him 2 cakes of tea. Master Lin, is this where you filmed the video? I wonder if we can see your unique skills, Master Lin. Fang Jingming Dao. SS-level contracts are extraordinary and cannot be given out casually. With the strength that Lin Tian has shown, if he was only given an S-level contract, Fang Jingming and the others would not need to be so cautious. Lin Tian smiled and said, Director Fang, let me take a look at the contract first. If I am not satisfied with the contract, there is no need to show it, right? That's fine. Fang Jingming nodded. He handed Lin Tian a contract. Lin Tian couldn't read 10 lines at a glance, but with his level of cultivation, he could read 4 or 5 lines at a glance without any problem, and he quickly finished reading the entire contract. The SS-level contract is really good. The contract is very loose and the requirements are very low. There are naturally many benefits to signing this contract. Huiyin will have a guaranteed minimum flow every month and there will also be traffic rewards. The share of the gift is 70%, which is 10% higher than Lin Tian's original share. You have to know that 70% is after tax. Huiyin has to bear taxes and operating costs. On the SS-level contracts, Huiyin not only does not make any profit, it may even suffer a small loss. Of course, Huiyin will not lose money overall. Everyone who signs an SS-level contract with Huiyin is not simple, and binding these people can bring huge traffic to Huiyin. It seems like I have no reason to refuse such a contract. Lin Tian smiled and said. Fang Jingming smiled and said, SS-level contracts used to be reserved for top stars. Even first-rate stars didn't get such treatment. Master Lin, do you really know ancient martial arts? Zhang Han coughed lightly and said, Master Lin, we are just curious. Who among us men doesn't have a martial arts dream? Lin Tian nodded slightly. Huiyin showed sincerity, so it's okay for me to show my sincerity as well. As he spoke, he extended his index finger and pressed it on the tea table. Soon a fingerprint 1 centimeter deep appeared on the tea table. Master Lin, you. Fang Jingming and Zhang Han were both stunned. This coffee table is of high quality and is not made of ordinary wood. It is impossible to leave such fingerprints with a force of less than 100 kilograms. Would you guys touch it? Lin Tian chuckled. Master Lin, I'm sorry. Fang Jingming said as he extended his hand. He pressed next to the fingerprint left by Lin Tian, using all his strength, but there was no mark left on the wood. Zhang Han tried to lift the tea table. The tea table was made of solid wood and weighed more than 200 kilograms, but he couldn't lift it. Lin Tian smiled slightly and put his hand under the tea table. Rise. Lin Tian exerted force and lifted the heavy tea table with one hand. Fang Jingming and Zhang Han were both stunned. Director Fang, Brother Zhang, there's no need for one-finger push-ups, right? Lin Tian chuckled. Fang Jingming and the others shook their heads repeatedly. Lin Tian would not weigh more than 150 kilograms, and the force he just applied with his fingers was likely to be more than 150 kilograms. Master Lin, let's sign the contract. By the way, we also need to discuss the signing bonus. There are 2 ways to get the signing bonus, one is cash and the other is traffic. In addition, whether or not you bring goods, accept advertisements, etc. will affect the contract fee. Fang Jingming Dao. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. There's also a signing bonus. It's not in the contract, and he thought it wasn't. Forget about promoting the products. I have to decide on advertising myself. If I need money, just give me the money. How much signing bonus can you give? Lin Tian asked. Fang Jingming said embarrassedly, Master Lin, if that's the case, the signing fee is only 5 million to 15 million. I can give you up to 15 million directly. Lin Tian was stunned. 15 million is a lot of money. Fang Jingming thought Lin Tian was dissatisfied, so he quickly said, Master Lin, 15 million is a little too little, but if you want complete freedom, we can only give you this much signing bonus.